This boy was originally the young master of the Sichuan sect, but he is hated by the people here. This is simply because his mother was the reason the sect became weaker years ago. Every day he is bullied and cruelly tormented by his older brothers and sisters. They not only injure him severely multiple times, but also use his body to test poisons. After finishing their tasks, they leave him a broken body lying in the heavy rain. But none of you could have imagined how completely wrong you were. That poison had inadvertently helped him remember his previous life. In this life, although Duong Dianmin is just a weak child in his past life, he was a legendary sword master. The next day, those brats continued to plan to humiliate Duong Dianmin when he arrived. However, this time, upon seeing them, he appeared indifferent, which made them extremely angry. The brown-haired girl named Duong Linlin thought that the poison they injected him with yesterday wasn't enough. It seems this time they would have to increase the dosage. Little did she know this girl was incredibly cruel for her age. The purple-haired boy named Duong Tinjat decided to teach him a lesson. However, before his punch could even connect, Dianmin struck him down immediately. His speed was so fast that the other two didn't even see what happened. The white-haired boy named Duong Vanchuan thought he was just lucky. So he charged at him with a knife determined to settle things. But the outcome was just like his friends. Before the knife could even touch Dianmin, Duong Vanchuan's entire arm was twisted and broken, causing him to scream in agony. Currently, in the training yard, only Duong Linlin is left. 5 minutes later, he was seen grabbing that little girl's hair and dragging her toward the elders' meeting room. Inside, several old men were discussing how to get rid of Duong Dianmin and his mother from the sect. They all believed that the two were just a burden to the sect. At that moment, Duong Dianmin pushed the door open and entered, surprising the elders. Seeing Duong Linlin being beaten, the Grand Elder angrily asked him if he knew what he was doing. But he was not afraid at all. He held the girl's head forward to face the elders. Duong Dianmin boldly declared that he had endured many grievances in the sect. However, starting today he decided he would no longer tolerate it. The elders angrily criticized Duong Dianmin. They said this was a case of sect members harming each other. However, he confidently replied that he was just following the sect's rules. To benefactors, he would repay double, and to enemies tenfold. He was tormented every day, yet the elders were nowhere to be found. Why is it that when he finally fights back, they all get so worked up, making the old men feel helpless? They probably couldn't argue. In the end, the Grand Elder could only announce that Duong Dianmin would replace Duong Linlin to participate in the clan leader selection competition, because that girl had been badly injured by you and couldn't compete anymore. However, he also warned that if you couldn't become the clan leader, you would have to pay for your actions today. Duong Dianmin has 1 month to prepare. That evening he informed his mother about this. She was very happy that her son had finally grown up. Then Duong Dianmin began training alone to improve his strength. Eating a nutritious diet combined with proper rest, his progress was very fast. In just a month he had grown much taller than before. Finally, the competition day arrived. Duong Dianmin said goodbye to his mother and set off. The Shadow King Palace was the venue for the clan leader selection. Today, Duong Dianmin was sitting on one side eating steamed buns for breakfast when suddenly a group of people approached and asked if he was the one who seriously injured Duong Ventun. Seeing him looking weak, one of them with a scarf sneered, "This kid thinks he can compete with us." But before he could finish, Dianmin immediately replied. With a half-eaten bun in his mouth, the group was furious. They didn't expect that, even though their side had so many people, he still dared to retort, which was quite bold. But he just waved his hand, telling these plastic pigs to quiet down. "Come on in if you want to eat." Provoked like that, they rushed at him. But just about 2 minutes later, they were all struck down by Dianmin without missing a hit. After a while, all the contestants had gathered. The leader of the Shadow King team, Duong Tichhui, would officially open this year's competition. He announced that the competition method this time would be the poisonous battle. This method involves refining poisons by trapping powerful poisonous creatures in a jar and letting them eat each other until only one remains. Originally, They intended to choose the little clan leader through unknown battles. But since Jianming had accidentally injured 10 contestants, they were short of participants. Therefore, all the contestants were quite frustrated. After that, Jianming was assigned to Group 7 and each group would have 4 people. His teammates were number 27 Duong Yi Tuan, number 26 Duong Mai Lu, and number 25 Duong Lu Li. Group 7 also had an additional support member named Jia Cat Thuong then. Among the 3, Duong Mai Lu was quite annoyed with Jianming, because she thought it was his fault that the competition became harder. However, he remained indifferent as if it wasn't his fault and it made her very angry. Mai Lu thought the other 2 girls would let it go, but she wouldn't. She had prepared so hard for today. If that little brat caused trouble again, she absolutely wouldn't let it slide. Lost in thought, Mai Lu accidentally bumped heads with Lu Li. It turned out that the guide in front of them suddenly disappeared. While the 3 teams were very worried, Jianming was a bit disdainful. He had already known this was a plot by Jia Cat Thuong then aimed at trapping the members of Group 7 in the 7 illusion formation. This was the ultimate formation of the Jia Cat clan. Without someone to cast it, they couldn't escape. Jia Cat Thuong then had secretly colluded with the Grand Elder to eliminate Jianming. But he couldn't expect that his ultimate formation would be easily torn apart by him. Even though he knew everything, Jianming still pretended to be naive and asked, "What are you doing?" He seemed a bit confused and hurriedly explained that he was just testing the abilities of Group 7. Clearly, the formation had no weaknesses. What kind of monster is this kid? He didn't believe that Jianming could do it a second time, so he continued to activate the formation and disappeared. The person in charge of Group 7, Duong Vien Chan, saw that only Jia Cat Thuong then had come and asked, "Where are the others?" He said he had waited for a long time, but no participants had shown up. Maybe they were ambushed by bandits or wild beasts, although he felt very sorry. Accidents couldn't be predicted. Anyway, they should eliminate Group 7 from this competition. But before he could finish, cracks suddenly appeared in the void behind him. The ultimate formation of the Jia Cat clan was once again broken by Jianming. Seeing the 4 people appear, Jia Cat Thuong then was very worried because he had just let slip earlier. However, Jianming didn't expose him and just said it was a misunderstanding. Group 7 had just gotten lost. Jia Cat Thuong then breathed a sigh of relief and hurriedly made excuses. At this moment in the forest, only Duong Vien Chan and the 4 members of Group 7 remained. He revealed that he came from the Wind Guard team and was also responsible for training everyone during the official competition. Hearing the name Wind Guard team, Mai Li felt a bit apprehensive. The Wind Guard team was the elite armed force under the command of the previous clan leader of Duong clan. Each of them was a master who could rival a clan leader. Jianming, upon hearing this, was not surprised and continued to pick his nose. After flicking a booger, he asked Duong Vien Chan why he was with the Wind Guard team but wasn't at Duong clan at this point. Duong Vien Chan recounted that over 15 years ago, Duong clan had failed miserably in a bloody battle with the Demon King Tianzhu. Back then the Wind Guard team couldn't protect their master, so now their identity was merely that of sinners. Next, Duong Vien Chan would explain the rules of the competition in detail. The team members can freely choose to practice together or individually. Lu Li spoke up and asked, "So where will they eat and sleep tonight?" He was met with a blunt response, "Nothing at all. They have to fend for themselves in the forest or they will just perish at this moment." Jianming suddenly asked, "If I qualify, will I get a comfortable place to sleep?" Because sleep is important for development. For the juniors, adapting to the forest environment is not necessary. Hearing this, Duong Vien Chan's face darkened. The 3 juniors were extremely frightened. Even the security team dares to retort, "This kid has some guts." Duong Vien Chan also remembered that he was the brat who broke the formation of Jia Cat Jia. Over there, the young man was being scolded by the 3 junior members of the council for exposing the whole team, but surprisingly, Duong Vien Chan agreed if Jianming qualifies, he will get a private room, but if he fails, he must accept the punishment. The 3 rules are very simple. The team members will scatter everywhere and throw hidden weapons at him. If he retaliates or dodges them within 5 steps, the test will end. To start, Jianming must blindfold himself. Then the security team members from all directions began launching hidden weapons. He didn't even need to observe. He could feel all 167 darts heading toward him. That's a lot of hidden weapons for others, but for him it was nothing. He just used a knife and easily deflected all the darts under the terrified gaze of those around him. The speed and reaction. Is that kid even human? At this moment, Jianming took off the blindfold and asked, "Did I pass the test?" With no other choice, Duong Vinchan had to announce, "You have qualified." Deep down he thought, it seems a monster has appeared in this competition. Male felt a bit jealous. She pointed at him and questioned, "Jianming, let me ask you something. Are you planning to leave your teammates behind to enjoy comfort by yourself?" Jianming just smiled and said nothing. Her question was already the answer. Male was furious. Although it hurt, she couldn't do anything to him. Inside the forest, a pack of wolves was enjoying their prey with delight. They ate without stopping. Suddenly, the wolves began exhibiting strange phenomena. They coughed uncontrollably and had to try to spit out all the meat. Just a few seconds later, the whole pack collapsed on the ground, fainting as if poisoned. Taking advantage of this opportunity, Duong Dichuan's group rushed out to kill the wolves. The night was getting late in the cave. The three of them were chatting and laughing happily. Fortunately, the anesthetic poison prepared earlier was effective. Dituan said, "That's right, later on, this will be enough." Lamy kept praising Dituan. "You're really talented at crafting poisons." Dituan humbly replied, "Your throwing skills are no joke either." Suddenly, all three of them sat silently, staring intently at the piece of meat. "It's been 4 months already. On the first day, we were busy running away. Why did it have to be a bear the first time we faced something? Since we couldn't hunt anything, we had to gnaw on tree roots to survive. When we succeeded in our first hunt, everyone cried their eyes out. Though the place was quite high up, we had finally completed the shelter." While reminiscing about those tough times, Lu Li mentioned Dian Min. "He must be living comfortably now." Lamy snapped, "Don't mention that name." Seeing Lamy's angry expression, Dituan felt a bit scared. "Despite that, I still feel curious." The flames of hatred in Lamy's heart flared up. "Curious about what? He's definitely sitting pretty, isn't he? Just wait and see that little brat. If I get to the mansion, they'll stomp on him right away." Dituan could only chuckle at this. He replied, "All right." He thought to himself, the way he looked just a few days ago was already impressive. If he continued to train until now, how strong would he be? While they were talking, Lamy suddenly noticed, "Hey, wait a minute, where did all the meat go?" Lamy and Dituan slowly turned their heads towards Lu Li and found her lying flat on the ground with a round belly, still complaining, "It's too much." The faces of Lamy and Dituan darkened, looking really scary, while Lu Li calmly said, "Hey, you guys, the light is blocked. Can you move a little? Why are you looking at me like that?" A loud scream rang out. "Don't you know this pig isn't moving?" Inside the 7 illusion formation of Sun Trang, a group surrounded Duyamin. His face was extremely stern, showing no fear at all. The people there held daggers ready for action. After Vianchan shouted the command to start, 2 soldiers immediately charged forward like arrows. Duyamin quickly leaned back to dodge the attack, and 2 other soldiers jumped in. Duyamin showed his agility, leaning to the side just in time to avoid them. Then Duyamin kicked hard in the face of 1 soldier. Seeing that Duyamin was a tough opponent, the group coordinated to charge at him. In an instant, around Duyamin were all sharp daggers. Duyamin glanced around. Suddenly a shower of debris flew out from somewhere. At the same time, Duyamin also vanished, leaving the crowd very stunned. It turned out that Duyamin had jumped high in time, taking small shurikens out of his pocket and threading them onto each finger. Duyamin excitedly said, "Good. This is the time to test my new move." His eyes glinted with killing intent as he practiced a few moves. Everyone began to tremble. It's coming. Duyamin swung his arm powerfully, sending shurikens flying in all directions. The soldiers stared wide-eyed in shock, the hidden weapons scattered in the air. Each shuriken shot swiftly toward the opponents, not just random throws. Right. As soon as he finished speaking, the teammate next to him was grazed by a shuriken on the shoulder. Due to the severe injury, the guy stumbled and fell backward. He panicked and said, "What is happening?" Before he could finish his sentence, he was also struck by Duyamin's shurikens twice. The shurikens were so fast that they couldn't be followed with the eyes. Duyamin seriously demanded a retreat. Duyamin used the technique Return All Chaos Shuriken, injuring all the soldiers. Vientian was also shocked by Duyamin's power. How could the trained team members be defeated in an instant? Moreover, that wide-range attack had been calibrated. The force was just enough to tear the skin of the team members. So Vientian approached and asked, "Was that technique you just used created by you?" Duyamin replied honestly, "That's right." Vientian observed Duyamin's dart and said, "If you get caught, it won't be easy to escape, huh? It's indeed an excellent technique. May I ask what you call this technique?" Duyamin answered, "I've named it the Chaotic Return Dart." Vientian seemed quite intrigued. "I see, using the Chaotic Return Dart must consume quite a bit of inner strength. How do you manage that?" Duyamin recounted that a few days ago he had asked a martial master to bring him the texts about the vision techniques that Vientian also knew. "That's right, there are the Heavenly Eye and the Flowing Stream Eye. The Flowing Stream Eye isn't complete yet, so I recommended the Heavenly Eye." Duyamin revealed shocking news. Eve achieved mastery of the Flowing Stream Eye. Vientian was extremely surprised to hear this. Mastery of the Flowing Stream Eye, huh? Although it's the oldest vision technique of the Dung family, the method has been lost. How could you? Duyamin explained, even though the method is incomplete, you can see that this vision technique is high-level martial arts. If you throw a concealed weapon, the vision revealed by the flowing stream I can still allow for precise targeting. Even with just a little inner strength. Vientian was thrilled. What a surprising sight. So does that mean you researched and filled in the missing method yourself? Vientian seriously said, "It seems like it's time to let you know. 2 months from now, the others in your group will come here and will be tested under the same conditions as you. Although they have proven their strength to be enough for the test, they say they will train a bit more before coming." Duyamin smiled and asked, "Is that so? That's really something to look forward to. I wonder how strong those friends are now." As he spoke, he turned to leave. Vientian watched Duyamin's retreating figure and thought to himself, it seems he also cares about his teammates. He probably doesn't need to know that he's being used as a training target by those kids. Duyamin looked up at the starry sky. Fate in my past life, only my master the sword demon was my connection. Now, regardless of background or personality, I've built relationships. Isn't this considered part of a normal life? Even though I don't know why I really want to see them soon. As the scene shifted to the three of them, Lamai continued to berate, "You've eaten everything already." Luli awkwardly replied, Sorry. I was just eating and didn't notice the tense situation." Dituan interjected, "All right, enough. In 2 months we'll also be at the estate like Destiny." Lamai shouted in frustration, "I told you not to mention that damn name." The next morning the tension had built up for the first day of training. We are just little monkeys, yet we now possess a power at a completely different level than before. The hatred in Lamai kept growing. Destiny, that little brat, thinking about seeing him again makes me really look forward to it. And Luli isn't far behind. He'll split his head in half. Dituan also tried to imitate his teammates. Is this right? The three of us shouted the command, "Down with Destiny, Team 7 will win." The guard at the gate was also frightened by the group's furious energy. What's going on with them? It's really scary. Entering the main hall, Lamai kept yelling, "Destiny, get out here right now." My leg glanced around looking puzzled. Why is it so empty? Did he run away? Luli boldly added, "What a pity, I was planning to smash his head." Lamai suddenly turned to ask Dituan, "Why haven't you said anything this whole time?" Both of them widened their eyes in shock when they saw Dituan standing with Destiny. He smiled and said to them, "I was hiding to surprise you." "What?" Destiny looked closely at Lamai and Luli, then flashed a strange smile. It's adorable to see Destiny's appearance. Lamai and Luli felt uneasy, and no one dared to say a word. "What are you still doing? Can I see if you've cracked your head or not? You have to show me the results of your training over the past 6 months." Lamai and Luli quickly turned to deny, No, we were just kidding. Lamai felt increasingly scared as she turned around, not realizing his presence, though her senses had sharpened from living in the forest. Suddenly Destiny placed a hand on Luli's shoulder, making her jump. And Lamai still couldn't stop wondering, is the difference in strength this much? What has this guy been doing all this time? Moreover, he has grown taller and his face too. Lei Mai's cheek suddenly flushed. Huh. What am I thinking? Is it because we've only seen animals in the forest so seeing a human is like this now? Destiny encouraged the group. Don't be too discouraged. From what I see, you all have grown stronger than before. Because I'm here, the aura is a bit dimmed. Destiny's excessive confidence made all three freeze in place. Lei Mai also silently thought that tendency to show off still can't be fixed. It was already night and in a room somewhere Jiakat Thungthan's voice rang out. Has everyone gathered yet? Everyone turned to look at him. You're back. The host said it's only been 6 months but you look really tired. Thungthan replied seriously, let's get to the main issue. So is there anyone in your group worth using? A minister quickly answered. The notable participant is number 2 who is showing more maturity and standing out more than the others, more than just the idea of becoming stronger or surviving. It's like he's filled with intense hatred for someone. It seems number 2 uses that emotion as motivation. Another person confidently introduced. If we're talking about a winning candidate, we can't exclude number 10. In just a month, he's already passed the tests of the martial artists. Thungthan sat in deep thought. Number 2 and number 10 definitely have talent. Everyone was still discussing eagerly, aren't there any other candidates? In our group, we have number 18, but after experiencing number 28, those two are quite ordinary. Breaking through the formation and getting out was already surprising. Then, when scouting the training scene, it was even more astonishing. Number 28 has shown remarkable skills. Even quite skilled masters can't do that. However, using number 28 as bait is too risky. Perhaps he has realized that I'm plotting. While Thungthan was deep in thought, someone suddenly called him. The host's expression didn't look too good. Are you okay? Thungthan thought there was no benefit in bringing up issues without reason, so he could only awkwardly smile and come up with a vague excuse. There are no extraordinary kids on our side. Thungthan quietly calculated his plan. First, eliminate number 28 from the discussion. Well, what we need is a puppet that can be controlled. Saying that, Thungthan made a decision. Let's recruit number 2. I will introduce my niece. My niece is a famous figure, and I heard number 2 has an ugly appearance due to a facial injury. It will be difficult to touch the heart of such a child. If we help that child win the competition and become the young master, then marry my niece and have an heir. Jiakat will officially become related to the Tang family and will have the authority to interfere in Tang family matters. In this way, the spokesperson rights in the Tang family will increase and gain benefits. Ultimately, it will merge our family with the Tang family. This is the reason we support the Tang family's competition. In summary, that's how it will be. At the end of the meeting, everyone stood up to leave. Thungthan thought to himself as he walked. Missing number 28 would be a pity for that talent. If he survives the competition, I will use revenge as bait to appease him. Or adopt him as a foster son and give him the position of young master of Jiakat. Wouldn't that be killing 2 birds with 1 stone? Just imagining that made Thungthan burst out laughing in delight. When the scene shifted to Lu Mai and Lu Li, both were practicing very hard. Lu Mai threw darts with a perfect accuracy. It hit directly in the bullseye on the post. Lu Mai excitedly praised herself. Life is amazing at the estate. We practice harder. Even though the training quotas have doubled, the sleeping conditions are much more comfortable. Lu Mai turned to ask Lu Li, are Di Thuan and Dian Min in the lab again today? Lu Li replied, yeah, that kid Di Thuan barged in, gritting his teeth, and said he would definitely kill him. Hearing this, Lu Mai's face changed completely. Is that okay? Di Thuan is the best at concocting poisons? Inside the lab, Di Thuan confidently declared to Dian Min, see, this is poison. I poured my heart into making this. With this, you can't underestimate me anymore. Seeing Dian Min pick up the cup of poison, Di Thuan immediately panicked and asked, what are you doing? He became even more frightened when he saw Dian Min drink the entire cup of poison. Why did you drink it, you crazy person? Of course, Di Thuan ran over to shake Dian Min. Spit it out, hurry, this guy will die if he keeps this up. Dian Min suddenly puffed out his cheeks. His face gradually turned green like a banana leaf. Di Thuan was growing more and more terrified. The poison is already taking effect. Dian Min suddenly opened his mouth. A cloud of poison then wafted out from him. Dain Min stood there cluelessly asking, "Why are you shaking me?" Meanwhile, Di Thuan was lying on the ground holding his face writhing. Dain Min felt something strange in his body. He grinned mischievously and said to Di Thuan, "Hey, the poison is weaker than I thought." Di Thuan cried out loudly, "What are you saying? It's poison. If ingested, it can melt the organs. How are you still intact?" Dain Min displayed that eerie smile again. He said to Di Thuan, "Let's see. Isn't it because of the poison that you're in such a miserable state?" Di Thuan shouted, "Why don't you just die?" Lu Mai and Lu Li were outside listening in. Although they didn't know what was happening, it surely wasn't pretty. Lu Li agreed, "That's right." Inside, Di Thuan helplessly said, "Don't drink my poison like it's wine." In just a moment, Dain Min had drunk all of Di Thuan's poison. "Is that it? I don't see any difference at all." Di Thuan angrily replied, "There's nothing for you to eat, you damn bastard. Why isn't it working? Could it be that you're immune to all poisons?" Hearing this, Dain Min thought to himself, "It's a bit different from being immune to all poisons. The poison mastery technique is both a family secret of the Dung family and a skill possessed by everyone in the Dung family. It's an internal energy martial art that uses poison. However, strangely, the user can also be poisoned, called poison love. With the internal energy that uses poison, the poison love user wishes to absorb the poison. But doesn't it mean they have to deal with the poison that's already infiltrated?" As expected, the poison entered his body and transformed into internal energy accumulating within. Within certain limits, for him, the poison was no different from an elixir. But this is also a level that can only be achieved after gaining a lot of insights. Those who think of poison as just a weapon cannot simply listen to explanations and expect to achieve it. Now with weak poison, he couldn't increase his internal energy anymore. He needed stronger poison. Before he could return to a peaceful life, there were still many evil men he had to wipe out. Those elders could be dealt with any time if they were determined now. But whether it's Hak Talon or Ma Kuang Thin, if he fought either of them, he couldn't be sure of victory. Although he didn't have a grudge against Hak Talon, his strength was enough to split Sichuan in half, so he couldn't be underestimated. The leader had destroyed 3 places among the 9 sects, being called a rare genius. If it were him from his past life, he would be strong enough to confront them. But now, he wasn't as strong as before. To live like a proper person, if Di Thuan could concoct a poison several times stronger than now, Di Thuan would be wealthy. Di Thuan said, "If I could concoct Dung Ra 10 Duck." Duamin curiously asked, "What is Dung Ra 10 Duck?" Di Thuan irritably replied, "You're the blood and flesh of the previous family head after all. What do you actually know? It means the 10 strongest poisons passed down through generations. From the first poison to the 10th poison. The higher the number, the stronger the poison. But it's said that the method of concocting them has been lost for over half. It's said that the 10 poisons are poisonous gases that can kill powerful masters. The remaining 10 poisons are managed by the elders of the family." Duanmin was extremely surprised by this news. Even the masters of transformation at the realm of soul exchange and rebirth cannot touch it. Duanmin's face showed clear greed. "That's exactly the poison I want." Duanmin turned to ask, "So Di Thuan, you can't make the 10 poisons?" Di Thuan replied helplessly, "If everyone could do it, would it still be the 10 poisons? I told you the method of preparation has been lost." Duanmin calmly said, "What a pity the poison you made now I don't even feel anymore." Di Thuan was furious upon hearing that. This guy really summed up the 10 poisons as so dangerous that they are usually banned from use. Even for you, if you drank it, escaping death would be difficult. The scene shifted to a dark forest where number 2 was being choked by a stranger. His face was clearly showing anger. "What the hell are you doing?" As soon as he finished speaking, he was punched hard by number 2, making fire erupt from his mouth. Number 2 stood firmly, demanding him to say how he saw his face. The man suddenly screamed loudly, fire spewing from his eyes and nose. The man instinctively lunged at number 2, but before he could do anything, his body turned to stone and gradually disintegrated. Number 2 was a bit surprised to see that gruesome scene unfold before him. In an instant nothing was left but dust. Is the power of the poison inherited from my ancestor this strong? This is the path of the 10 poisons. Number 2 covered one side of his face and laughed scornfully. The pain I endured that day is unforgettable. This anger and suffering will be suppressed and I will unleash it all in the poison battle. So it's been half a year already. You all have trained in the forest for quite a long time. Of course, during this time you have made a lot of progress. However, that said, you still need more experience to perfect your martial arts. After this training session, I will choose a team leader for easier training and management. Male and Lu Li asked in unison. So you mean you will choose a team leader? Vientiane replied, for now, yes. Later, when you all mature, then a formal team leader will be chosen. Right now it's just temporary for easier management. Though temporary, it is still quite important. In the future there will be a poison battle and you will have to send a representative as the team leader to participate in that competition. This is both an honor and a challenge for all of you. The battles in the poison competition are undeniably dangerous. But if you win or showcase your talent, you will catch the attention of the higher-ups. Do you all understand the path? Lu Li asked in confusion. So does that mean each group only sends one team leader or the best person? Not all members, right? That's correct. If all members went, what would happen to our descendants maintaining the clan? Li Mai standing beside added. Of course, the most promising participant in this competition is number 28 Duyan Men. That kid can be considered the strongest among us. Then Dituan standing behind told Duyan Men. You're not only the team leader but can also be seen as a contender for the championship in this poison competition. Duyan Men Vientiane heard that and also expressed his opinion. All right, that said, this is just a temporary division. You all are still young and have not fully developed your talents. When you grow older, then we can talk about number 28 Duyan Men being the team leader. Do you all have any objections? The 4 of them all remained silent, not saying a word. Seeing this, Vientiane continued. Since no one objects, then number 28 step forward for me. Here is the elixir, take it. Duyan Men asked in surprise. An elixir? Vientiane said. Indeed, it's a high-grade elixir of our path. It is called Tian Tam Huan. Tian Tam Huan is a spiritual medicine that only our path can concoct. It consists of many herbs, but the most important ingredient is the root of a ginseng plant. That is a few hundred years old. When this spiritual medicine is consumed, the user will absorb its medicinal power, and their internal energy will increase by 20 to 30%. Depending on the absorption level of each person, the 3 of Dituan, Li Mai and Lu Li were left speechless in amazement. No way, how could he be given such a valuable elixir to increase internal energy? Vientiane explained, of course. He is the team leader, the representative for the group in the poison competition. So he must have greater privileges than others. The future of our path will depend on the next generations like him. Then Vientiane silently thought to himself. After witnessing you in several previous challenges, I have high expectations for you, Duyan Men. Vientiane also kindly reminded Duyan Men, you must stay calm. Use this Tian Tam Huan elixir to enhance your internal energy only when your spirit is in the best state. Duyan Men unexpectedly asked further. Sir, I wonder if the team leader gets any other rewards? Vientiane was quite surprised by Duyan Men's question. What? Duyan Men straightforwardly said. Simply put, I mean the team leader will participate in this dangerous competition. So does the path have any other rewards to support us? This elixir does increase internal energy by 20 or 30%. But I'm still young, my internal energy will increase much more in the future. Using it now won't make much difference. Therefore I want to ask if there are any other rewards. Dituan was angry at Duyan Men's remarks. What the heck, Duyan Men, are you crazy? Lu Li was also left speechless in shock. Do you think an elixir that increases internal energy is as common as daily meals to just disregard it? Li Mai also took the opportunity to ask. If not used, I would be too happy, or just give it to me. Vientiane also found it strange. It seems like he doesn't want this Lin Tam Huan elixir. An elixir that every martial artist dreams of, yet to refuse it outright like this is really odd. After a moment of thought, Vientiane asked. Alright, I understand your point. So what do you want, Duyan Men? Without hesitation, Duyan Men replied. Of course, the hidden weapons also have poisons, and the deadly poison is what I desire. I want the 10 poisons of the Dung family. A neatly arranged set of weapons was placed on the table. Indeed, it is one of the 2 important things of the Dung family. The second one I mentioned is deadly. Li Mai standing behind said. You're talking about hidden weapons. That's why he gave you this stash of hidden weapons. As for the 10 poisons of the Dung family, that part is definitely not for you. Duyan Men calmly replied. Well, I'm just saying it for the sake of it. But the 10 poisons of the Dung family are almost a high-level secret only known to the Dung family. We a bunch of rookie juniors can't have that. So I have to settle for the hidden weapons. It's better than nothing. Lemmy suddenly threw a punch straight at Duyan Men. The guy had already noticed and quickly dodged to the side to avoid the blow. Li Mai gradually lost control of his behavior and words shouting loudly. A rare elixir to increase inner strength is not needed. You go for these hidden weapons that can be bought at the market. What's that about? Lu Li standing next to him was also scared in this case. He is the team leader. He will risk his life to participate in the ancient poison battle. So whatever he needs, he knows it himself. Right now, our inner strength is still lacking. Increasing it by 2 or 3 points won't make much of a difference. Di Tuan also expressed his thoughts. I think the higher-ups in the Dung family are quite happy with your choice, Duyan Men. Oh, just like that, you're not losing an elixir exchanging it for a bunch of cheap hidden weapons. In response to everyone's opinions, Duyan Men rebutted. Who do you think I am? I haven't returned the Tian Tum Huan to the Dung family yet. 3 hours ago, Devine Chan had given Duyan Men a box with the hidden weapons you wanted. Take it. I put everything in this wooden box. Do you think this is worth more than the Tian Tum Huan elixir? Do you need to reconsider? Duyan Men honestly admitted, I do admit I was a bit excessive in demanding the 10 poisons of the Dung family. That request is probably not attainable, Devine Chan said. Just as you said, how can you possess the 10 poisons of the Dung family? And I see you as the only one among the team leaders wanting to exchange elixirs for poisons. You already have hidden weapons, now you can leave. Duyan Men replied, yes, this is enough for me. But I want to ask you something, Veen Chan said. Okay, just ask away, Duyan Men said. Then what will you do about that pill, sir? Veen Chan replied, don't be ridiculous, do you think I can get it? Of course, if I don't use it, I'll return it to the family's medicine room. Duyan Men replied, I don't think so. But to avoid wasting that pill for our future generations, I have an idea. You listen as I said. That pill hasn't been returned to the medicine room yet. My suggestion is that if anyone in the group has the strength to defeat their captain, that person will receive that pill. Everyone was stunned by this news. What did you say? You mean he agreed to let us challenge him to get the Tianxin Huan pill? Earlier, Veen Chan had also reflected on Duyan Men's suggestion. Alright, what you said sounds good. Consider it a morale boost for the kids to rise up. Because after all, this pill is meant to enhance the strength for the future of the family. So the more strong descendants, the better. Back to reality, Duyan Men told everyone that's the situation. So you all should practice hard to get that pill. But remember, before the ancient poison battle, you need to have strength. By then it will be time to re-elect the backup captain. After hearing that, Lamy and Lu Li quickly ran off to practice. Alright, I'm gonna train with my secret weapons now. I will practice the ancient poison of Yen Meng. Standing over here, Yen Meng smiled with delight. Truly, these kids are so naive. In the future, I will strive to become the head of the Tang family. And then you all can rest assured. I will give you many opportunities to restore the best pills and highest level skills of our Tang family. One person called out, hey Yen Meng, come out and compete with me. Yen Meng stood there itching, muttering, that was fast. It's been a while. The urging voice continued. Come out quickly. I'm ready to defeat you. Time passed quickly. Summer turned to fall, then to winter, and finally to spring. But no one could defeat Yen Meng. Di Tuan was thrown to the ground by Yen Meng, looking quite painful. Yen Meng stood confidently, telling him, alright, what's up? Have you lost heart already? This seems to be the 173rd time you guys have lost to me, Lamy had to admit, He really is a monster. We fought him like this and he doesn't even break a sweat. We are exhausted. Lu Li also began to feel discouraged, fighting relentlessly without tiring. I feel too miserable. Being young still has so many dreams. Whether in competition or practice, I hope to achieve something beneficial for the Tang family in the future. Moreover, being able to practice with someone makes me even happier. Lei Mi curiously asked, "You speak well. I wonder who that person is?" Lu Li shyly replied, "I won't say." Over here, Yan Meng reached out and said to Dituan, "All right, will you accept that I will become the head of the Tang family in the future?" Dituan smirked and said, "You're already thinking about a strong future like that. There are still many strong groups in the family. Haven't you faced them yet? But still your strength is indeed much stronger than us. I don't think you will lose to other juniors like us. Later, even if you become the head of the family, don't look down on friends like us." Yen Chen approached and commented, "Indeed, just 1 year has passed and your strengths have advanced a lot. From here, I see that Captain number 28 is the best choice. There won't be any changes here anymore. Yes, tomorrow the ancient poison battle officially begins. So Yan Meng, you should prepare. Everything in this battle is not simple at all." Yan Meng replied, "Thank you, sir." Yen Chen added, "It's been 3 years since you began your first training. Many groups have disbanded, many have given up, and even many members have lost their lives in dangerous tests. But your group has still maintained its numbers. Furthermore, your strengths have increased significantly. This is something not every group can achieve. You should be proud of that. The ancient poison battle is undoubtedly dangerous, especially for juniors like you. There's one thing I need to remind you about Yan Meng in the ancient poison battle. There will be many types of poisons that you have never encountered before. Many types are banned, but when it comes to life and death, they will be used. Many poisons as powerful as those of our Tang family will also emerge in this battle. In battle, don't talk about dirty tricks. Just push your opponent into a corner to win. So don't pity anyone else. Understand? I know your strength, but real combat is different from practice, so do your best to stay alive. This ancient poison battle is the poison that the family grants you all extremely potent toxins. Even though it's not as good as the Tang family's 10 poisons, it's still formidable. Just 1 drop can take down an elephant. So be careful when using it." Ditun was quite surprised. There are so many kinds. Forever Yen Chun cautiously noted a few things to Yan Meng when releasing poison. Be careful of the gas vapor. If it gets into your eyes, you'll go blind. Alright, no matter what, it's time to end the training and go into real combat. Of course, Ditun stretched his hand forward. Then he smiled brightly, encouraging Yan Meng. "We're really worried about you, but I'm sure you'll win. Go for it." Yan Meng suddenly grabbed Ditun's wrist and said, "Alright, you hold Ditun's hand and punch yourself in the face really hard. I promise you by the time the poison battle ends, this will be my only injury." All 3 felt a shiver at Yan Meng's bold promise. After saying everything that needed to be said, Yan Meng turned and walked into the teleportation gate. "I'm leaving now, see you later on this side." Number 2 held a vial of poison in hand with a mind full of calculations. Finally, the battle is about to begin. Luckily, grandfather gave me this top-tier poison. Yes, with this I can rest assured. Suddenly, an elder appeared out of nowhere. Number 2 stared blankly, recognizing Jia Cat Shu Jia. "Are you going to help me? What can you do for me in this battle?" He replied, "Our Jia Cat Shu Jia has created the poison battlefield. So of course, since we created it all, the maps will show where there are defensive advantages and offensive advantages. I will tell you everything." Number 2 straightforwardly asked, "Alright, I understand. But if you help me, what do you want in return?" Jia Cat Shu Jia said, "Our clan has fallen, we don't have any resources left to revive. So we want to cooperate with the Tang family. But it must be a mutually beneficial partnership. Not for the Tang family to completely control the Jia Cat family." Number 2 carefully asked, "Understood. But why did you choose me to cooperate? What if I refuse your cooperation? You haven't provided me with any benefits." Jia Cat Shu Jia explained, "You're right. So we will fully provide you with the information of the poison maps to build trust with you. Thanks to this, we can have a longer-lasting cooperation in the future. The hatred within number 2 rose again. The time has come. Eve waited too long for this moment. That bastard. I will pay him back with interest for everything he has done to me. We will meet again soon. Group 1. Tang Lingling Group 2. Tang Tik Tien Group 3. Tang Kok Len Group 4. Tang Thursday Yen Group 5. Tang Thursday Kin Group 6. Tang Tin Jot Group 7. Tang Yen Ming. Yen Ming stood on the top of a high mountain, looking ahead with an excited expression. It's time to join the battle. The weather is quite nice for action today. The poison battle officially began. Yen Ming went alone to the competition site. Its vastness surprised him. Is this the place for the poison battle? It's really big. If I want to meet someone, it will probably take a long time. Yen Ming didn't know that a pair of eyes were watching him from behind. And moreover, they were passing judgment. Number 2, Team 7. The more I look, the more I feel sorry for this talent. Jia Cat. Shurjia had made a decision. I must act quickly before any incidents occur, and was secretly monitoring. Suddenly, he noticed Duanmin staring at him. I thought those eyes were looking at me. Could it be that I've been exposed? Duanmin decisively slashed at the air, accidentally hitting the eye of the old man who was watching, causing him to flee in panic. I feel like I'm being watched. Could it be the Jia Cat family? But recalling Captain Veen Chan's words, only those participating in the ancient poison battle can enter here. Duanmin became even more convinced of his thoughts. He felt disheartened. Since the battle began, they've been playing tricks. Could they be participating in the ancient poison battle too? I don't know what they're up to, but if they like it, go ahead. After the ancient poison battle ends, I can interrogate them for as long as I want. Duanmin walked straight to the cliff and without hesitation jumped down. Back with the old man of the Jia Cat family. While observing Duanmin after the recent slash, his abilities had plummeted severely. Can I really be detected using the formation? If I don't quickly gather the Ming Eye formation related to the Wisdom Realm formation, I will become even more blind. Moreover, that sword technique can pierce through the spatial formation. I've never seen anything like it. After this incident, he learned a valuable lesson. I was wrong. We must remain vigilant of him. If our plan is exposed, we will surely be retaliated against by any means necessary. We have to stop. Number 2-8. At that same time in that forest, a bloody fight was taking place between two young men. The short-haired boy seemed to be at a disadvantage, his body covered in injuries. He kept pleading, "Please, I don't want to die. I just want to take care of my hard-working elderly parents." How did it come to this? I don't care about being the young master. I was ready to surrender, but that guy suddenly rushed in. The demon boy mentioned by the short-haired boy also appeared. He had spiky hair and a mischievous grin on his face. What, everyone's here? Great. The spiky-haired guy decisively slashed off the heads of two would-be ambushers, making the short-haired boy shudder in fear. At this moment, the short-haired boy suddenly realized surrender. His goal was to kill all of us to save his own life. The short-haired boy pleaded even more. No matter who it is, I'll surrender. I just want to live. I wonder about the others. I'll take my leave. If he became the young master before he could finish his sentence. The spiky-haired guy was already behind him, asking mockingly, "Yeah, so what? Say something." Not receiving a response, he continued to taunt the boy. "It seems your lightness skill is quite fast. You're scared already. Is your strength really only this much? You and those guys are nothing special." The short-haired boy turned around stealthily, seeing the spiky-haired guy still holding the two heads he had just harvested, causing him to scream in terror. Why go this far? Why do this to people from the Dung family? We're all descendants of the Dung family. The demon boy didn't care. So what? Eve never thought of myself as someone from Sichuan. With that, he ended the boy's life. Returning to Duyamen after jumping off the cliff, he hurriedly ran off to find something. After a while, he discovered an empty cave. Duyamen stopped, entered, and explored the situation. After confirming there were no signs of human presence inside, he felt safe to continue his work. Since there's no trace of humans, no one will discover me without any distractions. I will quickly cultivate the flower mirror realm here right now. Duyamen sat cross-legged, beginning the process of developing the 6 bodies. If I achieve the flower mirror realm, It won't have any side effects. There are 2 conditions to achieve the flower mirror. The inner strength must unblock the Ren and Du meridians, and awakening. The awakening also depends on past life experiences. As for inner strength, I will use poison to refine it for accumulation. Everything is ready. The body of Demon quickly exudes extreme energy. The Ren and Du meridians that were blocked will be cleared by the inner force I have accumulated. I will transmit the poison and the essence through those 2 meridians. The inner strength will burst forth. Martial artists will experience a lot of pain during this process. Bones will break and will quickly heal from the beginning. You could say this is a process of rebirth, but I have gone through this in my previous life, so this second time won't be difficult. The inner strength within Demon's body is becoming stronger. When it reaches its peak, it emits a dazzling light. Demon is breathing heavily. After removing the filth from the meridians, the body also becomes better. If impurities are removed during the rebirth process, the bones will hurt a lot. Fortunately, I have successfully completed this breakthrough in martial arts. Not a bad start. Demon steps outside, ready to test the new skills learned before participating in the poison battle. It seems there might not be any significant changes worth noting, but Demon lightly slashes at the mountainside, instantly causing it to shatter. Indeed, the effect of the vital energy isn't bad. So I can start now, right? The guy who was just aiming now has found a new target. He leisurely sits swinging on a branch, complaining, "So boring, what have you been doing for the past 3 years? Didn't you want to become the young master? Come on, haven't you trained hard? Are you that weak?" The person he is mocking is none other than Dung Tinjot, who knows how the 2 of them clashed. While that guy looks clean and unscathed, Tinjot is covered in injuries, blood flowing everywhere, causing him to curse inwardly. Damn it, just entered the poison battle and ran into him. Even though I am an orphan, the elder has raised me like his own grandson. The person in front of him, whose name is not unfamiliar to Tinjot, is Dung Kokluan, the top disciple of the elder. No wonder he is incredibly strong. Few can match him. Indeed, his strength is as rumored. Tinjot thought that if he fought with other participants, he could at least win and his opponent wouldn't even be able to touch him. But now he is about to suffer a humiliating defeat. Suddenly, one name appeared in Tinjot's mind. I once thought how great it would be if I didn't have to encounter him. Have I lost my mind? Tinjot was lost in thought and didn't notice he suddenly smiled. Kokluan immediately noticed and teased. You can still smile now. Are you hiding something? Your true strength. Tinjot unconsciously laughed out loud while others only thought of a terrifying figure. Kokluan squinted, feeling an intense discomfort rising within him. Then he voluntarily revealed his own background. You make me sad. I will make you feel I am more terrifying. I'll tell you something. I am actually a spy for the Black Left Alliance. Tinjot was shocked to the core and couldn't find the words to respond. Kokluan casually continued, now that you know about my background, what will you do? I spared your life. Even though you're about to die, I'll tell you my name, Thiat Mok Kim Phi Macnhun. Kokluan raised his sword, intending to end Tinjot's life like so many others. Suddenly, he felt a strange, powerful energy invade his body, leaving him frozen in place. What? I can't move. Dain men slowly approached, interrupting their conversation. Eve sensed the aura, but I didn't expect to meet someone familiar. He turned to the young man sitting on the ground, his body bruised and bloody. You are Tinjot, right? Nice to meet you. Have you recovered from the beating I gave you back then? Tinjot was stiff, wide-eyed and asked, Huh, who are you? Kokluan recalled the past with his father when his father entrusted a heavy responsibility to a child. Was that child meant to become a spy for the Hun family in Sichuan? That's right, with your talents, even if you became an orphan for a few days, someone would take you in. In a few years, the competition for position of young master will begin regardless of the main or branch line. Kill those who compete and diminish their power. If you complete the mission and return, your family will recognize you. Kokluan felt worse than ever, as if his insides were being burned. Could it be because of him? What exactly did he do to me? Meanwhile, Tinjot was having a private conversation with Dain Men. You said you are Dung Dain Men, is it really you? That's right. Dain Men immediately threatened him. What's wrong? Do you want to be face down in the dirt like last time before you believe me? At this point, Tinjot finally admitted that the person standing in front of him was indeed Dung Dain Men. Dain Men returned to the main issue. pointing at Kakluan crawling on the ground. He just admitted himself that he's a spy, right? Tinjot nodded in agreement. That's right, he said that. He mentioned the tie at Mach Kim Phi. I heard it very clearly. Dain Men immediately fell into deep thought. Could he be the tale I sensed when I arrived at the mountain? He raised his hand and commanded something to be pulled from around Kakluan's neck, causing him excruciating pain. What was just extracted was the Ngu Mao Trum. Tinjot recognized it immediately. So you poisoned that needle. What kind of poison did you use that just one small needle could? Dain Men interrupted him, not allowing him to ask more about this issue. He quickly changed the subject. Don't you see the other participants in this competition? Tinjot nodded. That's right. Dain Men hesitated, wondering whether to detoxify him and then interrogate him. Kakluan, half alive and half dead, felt a surge of chaos in his heart upon hearing this. Detoxify me now. When you detoxify me to extract information, you will die. However, Tinjot dismissed this immediately. Is that really necessary? If he comes from an evil sect like the Black Left Alliance, the purpose is quite clear. The fleeting chance of survival was ruthlessly extinguished, causing Kakluan to rage but being unable to do anything. Suddenly, Tinjot changed the subject. You've changed a lot. I thought you would have a grudge against me, but you didn't show it. Riang Men smiled casually. It was just the opposite for Kakluan. If I had that intention, you would be lying there like him. It was true. Tinjot suddenly bowed his head, sincerely apologizing. I'm really sorry for what happened in the past. Dain Men was taken aback. He couldn't understand why this guy was suddenly apologizing to him, so he waved off the past. It's not worth worrying about. Tinjot was confused. He hurriedly explained, I didn't mean to brush off the past. I genuinely want to apologize to you. Dain Men smiled with satisfaction. In truth, he didn't care much about the past anymore. But receiving an apology like this made him feel a bit happy inside. All right, don't worry about it, it's fine. Tinjot's expression suddenly changed. He shouted loudly to warn Dain Men behind him. I don't know when Kakluan managed to crawl back up, and now he's trying a cowardly sneak attack. If I die, I will take you all down with me. You all will die, Tinjot shouted in horror. The move Kakluan just unleashed was not simple. But when he opened his eyes to look again, he couldn't see Dain Men anywhere. What? I clearly sensed him, not making him wait. Dain Men warned him from behind. I don't have a habit of deceiving a dying person like you. If that's what you want, then I will erase you without leaving a trace. Or do you think leaving a corpse for investigation would be better? Kakluan felt a chill run down his spine upon hearing this. Now he finally acknowledged that the opponent's strength was far superior to his own. Tears began to well up. The sly one finished his words and he collapsed dead on the spot. Tinjot witnessed everything from start to finish in admiration. Impressed, although he was a spy, he was still one of the strong ones. Moreover, the final move was a technique of the head of the Tayat Mukkim sect to be able to take down someone who wielded such a terrifying sword skill. Dain Men broke the chaotic thoughts in his mind. Tinjot, what are you planning to do? Tinjot now realized. What do you mean? Dain Men continued. It's just you and me left here. How can we determine a winner? Tinjot finally understood. Hesitantly, he offered, if you want to, I will surrender. Actually, I don't have the choice, but I don't know how to leave here. Dain Men silently opened a portal through space, then turned and said, well, you can leave now. I guess there's no need for a send-off, right? Tinjot was stunned. He looked at the gate. Right after that, Dain Men left without saying a word. Tinjot gave a final farewell. Thank you for saving my life and wishing for a safe journey. At this moment in the headquarters of the Tayat Mukkim sect, Ko Trung knew about their life and death situation even from afar. His Ko Trung had died. This means that child is also dead. Mak Nguyen Kyo was furious, so his son had also died. At this moment, the truth about Kaklan was revealed. The illegitimate child born to me, and the maid was actually the most extraordinary child among the brothers. The lady, upon learning the truth, had wanted to kill that child many times, out of fear that he would take the inheritance from the other brothers, so I sent him to Dung Ra to be a spy, to save his life. One arrow, two targets, one to save Kaklan's life, the other to eliminate the people of Dung Ra. Little did I know he would bring his own child to death. As a father, I could do nothing now, but at least I will avenge my son. I will not forget this pain. Mak Nguyen Kyo stood up raging. He immediately ordered his students, All disciples prepare to head to Nui Kong Dong. It's time to flatten Dung Ra. The overseers should contact other sects from today on. There will be no one with the surname Dung Ra living in Nui Kong Dong. It was already late when he returned to Nui Kong Dong. Dian Min was devouring the food he had just found. While thinking, he hadn't seen anyone since morning. That formation couldn't be this wide. It's possible that someone set up a formation so that no one could approach the unwanted targets. If so, the survivors must have received help from some Jia-cat. The strong ones in this competition probably wouldn't ally with those from Jia-cat. If the Jia-cat family gained too much from this, the people of Dung Ra wouldn't let that happen. That's obvious. The price for arrogance and unscrupulous schemes is very high. Jia-cat family. The warning just now echoed straight to Tai Jia-cat, causing the elder to stop what he was doing. Confirming that there was no one behind was more reassuring. Earlier, after finishing his meal, Dian Min laid down on the soft grass, gazing at the starry sky. It was so beautiful that he couldn't help but exclaim, "The night sky is amazing. I want to show this to my mother. Is she still doing well?" After saying that, Dian Min slowly closed his eyes and drifted off to sleep. As he fell into a deep sleep, a shadow suddenly appeared beside him. Found it. It's Duong Lin. Lin looks at the person in front of her and she can't help but wonder, but who is this person? The condition I put forth is to let me meet the last survivor or the fate. While feeling weak, he doesn't seem like Duong Kak. Lin takes a closer look and has to admit that this guy is really handsome. Moreover, Jia-cat Thuong Tan has mentioned him, so he must be a character with real power. What a pity for this face, but I have no other choice. After all, I have to kill him. Lin holds a pill in her mouth, immediately using the poison strike to pierce his heart. Before ending someone else's life, Lin still has a bit of conscience. Please forgive me. Don't hold a grudge against me because this battle will only end when there's only one person left. You must be ready for this too. Fate quickly responds. She doesn't know if you are ready to die for daring to touch me. Fate tightly grabs Lin's neck, squeezing hard, making her cough. Fate slowly stands up to interrogate her. Are you the one who colluded with the Jia-cat family? Is your plan to wait until others are competing and then safely attack the last person when they are unguarded? What do you want? Lin is being choked, barely hanging on. He knows I approached him. Fate warns her one last time. If you want to live, then answer quickly. It seems like you don't want to breathe anymore. Lin's eyes are rolling back from being choked. She can't help but blame herself. Damn it. If I hadn't been so startled that I dropped my dart, Lin would have glanced over to where her weapon was. Suddenly, Fate realizes, wait a minute, could it be that you are Duong Lin? Lin is extremely surprised. How do you know her name? Fate continues, your face has become like this because of me, yet your personality hasn't changed. Hearing this, Lin immediately knows who is standing in front of her. Fate doesn't hesitate to threaten her. Should I ruin your whole face this time? On the side, Jia-cat Thuong Tan is in a frenzy, holding his head and pulling his hair. The plan has completely fallen apart. Because number 2 and 8 have disrupted the formation, it's hard to see the situation clearly inside. First, except for number 2, all the others have been eliminated. It's good that number 10 quickly removed the competing targets. But upon encountering numbers 2 and 8, they were utterly crushed. The person mentioned is none other than the spy, Kaklon. Jia-cat Thuong Tan has to come up with a different strategy. I wonder what would happen if number 2 and number 10 faced off. But would number 2 against numbers 2 and 8 have a chance of winning? Thinking about the time needed to deal with number 10 is unimaginable. If numbers 2 and 8 win, then all plans will fail. What should I do? The old man is busy thinking of everything. Suddenly, a noise outside the formation catches his attention. I sense a considerable number of martial artists. Indeed, the troops of Mak Nan Kyo have arrived at the mountain peak. Don't move over. There is Kong Dong Mountain Master Mak Din Din, the head of the Heavenly Thunder Gang. I wonder. Some of us wonder if it might be a bit excessive when the opponents are those from the Duong family. With just my disciples and you, there are over 200 people plus the forces of other sects. Isn't that more than 300 martial artists in total? Mak Nan Kyo looks up at the starry sky and ponders. I know it seems excessive against the Duong family, but since Kong Dong Mountain is the territory of the Kong Dong sect, it's necessary. The potential of the Kongdong sect doesn't need to be compared with the declining Duong family. If we have fewer troops, we will definitely be at a disadvantage if the troop numbers are like this. They will also cautiously observe the situation. With such strong forces plus knowing that our goal is not them, they will choose not to intervene. Each word analyzed by Master Mac makes Din Duyentong feel enlightened. Indeed, a master plan, but what happened to the spy that Master Mac placed a few days ago? Touched by the pain of losing a son, Mac Nankyo gets angrier. The battle fire within him starts to blaze. Failure is on the little brat I valued. We've talked enough now, let's get going. These two people do not know that their conversation has been completely overheard by Jakat Thuong Tan Mac Nankyo. Why is he over there? Ba Jakat Thuong Tan feels a chill. Shouldn't someone not related to the competition know the location? Is there an insider? Whatever it is, I need to report to the defense team to find a counter-strategy. Suddenly an idea flashes in his mind. Wait, if that's the case, if I use them to kill number 28, wouldn't my plan not have to worry about being discovered anymore? Then he'll just go ahead and do it. What should I do with her now? Fate thinks about whether it's reasonable to kill or beat her. All the nonsense has been resolved. Now it's time for Fate to enjoy the Fire Dragon Lake poison. Seeing the opponent drinking poison, Lin Lin's eyes widen. What are you doing now? Fate pouts. Even if you stare, I won't give it to you. Lin Lin's face is now pale. She can't believe someone dares to drink the Fire Dragon Lake poison. A deadly poison like it's water. Heavens! After Fate drinks it, his body starts to feel light. Oh, I can't believe the strawberry flavor. His body instantly heats up, allowing Lin Lin to laugh triumphantly. You fool, drinking Duong family's 10 poisons. It's the Duong family's 10 poisons. Even the most resilient body can't withstand it. Let yourself be burned. The Fate Path is so pleased, but Lin Lin immediately realizes why this guy's power hasn't decreased. Lin Lin looks up just as Fate returns to normal, startled and suddenly feeling a sting. Fate seems completely unaffected. On the contrary, acting completely normal. Lin Lin is panicked, extremely surprised. How is this possible? Could it be that the path has a legendary realm that can't be harmed by any poison? A body that isn't harmed by any kind of poison that could kill dozens with just a breath or a drop of blood. The realm of poisonous humans, even though I heard my ancestors say that realm really exists. Could it be you? The poisonous human doesn't let her talk much, immediately snapping her neck, sending her back to the earth. No matter what, you don't expect me to spare your life, do you? I'm not soft-hearted. Fate cracks his knuckles. Unlike the aura of poisonous love and green light, the 10 poisons of the Duong family seem to be like martial arts of Yang Kong. If it contains Yang energy, would it feel like this? Fate moves his body a bit to fully sense the Fire Dragon Lake poison. This power is actually quite okay. Having achieved his goal, Fate leaves, not forgetting to compliment Lin Lin. Thanks to you, I got something good. After taking a few steps, Fate suddenly notices something strange. It's clearly night, but why is the sun rising again? The formation is changing moment by moment. The heavens and earth are lightly shaking. The earth and stones are shifting. Fate briefly thinks the competition is over, so the formation should be dissolved. But he quickly dismisses this thought. It can't be that. Fate continues to use his body to sense the aura. 200. No more than 300 first-class martial artists are approaching here. Fate supports himself, thinking for a moment. Compared to the number of people in the family, something seems quite suspicious. It can't be that the Gai Cat family isn't aware of such a large number of people, deliberately letting them into the main formation. He immediately realizes that someone is plotting to kill and silence them. Fate is even more excited, striding toward the opponent. The training target has come to him. Not engaging would be a waste. I am the only survivor from the ancient poison battle. In a corner of the underworld, two individuals are secretly exchanging some information. The man in the hat looks worried, knowing that someone has infiltrated the formation. According to that old man, he believes there is a spy who informed them, which is why they know that location. So do you know the identities of those individuals? And how many of our forces are there? For I estimate there are about 300. Those are first-class martial artists, led by the leader of the Tai Majian sect, Mak Nyen-kyu. The man in the hat thinks to himself in shock. The 7 of the Makjian sect. Why are they coming to the Duong family's ancient poison formation? The location of the ancient poison formation is a deserted, mountainous area of the Kongdong sect. How did they know about that place? After understanding, he immediately boosted the morale and demanded to quickly rescue the children. But this all right, Master Jacat, just say what you need to say quickly. The old man stammered, this is something I completely did not wish for, but felt helpless. They have broken the formation and entered the ancient poison array already. I don't understand how they could do that. Master Jacat, we have always been confident about the formation, but once they break it, we can no longer intervene. Therefore, the situation right now is, the disciples of the Tang sect participating in the ancient poison trial need to deal with 300 members of the Tai sect by themselves. Our sword sect can only hope those disciples can pass this difficult trial. It's just a pity that Yen Ming has killed many of them, causing great loss of life. Mak Nyen Q has reached the battlefield. What the old man saw were only the lifeless bodies of his son. The person next to him told him that they had arrived at the correct location for the ancient poison trial of the Tang sect. Looking at the neck, it seems that the young master has been wounded by a poison needle. Around the scene, there were no signs of disturbance from any fierce struggles. Therefore, this must have been a stealthy attack by the enemy. The more he listened to him, the angrier Mak Nyen Q became. The old man glared into the distance. My son has been harmed by poison. How can this be? Those scoundrels from the Tang sect. Mak Nyen Q immediately ordered his subordinates to search the entire forest, determined to find the one who killed his son. If you find any signs, report back to me immediately. Those with the surname Tang in this formation, all those scoundrels if found, kill them all. After a while, two subordinates began to chat with each other. It seems the sect leader is more agitated than usual today. I wonder why he is so irritable, completely different from his usual calm demeanor. Yes, from what I see, the leader must have realized that the traitorous corpse was his son who was set up in the Tang sect and has died. That's probably why he went mad like that. Looking at the wound on the neck, it seems it was just one strike that killed him. The attacker was indeed a master, not giving the opponent any chance to fight back. One strike has sent the opponent to their death. It's terrifying. The Tang sect is indeed masters of poison and hidden weapons. Therefore, a lethal strike is nothing surprising. We also need to be careful here not to let our guard down. Especially from hidden weapons, they can be lurking anywhere. I remind you to be cautious or you might lose your life without realizing it. He eagerly replied, I understand. Just as the senior brother finished speaking, he suddenly collapsed to the ground, the cause unclear. One could guess it was due to the poison needle embedded in his neck. The whole team became alert and drew their swords. Everyone be careful. You bastard! Where are you? Show yourself quickly, don't be so cowardly and sneak attack like that. This guy still talks tough. He was emboldened by the fact that there were many people around him. However, countless poison needles suddenly appeared from the sky. They fell like a summer rain. It can't be. In just a few short seconds, the group was engulfed in poison. They all gradually lost consciousness under the artistic hands of Yenming Wanjin poison needle. I didn't expect the area damage of this technique to be so terrifying with such strength. Just one poison needle could mean death. Yenming gathered all the needles that were shot. Indeed, with the heavenly insight I can shoot out so many poison needles with the highest accuracy and also save a lot of energy when using this poison needle technique. Heavenly insight I and Wanjin poison needle are indeed a perfect combination. Alright, it seems like the enemy has moved towards the east of the main formation. We need to go check it out. The sky is getting dark. A subordinate from the reconnaissance team returned to report to Mach Non-Q Master. All the groups of martial artists sent to search have all died. What do you mean they are all dead? Yes, that's correct. According to the investigations from the subordinates, the bodies of those individuals show no external injuries. They all died just from being struck by poison needles. They used poison needles to launch a wide attack on them. The wounds are quite similar to the first body we discovered when we entered here. The Tang sect is truly terrifying. Looking at it, one can see how proficient they are in using poison and hidden weapons. Before Mach Non-Q could swallow his saliva, a series of bad news came in. The troops in the east and the west have both suffered casualties. How could this happen? They all died without a fight. He thought to himself, is this all that remains of our disciples in this formation? I can barely see 10 of them. I didn't think we had only sent people out for one watch, and yet all the subordinates are dead just from one method, being struck by poison needles from someone. This is definitely caused by someone with strength among the disciples participating in the Tang family's ancient poison trial. The situation is quite complicated right now and cannot be guessed. But it seems that it really is just one person causing this. If it were many, they would have left some clues, but I can't believe it was done by a single disciple. This could be the initial wind of the road sect, the one overseeing this competition. That guy is a real master. We came here as hunters, now we've become their prey. Lord Tianjin, all remaining forces will be under your command to deal with this scoundrel. He's hiding somewhere, gradually taking out our forces with brutal tactics. I will personally hunt him down. Yen Song took a few seconds to regain his composure. You're planning to take matters into your own hands? Yes, I can't afford to lose any more of our people so easily. Everything here is up to you. After entrusting it to Yen Song, Ma Rinshao lost his composure. There was no sound from all around the troops. Yen Song knew that there were about 2 watches left before nightfall. At that point, the situation would become even more perilous. If we don't quickly find the enemy or a place to hide, the entire army could be in danger. Oh, with the enemy's stealthy attack and ambush, it felt like we couldn't see any enemy to strike at. Now we've already lost way too many forces. In this situation, it seems like we might have to retreat to preserve our numbers and come up with another plan based on that. Yen Song issued an order for the troops to retreat in about an hour if we don't see the enemy. A voice suddenly came from the direction of the forest. Are you planning to retreat? It's not that simple. Now that you're here, you might as well stay from the branch. Yen Ming had overheard Yen Song's entire plan, making him furious. I didn't detect his presence at all. This isn't good. As soon as he realized the problem, it was already too late. The troops behind him gradually collapsed from being hit by Yen Ming's poison needles. Yen Ming quickly moved in front of Yen Song. He questioned, "You must be their leader, right? The aura from this guy is overwhelming. When did he jump down here without me noticing? This could be the one responsible for the deaths of many of our people from the start. But he looks too young. How could he be a master using hidden weapons like that?" Lost in thought, Yen Song didn't realize he was about to get a few holes in his body. Seeing Yen Ming retract his poison needles, he finally assessed the situation. This can't be a kid. This young can't have enough internal energy to do this. Only a master at the transformation stage would have enough energy to use hidden techniques like this. He's retracted all the poison needles but hasn't attacked me yet. I guess that must be a technique that consumes a lot of internal energy. So he can't use it right away. This is also an opportunity for Yen Song to counterattack. He smirked, revealing his fierce nature. Alright, kid, you've got some skills, but it all stops here. However, you look quite young and yet have such strength. It seems our Tang family doesn't recognize you. Huh? Yes, Yen Ming replied, whether you know or not, it doesn't really matter. If you're about to die, knowing a lot won't help, right? These words directly angered Yen Song. He began to flex his muscles and shouted, "You arrogant bastard. Alright, I'll show you what respect is. You'll soon wish you had died sooner." After a deep surge of power, Yen Song's clothes were torn apart by his enhanced muscles. He rushed in like a gust of wind to see who would fall first. The distance was closing in, but Yen Ming had no intention of dodging. He just smiled slightly and blocked with one hand. "If you dare to take a punch at my full strength, you're definitely dead." Yet Yen Ming showed no expression. "Is this all the power you can muster for this punch? Now you only have one more chance. If you can't do anything else, then you're definitely dead." After being injured once, one of the 9 factions destroyed by the Black Evil Alliance, Ding Xianfeng, voluntarily came under the Black Evil Alliance. Quite commendable. The master spell is a special skill. Let me improve your master spell. That was also the first day of joining the Dark Path and meeting the Alliance leader. At that time, the master spell Wind Shock, which was the main special skill of Ding Xianfeng, was improved. After observing Yen Song's attack patterns, the Alliance leader frowned in dissatisfaction, and then the Black Evil Alliance leader named it Heavenly Shock Spell. However, the master spell that the Alliance leader granted to Yen Song was blocked by Yen Ming. Even with a calm expression at this moment, Yen Ming remembered the fire dragon poison, the most terrifying heat poison of all, the breath of the fire dragon. If one could control that poisonous gas with the poisonous love light technique, if the sword energy filled with intent could cut through anything, then the poisonous gas filled with intent would seep into everything. Then Yen Ming understood the principle and unleashed his power, incinerating everything in his way, including Yen Song. Moreover, his entire body had turned to ashes. Also useful, the poisonous Kong contains heat energy. Then let's call it Heat Poison Kong. Now who else wants to be burned to death? In front of Yan Ming was the remaining troops. He said, "Anyway, I don't plan to spare anyone. Those who die first will be more comfortable." Ma Renchao, brimming with killing intent, glared at Yan Ming. "Realizing you are the one who killed my disciples, the Ding Gang leader and my son. In this world, not only will I not leave Mount Sen untouched, but I will also not leave a single fragment, not even your powdered bones." A breeze marked the beginning of the life and death battle. Ma Qianxiu and his accomplices immediately surrounded Tianmen. They reminded each other to be careful of your poisons and hidden weapons. Tianmen noticed the calmness amid the crowd's shoving. On the contrary, Ma Qianxiu was hissing cautiously. "I have lost many disciples and my power. I cannot ignore the death of my youngest child, which has caused me this much pain. To ensure that their sacrifice is not in vain, I must eliminate that person." Tianmen looked around and noticed they were setting up the Shalwan Tran, making him recall his training. Because that's when he created the Hui Tu Yen Lan Vu Tiu. This time, let's test something different. Suddenly, a cloud of smoke surrounded Tianmen, and in just a few seconds, his whole body disappeared from their crowd. The chaos created the perfect opportunity. Tianmen blended into the crowd thanks to his supersonic speed. Then he used his precious weapon to behead each one. Ma Qianxiu dropped his jaw. "What? Did I miss any of his movements? What even is he?" A few inexperienced ones rushed at Tianmen. "Little brat, you dare to kill my brothers?" He reached out for the slimy figure beside him. "I'll borrow that sword for a bit." After a single strike, their blades shattered into 100 pieces. This monster did head destroy it without even touching the sword, breaking several swords, using Jiuli. Dispersing the remains of the broken blades with Jiuli, the whirlwind began to revolve. A stream of energy rose within a certain range. If you don't control it with thought, it will be very fast. A vortex formed with the shards of swords that Tianmen created, wrapping around his body like a solid protective layer. A few recognized the name Manhwa and were astonished, but just in the next moment as the vortex and Tianmen approached, all enemies were drenched in blood. Although it couldn't reach the grandeur of Manhwa at its peak, it was sufficient against weak opponents. The name of this secret technique is called Titfian Baiyu, which sounds better. Having dealt with the flies, only the final opponent remained. Dinmen asked softly, using subordinates to wear me down. "Isn't it your turn now?" Ma Qianxiu took a stance, drawing his twin swords. "Arrogant brat, let's see how long that momentum lasts. No matter what, there's no need to fear him, as I have the Taiyat Song Jian technique and the Mak Jian Qi that Lianzhu created for me. I will crush everything without leaving a trace." Dinmen was fed up with his words, so I had to tease him. "That's the second time. Shut up for me, I will crush you." With that, Ma Qianxiu lunged at Dianmen with his Taiyat Mak Jian, executing 10 moves of not Ngoc Qian. However, what he didn't expect was that Dianmen countered all his moves with just a small knife. Moreover, he even yawned. Nianqiu decided to switch to the Am Luan Jian Vu with high ambitions. In the end, it was still him who was out of breath. Only Dianmen remained unharmed. "How could just that little sword be able to block my Taiyat Song Jian?" "Because I have some expertise in swords. I just read the flow of the sword recently using your own mental effort against you. After all, wasn't that move just now done like this?" Dianmen executed this move exactly like Ma Qianxiu did earlier. Leaving him stunned, Ma Qianxiu questioned, "How can you counter my Mak Jian Qi so easily?" "Because this sword technique is filled with killing intent. I thought just adding killing intent to the counterattack would be enough. It's not that difficult of a skill." This was like a slap in his face. Even I had to go through the process of mastering the Taiyat Song Jian technique to execute Mak Jian Qi. "And this kid says it's nothing difficult," Dianmen continued. "And I just remembered that the spy I killed a few hours ago also used this sword technique. If that's the case, are you also from the Taiyat Mak Jian sect?" "I don't know much about your sect, but as far as I know, that sect operates under the Black Talon. The leader of Black Talon is known for being a wise strategist and a genius, famous for the ability to transform any martial arts secret into a superior martial arts suited to the physique of each practitioner. Therefore, martial artists hiding from the martial world recently, whether from righteous or evil sects, are all involved with Black Talon." "What do you mean? I am extremely disappointed. Basically, isn't it true that anyone can counter that sword move if they know how to handle the killing intent hidden within the sword technique?" Looking at how the leader of Black Talon taught this martial art to you, seems he didn't have much hope in you, did he? MANHUA intended to rush in for a life and death battle with Dian Men, but your next words made him pause. A useless person like you has already tried your best in return. They'll show you a little trick to perfect this sword technique. Don't look at it and think it's too hard and get discouraged, he stammered, perfecting trick. What is he planning to do? Seeing Dian Men's blade glow as if dividing power. For martial artists who have reached a high level, the length of the sword blade is no longer an important issue in front of MANHUA. Now is the blade of destiny lengthening? Is that the sword of steel? It has become invisible, leaving him bewildered. The next second, an explosion occurred behind MANHUA at the same time. One of his ears started bleeding. MANHUA was stunned to realize that his own strength was only at an alarming level. On the contrary, the slash from destiny left a cut that stretched to the mountain's peak. Destiny sighed, "I'm still quite weak. Because this is no longer my former body, but I will gradually get stronger." He was dumbfounded in disbelief. There's no way Mac's sword chi differs from the usual sword techniques I use. This sword of steel is incredibly destructive. His swordsmanship has reached an advanced level. He handled those sword moves easily, and even showcased the might of the sword of steel that I had never seen before. MANHUA stammered. "Have you reached transformation realm?" "That's not important under Destiny's gaze." He immediately ran away to save his life in an instant. He vanished into the underbrush, but this was still within Destiny's control, he said. "Those who want to escape from me usually don't have a happy ending. Just give up already." As he spoke, he swung his sword. However, Destiny had abandoned that intention because he was originally from the Tang family. Destiny quickly sheathed his short sword and replaced it with a few iron handcuffs woven around his right fingers, ending things in the way of the Tang family. At the edge of the forest, MANHUA was running for his life. He wondered why the Tang family could nurture such a monster. A master of the transformation realm has appeared in the Tang family, a clan that is already declining. If the clan leader knew about this, he certainly wouldn't sit still. A sinister sound came from behind. A series of trees were cut down with a very clean slash. When MANHUA glanced over, he saw a few golden rings flying toward him. These small throwing weapons could slice through the trees that were advancing in this direction. Are they chasing me? Their speed is terrifying. He decided to use his sword to block. He couldn't escape this place without dealing with the throwing weapons first. There was no choice but to eliminate them all. MANHUA stopped running and directly confronted them, eager to finish this. "Damn it, do I really have to die in a place like this?" He talked big, but before the overwhelming power, he truly had no way out. A dart had pierced the sword while he was executing it, but the sword's energy didn't stop there. His face and calves were also cut in several places. However, what's noteworthy here is the remaining hidden weapon. It slid along the blade and sliced straight into the left arm of MANHUA, severing it from his body. He took this opportunity to deal with the final nuisance. After a heavy breath, he finally eliminated all the hidden weapons, paying the price of one arm. He shouted, "You think such dirty tricks can kill me? Even if I lose an arm, I have preserved my life. I can still plan my revenge in the future." That guy must have consumed a lot of internal energy when using the technique MTNHUA just now. If it goes on like this, I might be able to escape. It sounds convincing, but he didn't expect that Dian Men had appeared in front of him. "That's pretty good. At least I should give you some praise." MANHUA noticed Dian Men's attitude as he collected the hidden weapons. Even when using such a powerful and cunning move, why does he look completely unfazed? The hidden weapons spun around again, causing him to panic. The hidden weapons that had fallen to the ground were now back in action. "What in the world is this guy? I originally came from the Wudong sect, gave up everything to join the Black Tao Alliance, and made a name for myself by becoming the leader of a sinister sect. And yet I couldn't even touch a single hair of him. What kind of monster have I encountered?" After this internal reflection, MANHUA was completely finished. Dian Men retracted the hidden weapons in his hands, surveyed the situation and said, "Looks like everything is done. I was just testing the power of this technique, and it seems the results are satisfactory. If I become the young master, I will split the Tang family's guard into two teams, one using poison, the other using hidden weapons, and teach them these techniques. It seems I should leave here, but there are still issues to resolve in the future within this family." Withdrawing the dagger from the body, Dian Men engraved in his heart the elders who had oppressed his mother, and the Jacat family, Those who colluded with Deng Lin Lin to scheme against the Tang family, I will repay this favor double, even tenfold. That night, the man with the hat received bad news from the elder. Is there really no way? Sorry for the fairness. No one is allowed to intervene in the formation. I never thought things would turn out this way. The elder replied, but seeing everyone's panic, he thought silently, of course it's all lies, but I must remain silent until the job is done. After the evil sect entered the formation, they completely sealed off the way out. Perhaps no one will survive to come out of there. All the Tang clan could do was suppress the evil martial artists guarding outside the formation. After the interrogation, the identities of those inside were confirmed: the Tai Atma Kim sect, Mak Nguyen Kyo, and the leader of Tianchan Bang Din Jian, because there were about 300 martial artists there, so even if he is that strong number 28, it would be hard for him to survive. It's truly a pity for his strength, but you have interfered too much in the plans of our Jiakat family. After some consideration, the elder told the candidates participating in the poisonous battle that they are also the future of the Tang family. However, just as he was speaking, the elder had to pause due to the shocked expressions of the kids. Driven by curiosity, he glanced over and discovered that emerging from the water gap was Dain Min. Coming out was Dain Min. It seems that it's really him. He won't be defeated so easily. Lu Li hugged him, asking if he was okay. I told you, until the competition is over, only you guys can punch me in the nose. At that moment, only the lingering shock of the elder remained. Who exactly is he? Jiakat Thuong Tan was shocked at this moment. This is impossible. What did that group of over 300 evil sect people do? And what about Mak Nguyen Kyo and Din Din? How could they not handle a kid? Suddenly, Dain Min glanced over, causing Jiakat Thuong Tan to feel a chill of fear. At that moment, Dung Tin rushed over and waved to Dain Min. He breathed a sigh of relief. As for Jiakat Thuong Tan, he trembled in panic. No matter how you think about it, it's an unbelievable scene back then, and even now, how could he have possibly cut through 7 illusory formations? Including the 7 illusory formations, that's the family's ultimate formation. Until the world of formations was further established for the poisonous battle, it was no different from an 8-layered prison. Could also capture even peak experts. And yet that kid managed to cut through the entire world of formations like that. Could it be that this kid's level unexpectedly faced Dain Min? Jiakat Thuong Tan coughed involuntarily. Meanwhile, Dain Min glared full of determination, although he wanted to hit that old man immediately, but until he becomes the young master, he shouldn't let himself be caught on such trivial mistakes. After that, Dain Min went to meet Dung Vien Tran. He smiled. Number 28, no, Dung Dain Min, you are safe and sound, so I have to lower myself to pay my respects. I must have worried you. The martial artist Vien Tran and Dain Min's target must first start with the old men within the Tan family. Yen Chan saw destiny and gratefully said, thank goodness you're okay. But what happened in there? What about the others? Suddenly the ground shook, causing Destiny's group to panic. What's happening? An earthquake. The subordinates were also bewildered. Look over there, there is a crack. Light is pouring through those cracks. At this moment, Jiakat Thuong Tan was in a panic. All the formations, including the 7 illusion formations, have been broken. The energy is surging and bursting forth. What is this? There's something in the debris. Is this what happened inside the formation? Destiny said sternly, like a martial artist who had witnessed it. Up until now, these things have happened. Some of the Tan family's subordinates reported anxiously. There are some outfits that are different, but most are from the Tai Yemo Jian sect. It's true that Mak Nan Kyo led people to Dong Dong Mountain. Hearing this, Tan Yen Chan couldn't believe it. Does that mean this kid really defeated all those people by himself? That's unreasonable. I could barely handle over 30 of them myself. Suddenly, a voice called out, the team leader is over there. It was the twin swords strapped to his back. From the appearance, it must be Mak Nan Kyo. At this moment, Yen Chan was truly shocked. Even Mak Nan Kyo couldn't be an opponent. At that moment, Destiny stepped forward and said, it's just about numbers, it doesn't mean they're a tough opponent. This left Yen Chan astonished. Indeed, Tan Destiny, this kid has surpassed level of a minor family head. One person questioned hundreds of people, and he dealt with them all by himself. Moreover, if it's the Tai Yemo Jian sect, that's a well-known evil faction in Sichuan. That's definitely above the standard of how Koi try to. But the minor family head belonged to that guy from the beginning. Hearing this, Tan Vantone felt hatred for that bastard who crippled others to become stronger himself. How could someone like him get so strong? Tan Duyanmen, a waste, who couldn't practice martial arts and was just beaten, dared to suddenly. The voice of Yen Chan boomed loudly. The competition has ended, and the final winner is number 28. Tan Duyanmen, if anyone wants to contest the results, step forward. Vantone was unwilling at that moment. What I could do now, Yen Chan shouted back. No one is contesting, right? If not, everything has been very fair. People announced the competition was over. The protection team immediately assembled in front. Tang Duyanmen is the winner of the competition. Seeing the strong force in front, Datone and Lammy cheered excitedly. There are so many protection team warriors. The feeling of being overwhelmed is truly terrible after about 15 rounds. Stepping onto the path of decline at this moment, Veen Chan spoke seriously. Our guardian team will honor the fated one, the ultimate winner of the competition. The new master will lead the way for the revival of our lineage, becoming the young head of our family. The guardian team of 82 members, aside from Dung Veen Chan, came to greet the new young master of the Dung family in Sichuan. They greeted the young master. The scene of the guardian team respectfully saluting made Lammy and Datone both admire. Having just become the young master, and yet the treatment is already so different. But do we also have to treat the fated one with respect now? Luli shook his head in response. I don't know, at an age under 20 to have such martial power. If they grow any further, they might surpass Sichuan, which has become the domain of evil, and regain the honor of the noble families once again. At that moment, Duyanmen called out loudly. I know what you all want, and it won't take long to achieve it. Trust and have faith in me. This left the 82 members of the guardian team surprisingly moved. A promise that seemed to read our thoughts. The weight of that promise solidified their position in our hearts. This person is indeed the true young master of the Dung family. We will listen to the young master, the winner of the competition. Duyanmen smiled with a satisfaction, ready to return to the family. But Van Tuan still didn't understand. Why is it only you who takes everything? I will definitely take revenge. Even if I have to sell my soul to the devil, I will make you fall. After the Dung family left, Subak appeared and asked, have they left already? I heard the report and yawned immediately, rushing over. Suddenly, someone called out loudly, Subak, why are you going alone? Now that you've reached the transformation stage, you need to show some seriousness. Subak replied closely. So you didn't feel anything, Huin Thieu? Can't you see this left him confused? Don't play tricks, Subak. Can you sleep in a place filled with corpses like this? As disciples, we would also change places. The surprising thing was that over 300 people had been killed. This is called even a rotten fish is still herring. Indeed, this family was once called the best in Sichuan. I know the number of Dung family members living at Kungdong Mountain isn't even 100. Even Subak felt this was truly strange. Kungdong Mountain is the territory of our sect. If this happened, at least someone should have informed our sect. Huin Thieu responded. Subak means they intentionally avoided us and moved here. Actions, we are not an evil sect. There's no reason for them to avoid us. Moreover, the Dung family even sent resources to rent Kungdong Mountain as the venue for the ancient competition. What are they hiding? Yes. Subak frowned and replied, I don't know about that. Anyway, I didn't expect the hidden weapon techniques of the Dung family to be this terrifying. Killing so many people all alone. Huin Thieu suddenly pondered. Yes, that's indeed astonishing. Alone and suddenly panicked. Wait, are you saying all the corpses here were killed by one person? Subak was very certain about that. You can't deceive the eyes of Subak. Most of them only have marks from the same kind of sharp hidden weapon. Since there are no hidden weapons found, it's certain that the person has reached the level of freely launching and retrieving them. Looking at those who couldn't even draw their weapons, most of them might have been killed in Wamzero. How could there be so many martial artists reaching this level? I have to meet this person in Sichuan. Yes, hearing Subak say that, Huin Thieu was taken aback. Yes, going to Sichuan, that won't do. If we run into Hakdalin on the way, before finishing, Subak confidently interrupted. Have you forgotten that I, Subak, have reached the transformation stage? Escaping alone isn't difficult, so don't worry, I didn't mean that. Subak. Is that man with the surname Liu going to randomly cause trouble for me? By this point, Huin Thu sighed. The stubbornness of Subak reminded him of someone. First, let's return to our sect. Don't we need to report to the master? Subak smiled and replied, all right, let's go back. Currently, Hakdalin is to the south of Kungdong Ma Zao in the west. For the Kungdong sect, it is a situation of being isolated. Subak probably wanted to find the expert from the Dung family, the one who caused this tragedy, to confirm their martial prowess. The circumstances of the Dung family are no different from our Kungdong sect. It must be intended for the Dung family to confront Hakdalin. Huin Thu kept pondering like this. He wondered if everything would go according to Subak's plan. Hopefully, it won't require the use of the exorcism sword technique to change the situation. A voice whispered, Elder Ba, the Guardian team has brought the participants back at this moment. He didn't expect it to end earlier than anticipated. It also aligns with the strength of that child Lin Lin. Along with Hoa Long Ho, it's one of the top 10 poisons. So it wasn't hard to win the competition. But suddenly a voice from outside added, however, elder among the children who returned the young lady is missing. Which left Elder Ba astonished. Something else the two guards at the gate couldn't help but wonder. Who will win this competition? After all, the disciple of Elder Dung Hakdalin is quite promising. There's also the elder's granddaughter. I heard that after her face was ruined, she trained ruthlessly. Either way, it would be lucky if she returns whole. Just as they finished speaking, they saw a group up ahead. The Tang family's martial attire, and isn't that the protection team? So that means the participants of the competition have returned. At this moment, the crowd gathered. There was buzzing. Has the competition really ended after all these years? That's right, time flies so fast. Who won? Who knows? Anyway, who is that boy? It's the first time Eve's seen him. Look at those girls. Their eyes are about to pop out. Suddenly, someone in the crowd shouted loudly, Tsuni. My Tsuni, where are you? Tsuni, thank goodness I heard a few of them died. That deputy manager is young Master Jing. His face looks bright and clean, I wonder. Before he could finish, he was interrupted by the deputy manager. We don't know, don't get your hopes up. Over there, Minghuan. There, Xiaoyong, thank goodness you're safe nearby. There were still people crying. Didn't see Shiling anywhere. Our Ming is the same. At this moment, Yan Ming had observed everything. Are they the parents of the children who died in the competition? Perhaps my mother is worried about me too. What if I go home and she doesn't recognize me? That bewildered look is really intriguing. Suddenly, Lu Li called out, Yan Ming, over there, the general manager is coming. I see someone wearing glasses. It must be my dad. Hearing this, Yan Ming smirked. What's this? Already asking me to pay attention to your father? Lu Li laughed loudly. Yeah, if you've caught the golden thread, you naturally have to hold on to it. Very straightforward. I'm just saying that my dad actually has real abilities. It's just that, until now, he hasn't used his connections. So he still hasn't been promoted in the family. That's why he's still only doing menial work. Yan Ming thought seriously. In my opinion, that's not bad. Those connected with the elders might obstruct me when I gain real power. So from now on, I should build my own power. And I also need to find out about Mei Li and Yituan. Yituan is related to the medicine king Tang. As for Mei Li, at that moment, Tang Chi, the third general manager, came to greet everyone who had worked hard. The protection team and the Jiakat family too. Jiakat Shangshin respectfully said, it's been a long time since seeing General Manager Tang. Has he been well? At this moment, Tang Chi suddenly laughed heartily. He's still the same as before. I won't forget that the Jia family worked hard for our family. Jiakat Tung Tun fearfully replied, we can only help with what we can. Finishing his words, Dung Koi III stepped forward and patted his shoulder. Thanks to Jiakat Jia's unbeatable formation, the 7 fragmented illusion formation was so secure. That's why I felt reassured for the Hao Koichi too to participate in the competition. Jiakat Tung Tun responded confusedly, that's right. But inside, he thought differently. It has been broken. After that, Deng Koi 3 laughed loudly and said the elders are waiting. So, let's head to the Elder Institute. The protection team should disperse and rest after years of missions and guarding. You must be very tired. Suddenly, Vin Chun spoke up. Sorry, but we are not going to the Elder Institute. His firm words confused the others. You are Deng Vin Chun. I'm currently acting as the temporary team leader of the protection team. At this moment, Deng Koi 3 asked seriously. Alright, Deng Vin Chun, did I hear you wrong? You said you're not going to the Elder Institute. Vin Chun immediately replied, as far as I know, the one responsible for the competition is Dien. Going to Dien instead of the Elder Institute is the correct principle, isn't it? What are you saying? Deng Koi 3 began to shout. A young team leader dares to talk about principles in front of the steward. Me? Disperse immediately. If not, I will punish you for disobeying orders. Hearing this, Vin Chun was a bit frightened. Disobeying orders means not opposing the elders, right? Although I had anticipated it, I didn't expect it to go this far. Just then, Dien Men suddenly stepped forward. Disobeying orders. In our family, is there someone with a higher authority than the commands of the young family head? The startled Koi 3, who are you again? You are the winner of the young family head competition, Deng Dien Men. Switching scenes, 3 elders were angrily shouting. What are you talking about now? Did I hear wrong, steward? Who is the winner of the competition? Koi 3 stammered. As mentioned, the winner of the Little Master competition is Tang Yenming. This made the 3 elders furious, shouting, no way. Meanwhile, in Sichuan, the Grand Elder Tang Jizhong was astonished. How did that name manage to surpass Ling Ling? Not even a hint of fire dragon poison is left. Could it be unusable? Does this mean that Kalen, my disciple, was defeated by that kid Tang Yenming? A talent with both aptitude and effort that I recognize. I fully believe the next Little Master position will be his. Before the competition, I thought that kid surely couldn't surpass Kalen. Could it be that the gap has closed in 3 years? Can't be, he must have used some trick. The 2 elders Tang Mingjin also spoke up, saying that the matter during the poison duel had been decided to be overlooked. But shouldn't we know the truth? The 4th elder Tang Chi Long shouted loudly. How could the son of the poison phoenix surpass all potential candidates and become the winner? If we all inquire together, won't he have to answer? Tang Jizhong agreed and immediately asked, where is Tang Yenming? Chief Manager, I thought you had gone to inform the Elder Council. That matter can only be ordered by the Master to the Little Master. Even if the Master is vacant, the Elder Council can't issue orders instead. So are you still insisting on framing charges of disobedience? Chi 3 felt guilty and shouted, you are still not officially recognized as the Little Master. What right does the son of the Poison Phoenix have to be the winner? If someone with grievances against the elders becomes Little Master, then my position is also in danger. If you ruin the mood of the elders. Before the kid could finish, Yenming was already furious. Enough, the source of power immediately suppressed Chi 3's authoritative ego. What kind of unreasonable internal energy is this? Now if I make that kid angry, I will die. Yenming brushed past Chi 3, mocking the mood of those old men. We're going to the Dark Poison Palace, which is responsible for the competition. By the rules passed, the message the competition has ended, your time is up. Hearing this, Chi 3 couldn't help but tremble immediately, reporting back to the elders. He said the elders should come in person, which astonished them. Did he really say that? Chi 3 quickly replied, yes, he did. How could I dare to say such words? Suddenly, the 3 elders slammed their fists on the table. That snot-nosed kid dares to come here. Even the Poison Phoenix must be cautious in front of us. But Tang Zizhong said, very well. He is still not officially recognized as the Little Master. Just based on his attitude, that's enough to disqualify him. First, let's go to the Dark Poison Palace, as he said. We need to see his face. The valiant force was waiting outside. Listen up. Right now, get ready to head to the Shadow Poison team and move out. According to the Elder, Lady Long is in charge. You are summoned, lead the Shadow Breaking team in, follow orders. That insolent name dares to challenge the authority of Elder Viet. Let him see the harsh reality of who the master of the Duong family is. Scene change. The Dark King is not to be underestimated. Suddenly confused? What, you really won the minor family head competition? Yan Ming replied, yes, that's true. Although I felt extraordinary when I was young, my momentum is even stronger now compared to then. My sister will surely be very happy. Just then, Duong Chi-Catch appeared. He couldn't help but be shocked. You won the competition? You really think you would win the competition? Deng Dien Min Tan repeated what Chi-Catch had said back then. Just surviving is already lucky. The price for having crippled Van Tuan, my son, after the competition ends, you and your mother must bear. Who knows, it might not even take 4 years. He said that as he said, it hasn't even been 4 years, but now that price cannot be forced upon us anymore. From now on, I hope you will be careful with your words when at Duong family. Otherwise, I fear your son's remaining arm will also be crippled. Duong Tik Kui was also surprised. So that's what they've been waiting for here. Meanwhile, outside, Vien Tran suddenly remembered when Koi was confused. You are Duong Dien Min, right? You are the son of Dak Feng. Vien Tran was still puzzled the name Dak Feng. Dien Min also wanted to say something, but after handling everything, it was too late to ask. Since Dien Min said that, Vien Tran was even more confused. Really, the son of that person? Then the blood feud with Ma Kuang Tien broke out because Ma Kuang Tien targeted Dak Feng, the previous master. Thanks to the fighters of Duong family fighting bravely, the situation was evenly matched. The battle was very intense. Hasn't it ended yet? That is the head of the family. The resistance of Duong family is indeed beyond expectations. Release everything. They do not care about the poison techniques we use and are not afraid of death. Rushing in to deal with Ma Kuang Tien's terrifying attack, we had requested the elders' support. If we are wiped out, then the family will inevitably face annihilation, right? But it was not approved. At least if they sent their own martial force, the damage could have been reduced. But they shamelessly blame everything on Dak Feng. After the battle ended, we almost had our family destroyed because of you. It would have been better to just hand you over to Ma Kuang Tien to avoid the damage. Vien Chun thought to himself, I can't go to the front lines. Even though it was frustrating, I accepted being stripped of my position as the young master, all to protect the little master inside here. That is indeed something I hadn't thought of then. Vien Chun said to the security team, I believe you have recognized who the current master is, the son of that person. That day we couldn't fulfill our responsibility. Now we have another chance to make amends. This time suddenly a loud voice interrupted, startling Vien Chun. This voice came while Tik Kui was whispering to Dien Nguyen, and he just clicked his tongue knowing it was outside. At this time the 3 elders had arrived at the Poison Shadow Hall. The guard team, are you planning to go against the Elder Council? Where is Duong Dien Nguyen? Jen couldn't help but be startled, thinking to himself that just as the young master predicted, all the elders had shown up. Although I didn't expect them to mobilize their own forces. It was because their own positions were threatened. Why is there no response? The 3 elders were getting more and more frustrated. Can't you hear what I'm saying? Quickly called Duong Dien Nguyen. Just after he finished speaking, Dien Nguyen's voice rang out. No need for trouble, I'm here. You Tik Kui couldn't help but be stunned. The 3 elders along with the other elders, is the entire Elder Council really here? The 3 elders now spoke authoritatively. Do you think the position that the master will lead the whole family into the future can be taken without our permission? Dien Nguyen confidently replied, I have proven my qualifications by winning the competition and am in the process of completing the procedures at the Poison Shadow Hall, which is responsible for the competition, to confirm fairness. Is there anything else to say? This made the 3 elders glare in anger. What? The other elders spoke up, scolding. What a wicked nature, just as I had heard. How could you speak like that to the elders of the family? At this moment Nguyen Dien also cautiously reminded the young master. The 3 elders suddenly shouted. If you want to live, you must honestly reveal what happened inside the ancient poison war. But Dien Nguyen responded very calmly. I heard that the competition is a secret matter, and it seems the weight of family rules is lighter than I thought. Or do the elders think I gained benefits unjustly? This made the 3 elders furious. On the way here I heard everything. The Taimajin sect, Emongwin Kyo, and over 300 left faction members intervened. Due to external interference, it cannot be claimed that the competition was fair. Dain Gwyn then mentioned that Duong Koklan and Duong Linlin had killed the other participants, and he only killed the two of them to end the competition. The interference of those guys was after the competition ended, so the issue of fairness arises. Hearing this, the three elders were confused. What are you rambling about now? Who killed whom? Dain Gwyn replied, if you find it hard to believe, then go to Kongdong Mountain and check. If the Kongdong sect hasn't cleared the bodies, they must still be lying there. This made the three elders so furious that their faces turned purple, their ears deafened, unable to control their mouths anymore. The three elders immediately unleashed their attacks, leaving Tichhui and Yuanjin gaping in shock. A terrifying force hit the so-called guard team. This was all brought upon yourself. Then Dain Gwyn mocked, is it so hard to believe? Your granddaughter has died. The grand elder was astonished, thinking, impossible, can he really withstand my ghost-killing poison master? It's an attack that can deprive the opponent of both sight and hearing. But why? Why could he block it so easily? And the grand elder was terrified by his thoughts. Could it be that his internal energy is even stronger than mine? Someone who has cultivated martial arts for several decades? No way. The grand elder angrily shouted, you dare to make a fool out of me. Dain Gwyn calmly took out a strange vial from his person. After seeing the vial, the grand elder asked in astonishment, what is that? Can you? Dain Gwyn leisurely held the vial in front of him and asked, so, do you recognize this? Old man, you look so bewildered. Dain Gwyn dropped the vial and casually said, the poison vial you gave to your granddaughter has now appeared in my hands. As soon as the vial hit the ground, it exploded. The grand elder was astonished and couldn't dodge. Dain Gwyn uninterestingly continued, if it was just a simple poison, I could consider letting it go. But the 10 poisons is another matter. A member of the guard team panicked and asked, the 10 poisons, young master, is it in that vial? Dain Gwyn replied calmly, exactly, that is the fire dragon lake poison. The guard team was astonished and shouted loudly, fire dragon lake poison, no wonder. When that vial ignited, I felt an extremely strong heat. But isn't the grand elder the one managing the 10 poisons? The grand elder, hearing those words, was horrified and muttered to himself, impossible. Dain Gwyn gently spoke, I have a question for the guard team. Is the value of the Duong family's 10 poisons now so cheap that a person can use it for personal gain? Absolutely not. As far as I know, the Duong family's 10 poisons are so dangerous that even martial artists who reach the transformation level of the Duong family find it hard to be allowed access. The captain of the guard team replied, because the preparation method has been passed down 7 generations, the amount of 10 poisons left is not much, so its value is even more precious. In the Duong family, the 10 poisons are more valuable than all other treasures. Therefore, if found using the 10 poisons for personal gain, it would be punishable by death. The 2 elders were shocked upon hearing this, and Envoy Bak angrily spoke up. What? Do you dare to demand the execution of an elder of the Duong sect? On what basis do you intend to act recklessly? Dain Gwyn coldly asked, is that so? Then as I see it, even if you're an elder of the Duong sect, you cannot go against the family rules, right? Even so, this is also good for you. At least you can reunite with your granddaughter in the afterlife. And you rotten elders of the Duong sect. Upon hearing this, the elders were so furious they rolled their eyes. Dain Gwyn continued, what qualifications do you have to judge this young master? Only I myself have the right to decide my status. The smart one panicked and thought, oh my god, he's gone crazy. Who could confidently stand in front of the elders and say that the fate of the Duong family could change from here? The grand elder angrily said, you dare. He glanced back and shouted, what are you doing? He has killed an elder of the Tang clan. He has committed a serious crime. Hurry and capture him for me. Meanwhile, men calmly spoke up. Elder Tang Tik Trung, do you know your disciple is causing trouble for the Tang clan? The elder was astonished and said, what nonsense are you talking about? Dain Gwyn asked in confusion, you really don't know. The thing is, he is a spy for the Atma Keem faction. The elder in panic asked, What are you saying? That's ridiculous. Are you trying to humiliate me? Dain Gwyn said seriously. I witnessed the Tai Atma Kim faction infiltrating the competition's battle area, the elder frustrated shouted. So you mean Kok Lan has a secret relationship with them? Where's the evidence? Dain Gwyn replied casually, just wait, I'll present the evidence right here. The three elders looked at the person behind him trembling and said, You are the son of the deputy manager, right? Why are you here? Ching Jit spoke slowly. I'm the only witness who can prove your disciple is a traitor. He took off his shirt, his body covered in wounds. Ching Jit continued, these scars are from the fight with Duong Kok Lan before meeting Dain Gwyn at Ko Dok Chien. Just looking at them, you can tell these scars weren't caused by poison or hidden weapons. He used some very unusual sword techniques. At the time, I didn't know what they were, but I think what he used was probably the twin sword dance technique. The elder leader, sweating profusely and panicked, said, That's just your guess. Subak quickly said, It's not a guess, elder leader. I've seen sect leader Mak Non Kuhan use sword techniques from afar. Most people attacked by him were cut to pieces, but the wounds on the relatively intact bodies look very similar to those on this young man. Ching Jit agreed. Exactly. Besides, before killing me, he even admitted he was a traitor and revealed his name as Mak Non Kok. The elders around Duong whispered among themselves. Mak Non Kok, that name sounds just like the illegitimate child that the elder abandoned. Doesn't it? You mean the kid rumored to be born from a maid? If that's the case, everyone suddenly fell silent. The elder leader's eyes widened in fear. Dain Min spoke up. I thought about asking you to be a witness, but I never expected you'd come forward yourself to accuse him like this. Ching Jit smiled and said, I had to repay you for saving my life. Dain Min smiled. Thank you, because of you, everything's clear now. The elder leader stood frozen, horrified, wondering, is Kok Lan really a traitor? No, that doesn't matter now. If things keep going like this, even I won't be safe. The elder leader angrily said, Order, quickly arrest him. Wait, and the BA Long team, what are you doing? Don't you plan to avenge the three elders? Stop just standing there staring at each other. Dain Min walked over from a distance and said, Don't act rashly now. We already have the evidence. His actions are truly shameful. Old man, don't you see your case is no different from the three elders? Earlier you pretended not to know, didn't you? Your crime isn't light if Duong Kok Lan becomes the young master and Duong Ra falls into the hands of the Atmic sword sect. Do you intend to say you knew nothing, and then erase all your sins and accept your punishment, right? The elder leader shouted in panic. Young master, wait! Dain Min launched an attack. The elder leader's shoulder was injured full zero. Dain Min shouted, Elder leader, you are charged with harboring and supporting a traitor. Originally I intended to destroy your dantian and abolish your martial arts. But since there's no evidence of internal communication with the Tai sword sect, the punishment will stop here. The elder, clutching his injured hand, said, Thank you, young master, you're really generous. He thought to himself, his attack speed is terrifying. My eyes can't even keep up. He truly has exceptional swordsmanship. But he didn't notice that I released invisible poison gas into the air. The Tang family's top 10 poisons include the invisible poison. As its name suggests, the opponent won't know they're poisoned until symptoms show up on their body. The elder thought further. Although its toxicity is slightly weaker than the original Tang family invisible poison. This is my own version, which I've been researching for over half my life. No matter what level you're at, you won't be able to resist this invisible poison. Dain Min stood silently watching him. The elder cruelly thought, even in death you won't know what killed you. The elder slumped to the ground, clutching his severed shoulder, silent. The other elders and their men stared at Dain Min in shock, his cold gaze fixed on them. The elder angrily thought, this guy is too troublesome. Could it be that his other arm is about to say goodbye too? The arm fell down. Subak exclaimed loudly, What? What's he doing now? Didn't you say you'd go easy on him, breaking your word like that? Do you really think you deserve to be the young master of the Tang sect? Min Tan shouted urgently. Wait, Subak also asked anxiously, what is that? The severed hand of the elder was bleeding next to him. Is that poison? Dain Min coldly stepped closer and said, "Your elder is trying to secretly poison me under the pretense of stopping the bleeding." Dain Min sneered. "What a shameless act," the elder stammered in panic. "Young master, please." Dain Min channeled his inner power and said, "Elder Tang Tiktrung, you are accused of trying to destroy the family by assassinating the young master." Min coldly declared, "This will be considered treason against the family and punished by death." The elder's tears streamed down filled with regret, but it was too late. Dain Min stood silently over the elder lying on the ground and continued coldly, "The country has its laws and the family has its rules. This time you dared to violate the family's code. If you break the family rules again, I will punish you directly. The Tang family is declining and could collapse at any moment, so I have to find a way to turn things around. One thing I can promise everyone here, Tang family members will no longer face threats from the left faction or the demonic cult. I will help everyone live safely here in Sichuan. What do you all think?" I'm asking those present here, not the elders. Dain Min seriously said, "Do you all recognize me as the young master of the Tang family?" From inside Tang Chi Tuesday residence a voice echoed. "What?" Chi Tuesday said anxiously. "Calm down and speak slowly." The servant of the previous family head crying as he spoke said, "Dain Min really has?" Chi Tuesday, unable to believe her ears, asked in shock. "Did the young master win that battle?" Chi Tuesday husband answered, "Not only that, he also judged the elders' qualifications and made promises for the family's future. I still can't forget how emotional that moment was. Everyone present at the Dark Poison Hall at that time." He recalled the scene of everyone kneeling on one knee acknowledging Dain Min. He stood among them strong and silent, looking at everyone. The servant continued, "All recognize the young master as the future leader of the Tang sect. He has truly become an outstanding person. Moreover, his demeanor is exactly like the family head in his youth." Chi Tuesday was overjoyed, tears in her eyes, thinking, "Our Dain Min, my husband. If only he were alive to hear this news, how wonderful that would be." Chi Tuesday said to the other person, "Can you tell me what happened?" The servant of the previous family head replied, "Yes, I can tell you as many times as you want." Chi Tuesday was happy, thinking if he were alive, she would truly be happy. Returning to Dain Min's place, he pondered, "I want to run to my mother and tell her I'm alive. I've already made some progress for now." But someone from Min called out, "Young master." Dain Min seriously thought, "There's a mountain of work to handle." The person continued, "By order of the young master, future events and agendas will be held at the Dark Poison Hall. Decisions on important matters require the young master's approval." Dain Min kept thinking, first, the real power of the family, which was in the elders' hands, has now been transferred to the Dark Poison Hall. The elders looked very displeased, but no one voiced their discontent. Seeing everyone silent for too long, Elder 5 spoke up. "I know the young master is outstanding, but you lack experience. The responsibility to make family decisions could be postponed until you're fully mature. Okay?" Dain Min thought silently. Elder 5 is the only one who voiced concern. So he spoke up. Elder 5 said, "That's reasonable." Dain Min thought to himself, "They probably don't want to lose their power. Using my age and lack of experience as an excuse." Dain Min continued, "The person who will represent the family will be decided later." Elder 5 thought in surprise. Always obedient, Dain Min ignored the elder's expressions and continued, "If there's nothing else to discuss, we will end the agenda. Regarding the power transfer here." Dain Min thought, although things may not go as planned, the investigation proved the shady dealings of the 3 elders with the Fire Dragon Lake poison were real. People began to doubt the elders' ability to manage. The management of the 10 poisons also became the responsibility of the Dark Poison Hall. The elders lost most of their power and were left only with their own armed forces. "I'm not particularly concerned about that," Dain Min said, as he held the report. "The armed teams will still be managed by the elders as they are now. However, from now on, all costs to maintain those armed teams must be paid by the elders themselves." The elders were shocked as they heard Dain Min say this. Dain Min didn't care about their expressions and continued, "If there is any budget allocated to them through the deputy chief, eliminated. The Vanguard and BA Long teams no longer had any elders managing them. Those two armed teams would be merged, called the Guard team, and assigned to the Dark Poison Hall. Their duties would also change. At the same time, their pay, which they used to receive under the elders, would be adjusted to match the pay of regular guards. Many people expressed dissatisfaction with this. Forget about the privileges you've had so far. If you don't want to be kicked out, you'd better do your job well. Neglecting your duties for pointless reasons. Anyone who causes trouble with the current mercenary fighters will be severely punished. Silencing you won't be a problem. Time flew by like a dog running in the field. A few days later, the elders respectfully said, "Young master, you called for us." Dain Min turned his back on them and snorted coldly. Elder Min Tan thought silently, could force and status really change the elders? And explaining the circumstances of the battles in the ancient poison contest to the elders had now become pointless. No one knew about my violations or the Jia Cat family's actions in that ancient poison battle. Yet they still praised the young master wholeheartedly for that victory. Now even saying one wrong word here risks their anger. Regarding this, Dain Min spoke calmly. "I've been busy these past few days and haven't paid much attention to everyone. I also have a question, so I wonder silently, is this the number 28 I saw earlier?" Dain Min casually asked, "Why are you so surprised?" "Because of this outfit, my subordinates had trouble convincing me to dress appropriately for my position. The family heads outside say it really suits you, but deep down they're not satisfied. They think you haven't truly become the family head yet, but you talk just like one." Dain Min smiled and said, "Thanks." Jia Cat Thuong Tan nervously asked, "Do you have something you want to ask?" Dain Min asked. "From what I've heard, the Jia Cat family's battle formations are outstanding, right? I heard if an uninvited guest steps inside, they'll be lost forever. I think what I experienced was a little different. I wish we could set up those formations here to stop those evil people from reaching the exit." Shangshin said in panic. "I'm sorry, but the family's formation can't be set up without the head of the clan's permission. To establish the formation, valuable heirlooms passed down through the family are needed. Besides, some mages are required to maintain the formation. But we simply don't have enough resources." Yan Ming angrily used his power to strike those Shangshin had brought in. Shangshin continued fearfully, "So about setting up the formation?" He turned around scared and shouted loudly, "What kind of young master is this?" Yan Ming said coldly, "I already know you made a deal with Duong Lin Lin. Even though Duong Ra was able to stop the invasion of the Tai Atmak sword sect in the end, it failed. Do you think he'll pretend not to know and just let it slide? I won't say much. Set up a formation like the one at the Jej family in the inner courtyard of Duong Ra. If you can do that, I'll let this matter go." Shangshin was too scared to say anything. Yan Ming asked again, "What do you think of my proposal?" "Still pretending you don't know? Have you heard about the family rules? Revenge times 10? That's the Duong family rule. That's why the elders have to die by my hand. I'm counting to 3. If I don't get a positive answer, I'll go to Jej family myself and make Shangshin take responsibility for this." Shangshin stood silently, too scared to speak. Yan Ming said coldly, "Just imagine what happens next." Silence inside, counting 1, 2. Shangshin shouted loudly, "I will do it. I will." "So please." Yan Ming smiled and said, "Good. Hurry up and get the work started." Another day passed. Yan Ming spoke. "I wanted to call everyone earlier, but there was more to handle. I thought it best to call you two this late." Lami asked nervously, "Why did you call us here, sir?" Young Master Yan Ming laughed loudly. "Oh my, why so formal? Relax like before." Lu Li asked in surprise, "Is that really okay?" "If that's possible, no one would hold back about anything." Lying back on the table, Yan Ming sighed. "Oh man, this is so relaxing. These guys change their attitude so fast." Lu Li asked, "But why did you call us here?" Yan Ming answered, "Not long ago, Lu Li, I appointed your father as the chief manager of Duong Di Tuan." Lami yelled in shock. "What?" Yan Ming continued, "You said your father's abilities are outstanding. If we have talent in hand, we have to use it properly." Lu Li was surprised by his words. She asked, "Is this really your true power as young master?" I said that, but does everyone really agree with that? I'm sure many people oppose this. Yan Ming smiled and said, it's not hard to silence some opposition gossip. But if what you said isn't accurate, then bring it on. If he keeps bragging about his connection to me, neglects his work, or secretly does shady things. While speaking, Ming gestured to take care of it. Lu Li quickly objected. No way, my father is not that kind of person. Yan Ming laughed. All right then, I confirm your father is very suitable for the chief manager role? Lu Li was so happy she almost cried. Thank you, Yan Ming thought silently, if that's the expression Lu Li's father showed. He recalled the day before Lu Li's father happily cried and said, since you've entrusted me with such an important responsibility, I will do my best to ensure the safety and prosperity of the Duong family. Speaking of security, I remember once working under the chief manager. At that time, the chief manager only cared about his own safety. As for Ming, he thought there was nothing to worry about. Yan Ming said, now it's your turn, both of you. Tell me your stories, that's why I called you here. If there are talented people who refuse to cooperate with the elders and are therefore ostracized, I will protect them with my power. We can't just let those close to the elders run wild, right? Lamai hesitated and said, I really don't know anyone I can talk about. Yan Ming asked, what about you? You used to be involved with some people at Duok Vong Duong, right? What's that place like? Di Tuan was silent, clenching his fists, and said, honestly, I'm worried about whether I should talk about Duok Vong Duong. Because it's related to you. Yan Ming asked in surprise. Me? Di Tuan continued. To be precise, it's related to what happened to your father. The person involved in poisoning your father is Duok Vong Duong. Lamai asked in panic. Hey, did I hear that wrong? Duok Vong Duong. Lu Li angrily slammed the table and said, how dare he lay a hand on young master's family. Cut off his head immediately. Yan Ming raised his hand to stop her and said, keep telling me more. Di Tuan continued. Duok Vong Duong in Bo Ra is such a closed place that even the breath of the elders can't reach it. It specializes in researching medicine and poisons. Duok Vong Duong supports itself financially through medical services and trading herbs. Duong Ra was able to survive even after the Ma Kuang Tien Chu incident. Thanks to Duok Vong Duong, because about 90 of Duong Ra's maintenance costs came from Duok Vong Duong's business. The leader of Duok Vong Duong back then was my great-grandfather. Lamai asked in shock. For some reason he lost his position, right? Di Tuan replied, yes. Lamai also knew about that. When my grandfather was the sect leader, people came to visit him every day. Din Men's father, Deng Weilong, whose real name is Ha Weilong, that's Din Men's dad. After the invasion by Ma Kuang Tien, more and more people expressed anger towards Dak Feng. Din Men's father always stood up to defend Dak Feng and fought against the traffickers. However, he was just an ordinary scholar with no martial arts skills at all. What's clear is that an argument ended up turning into a fight. Din Men thought to himself, if a body with no internal energy gets hit by internal force, it will suffer terrible internal injuries because the body can't handle the attacks. But still, he fought back. Your father was pretty badly injured at that time, Di Tuan said sadly. Then something happened. The one holding the position of vice-sect leader back then, Dak Vung Dung, vice-sect leader, Dung Not, your father had an argument with Dung Not. Your father caught him saying unspeakable things about your mother, Dak Feng. That was clearly the vice-sect leader's fault, but instead of trying to make peace, your father charged into a fight with him. Only when my grandfather saw what was happening did it stop. Because of that, Dung Not was removed from the list of candidates to succeed as sect leader. Dien Min asked coldly, so that old man poisoned my father out of hatred? Di Tuan agreed, yes. After that, he killed your father and began overthrowing Dak Vung Dung. Even my grandfather was poisoned by him and held captive. Lamai asked in shock. Something like that happened and no one knew. No matter how closed off that place was from the outside world. Di Tuan answered sadly, my grandfather went mentally unstable after being poisoned. So even though I reported it, no one stepped up to help. Hearing this, everyone was stunned. Di Tuan continued crying sadly. That's why I entered this competition. I won't be killed during the 3 years of the competition even though I know the whole story. I want to go see my grandfather's condition right now, but I can't because of fear. Sorry, Dain Min. I think it's going to be hard to find the talent you're looking for in Duk Vung Dung. Dain Min asked, do you know why the vice sect leader kept your grandfather alive? If he wanted to silence everyone, wouldn't it have made more sense to kill your grandfather? Di Tuan, still crying, said, if I'm not mistaken, there might be a type of internal core in Duk Vung Dung that even the elders don't know about. A legendary spirit beast said to live in lava. The internal core of the 10,000-year fire lichen. Lu Li asked in amazement. 10,000-year fire lichen? Li Mai asked in panic. Oh my god. Does that thing really exist? Dain Min was also very surprised. He said that internal core just helps boost internal energy a bit. Di Tuan replied, it's not that simple. There's a legend that about 100 years ago, the young master of the Blazing Sun Palace ate the inner pill of the 10,000-year fire lie, and his internal energy reached the realm of transformation. Although the Blazing Sun Palace has since been destroyed by the heavenly demon sect, this is no exaggeration. If someone can take the inner pill of the 10,000-year fire lie, they will immediately reach the transformation realm. This is a story passed down to martial artists like us who came later. Li Mai was astonished, her mouth agape, tears welling up as she said, but that spirit beast must contain some kind of poison inside. If you use the inner pill without processing the poison inside, it could very well lead to death. If you try to remove the poison clumsily, it will reduce the pill's effectiveness. Yan Ming spoke up. Actually, it's possible to remove the poison without reducing the pill's power. He said, you're the first master of the Medicine King Hall, right? De Tun cried even more bitterly, saying, yes. The current goal of the Medicine King Hall's master is to obtain the complete inner pill and advance to the transformation realm. After that, he will lead his subordinates to the Duong family and become the heir to the clan. De Tun bit his lip angrily. Lu Li and Lu Mi looked at De Tun in shock, eyes wide. Both shouted in unison, how shameless. Meanwhile, Ming seriously thought to himself, fool. No matter what power level you gain from the inner pill, if you don't awaken spiritually, you can't reach the transformation realm. Yan Ming silently thought. In the 3 years we've been together, I never knew this. Because you never showed it outwardly. Even though this happened, you still smiled in front of us as if nothing was wrong. Yan Ming struggled to speak. First, thank you. It must have been hard to say. Thank you very much for your honesty. But let me ask you one more thing. If we purge all current members of the Medicine King Hall and restore your grandfather's strength, can the Medicine King Hall function normally again? If your grandfather is only poisoned, I think I can do something about it. So answer me first. Daitoan clenched his fists and replied, absolutely. Because I don't think my current level is any lower than the current master. If I recruit a few skilled herbalists, I can train them. Yan Ming smiled and said, all right. Mila, can I hear your story later? After we handle the Medicine King Hall. Miley assured, of course. Yan Ming stood up and said, then let's quickly go to the Medicine King Hall. Daitoan anxiously asked, are you okay? You haven't been able to visit your mother since you returned home. Daitoan opened the door and said, Shall understand as the young master. I can't abandon those plotting to betray the Duong family. Besides, above all, how can I just stand by and watch something happen to my close friends? The Medicine King Hall you once knew will be erased by the Duong family inside the Medicine King Hall, the cruel master of the Medicine King Hall thought. That little Master Duong Yulong's son is getting more and more unbearable. And that happened before he was even born. I don't even clearly remember what I did to your father, and that guy Daitoan still hasn't once come back to the Medicine King Hall. He's not the kind of person who can just abandon his own family. In the end, your own life is still your top priority over your family. Huh? But it's okay. I can kill you anytime I want. The important thing for me is the inner pill. If I can absorb all the internal energy from the inner pill, it'll reach the transformation realm. That damn old man, even if he wakes up, he won't say a word. Now I have a new plan. Should I try to remove the poison inside the inner pill myself? No, if I make a mistake, the pill's power will be completely lost. I need a safer method. From outside came a loud shout, Master. Master the Medicine King angrily said, "So noisy? Can't you see I'm busy?" One of the Medicine King Hall's men panicked and said, "Young master, there are people from Yen Ming outside. Catch them, tie them up at the Medicine King Hall's gate." "What are you doing? Don't let a single one escape." Yen Ming led the group forward firmly. The Medicine King Hall's men shouted angrily, "Young master, what are you doing in the Medicine King Hall's courtyard? How dare you do this to us? Have you forgotten where this is?" Yen Ming ignored them. He asked Tan if he had found anything. Tan, tear-streaming, answered no. "I've searched everywhere here but can't find any trace of my grandfather." Tan shouted angrily at the tied-up group, "Speak. Where are you hiding him?" The Medicine King Hall's men looked at each other in fear. They said, "We don't know either." Yen Ming said coldly. Van Cheet raised his sword and replied, "At your command." One slash cut off the heads of 2 men. Yen Ming asked coldly, "Who are you staring at with those eyes? Don't test my patience. If this continues, don't blame me." After the competition started, the current master had ordered the previous master to be imprisoned somewhere called Thunder Prison. Tan cried out in panic, "Oh my God, my grandfather was locked up in a place like this. This place was created to quarantine those suspected of infectious diseases. However, conditions worsened due to the cold and damp environment, so it was shut down." Yen Ming said, "Tan and I will go inside. The guard team will deal with these people and then come forward to wait for us." Van Cheet replied respectfully with a cold face, "At your command, young master." The Medicine King Hall's men nervously said, "Young master, please have mercy, this once we were wrong." Young master Van Cheet swiftly dealt with them one by one. Dan men silently thought, so deep this place was formed by hollowing out a cave. No wonder it's called Thunder Prison. Tan turned his back firmly and said, "We're almost there. This is the entrance to Thunder Prison. Grandpa, you must be safe." "I know I came late." Danmen calmly said, "Don't worry, he's doing fine." Tan couldn't believe his ears. He asked again, "Really?" Danmen said slowly, "I just relied on sensing the energy. Now Eve found him." Tan stood outside the large steel cage. "Grandpa, it's me." Tan. Danmen spoke from behind. "Step aside, Tan." After channeling his internal energy, the iron bars shattered. Tan ran over crying. "Grandpa, why are you like this? You weren't like this before. Did they use some kind of poison attack on you?" Tan calmed down and sat to comfort him. "Stay calm, I'm here to save you, uncle." "Besides the poison attack, did they use anything else?" Tan sadly cried, "Brain assault poison. Its goal isn't to kill with toxins affecting the brain, but to turn the victim into fools. The poison isn't strong, but spreads throughout the body, even penetrating the brain, so antidotes don't work. Those bastards, those animals." Danmen calmly said, "All right, expelling this poison will be easy." Tan looked at him in shock and asked, "What did you say?" "Did?" Danmen firmly said, "Leave it to me." Tan thought, if Danmen channels internal energy into Grandpa's body, the poison spirit, clear light technique of 10,000 poisons, will be able to eliminate all the poison inside him. Grandpa Tan's skin gradually became rosier. Tan happily saw this. Danmen thought, my poison spirit clear light technique will completely remove all kinds of deadly poison. Now I just need to gradually absorb the poison so I don't harm his weak body. Tan joyfully shouted, "He's breathing again. His complexion is brightening." Danmen smiled and said, "He's awake now." Grandpa slowly opened his eyes and struggled to speak. "Where is this? Isn't that Tan? But who's the person beside you?" He tearfully asked, "Is that Oolong's eldest son?" After sitting up, Grandpa asked, "So you're Oolong's son and now the young master of the family?" Tan calmly answered, "Yes, I heard from Tan that you raised my father." Grandpa cried and said, "That's really something strange, fate at work. Because of my carelessness, a child couldn't even see his own father's face." Grandpa thought to himself, "Oolong, your son, and the young lady truly are outstanding people. I wish you were still alive to see this." Grandpa said aloud, "Though I'm an old man with a miserable body, please allow me to dedicate all my remaining strength to the young master." Tan put the coat on him and quickly replied, Of course the reason I came here today is to prepare a new position for you and Tan. But now let's hurry outside. Many people are waiting for us. After seeing Tan's grandfather and two others step out, the people of Duok Vong Duong panicked, thinking, how is that old man still standing? Could it be that the young master saved him? The Duok Vong leader asked, how could you attack Duok Vong Duong like this? He thought to himself, the elders here don't hesitate to kill, so I need to make peace with them. The Duok Vong leader angrily questioned, don't you know that Duok Vong Duong is the source of funding to sustain the road? Do you want the road to collapse? Denmen coldly said, don't pretend you didn't see it. I was able to come here because of you. Is that clear enough? Do you have anything to say to the people of the road? The Duok Vong leader fearfully turned away. Get out of the way, he thought anxiously. If I stay here, hell kill me, damn it. How did he even get here and save that old man? My body can't move, Kimchum Denmen coldly said. The Don Truong Let Chi poison is a deadly toxin created by Denton. What do you think, is his strength enough to replace you here yet? Prepare to accept death. The remaining people of Duok Vong Duong fled in fear. Denmen coldly asked, who else is left here? Fongvi team leader Van Cheat shouted back, yes. Denmen coldly ordered, clean out Duok Vong Duong. After Duok Vong Duong fell, rumors spread quickly throughout the clan like wildfire. People in the clan whispered, is it true? I saw the guards massacre all of Duok Vong Duong with my own eyes. Now the road maintains its status in the underworld because Duok Vong Duong cut off its own funding. What was the young master's plan all along? Denmen looked on and asked. This is the inner core. Duok Vong Duong was keeping Denchuan's grandfather answered. It's better to leave it be. If this leaks out, Duok Vong Duong with this inner core might face others like the road again. Give me a few days, I'll remove the poison and hand it over to the young master, Denmen said thoughtfully. I appreciate your intention, but I need to take it now, Denchuan's grandfather added. If you don't need to use it immediately, it's best to keep it here. Denmen quickly said, no problem, I'll use it right away, he thought quietly. Truly worthy of a millennial beast, the poison is incredibly strong. It'd be a waste to leave such a treasure unused. Denmen smiled and said, no way, I'm hooked. I'm holding the inner core tight, thinking this heat poison is really fierce, worthy of a beast living in magma. But it's still far weaker than the fire dragon tiger poison I once drank. If an average martial artist swallowed this inner core, they'd definitely be burned alive from the inside out. Is there a poison stronger than this? Indeed, the 10 poisons really live up to their reputation. Could it be that one of the 10 poisons is truly made from the breath of the fire dragon? Looks like I have to investigate more about the 10 poisons on this road. After refining it, the medicinal power inside the inner core is really strong. Good. I'll keep it. Denmen knocked on Chitta's door and said, Mother, it's me. Denmen. Can I come in? Chitu gently said. Come in, Denmen said. Then I'll take your leave, Chitu softly said. I never thought I'd have a day I could return to the inner hall of the Duong family like this. Denmen's mother smiled and said, raising you to this point is truly a blessing for our family. Denmen replied, this place was always yours, mother. You're just coming back rightfully. Denmen thought, you're still so beautiful, but I'm sure you've had to worry a lot. Chitu quickly ran over and hugged him, saying, thank you for coming back safely to me. Denmen firmly said, that's only natural. Whose son am I? Denmen thought silently. Last life facing death, all I had was regret. Even reaching the peak of swordsmanship, I had no one to share a lifetime of regrets with. Once is enough. This life I will definitely protect my loved ones. Denmen asked curiously, have you met the guards yet? Chitu smiled and answered, they came this morning to help me move. The guard saw you and cried, saying, you're safe, that's really good. Miss Chitu happily said, seeing familiar faces again feels like going back to the past. Denmen, what's in that box? Denmen replied, this is a gift I want to give you. Hearing that, Min's mother was surprised, eyes wide, when she saw the item inside the box. Chitu exclaimed, isn't this the inner core of the 10,000-year fire phoenix? Denmen smiled, you recognized it right away. I finished refining it and you can use it now. Chitu said in surprise, But this is something you should use. It boosts your power later on. You could lead the family. Denmen smiled. No, you're the one who should use it. For me, this inner core no longer means anything. Mother, give me your hand. Let me show you. Okay. Chitu said in surprise. It no longer means anything. Have you reached a level where your inner power can't be improved by the inner core anymore? The fire realm. Have you really reached the fire realm? Denmen smiled. Yes. Chitu thought to herself. My son has reached the fire realm. I should be happy, but if the evil sects or demons find out, they'll target the road. Denmen quickly reassured her. Please live a long life. Live for both yourself and father. Stay by my side to witness me grow. The medicinal power in the inner core is fading. Absorb it quickly, mother. Now. Chitu silently told herself. I have no more hesitation. Even if my son has reached the fire realm, as a mother protecting him is only natural. Chitu smiled. Besides, refusing your kindness would mean not valuing you. Then you think for yourself. Even if you become the head of the family, my role isn't over yet. Chitu asked, Son, do you know what people used to call your mother? Denmen asked in panic. Huh? Isn't it the number one beauty of Sichuan and the poison master? Chitu answered, That's right, the poison master title is given to the strongest poison user. It's been a long time since I saw you this flustered, though not as skilled as you. She's no pushover either. Denmen thought silently. After releasing her inner power and absorbing the inner pill, Mother immediately entered a state of energy flow. I didn't expect to be so confused just now. I really shouldn't be surprised that Mother hid her true strength. I didn't notice at all until she released her inner power and showed her true strength. A master at the fire realm can sense the flow of inner power, even the slightest. Hiding inner power from them is pointless. I didn't expect she could even fool my senses. Truly the poison master. Before releasing her inner power she was at first rank, but after releasing it she surpassed even the highest level. Moreover, she keeps absorbing the medicinal properties of the inner pill. Could it be that she can surpass her own limits? Maybe the hardest phase is coming. The way to absorb the medicinal properties is simple. Separate a small part of the pill's properties, absorb it into the body. Then use energy flow to transform spiritual essence into inner power. Repeat this process until all properties are absorbed, Chi Tuesday thought. But is it even possible for one person to hold all these massive medicinal properties? Right now the medicinal properties are gradually dissipating. What should I do? This hand of Dain Men's, does he want to help me? Dain Men replied, to comprehend something you can't just train alone. Observe your surroundings, analyze phenomena and principles. Learn, that's the key to understanding. This time let me give you a hand, Chi Tuesday thought. Dain Men's inner power is merging with the medicinal properties of the inner pill. Dain Men was only channeling it into the poison skill of the path, so that's it. The medicinal properties of the inner pill are pure energy. They can transform into anything. Instead of turning little by little into inner power, if it's transformed fully into the familiar poison skill, then there's no need to use energy flow anymore. Here we go, raising you to be this capable truly is my blessing. Dain Men smiled after speaking. Thanks to that, Mother also reached the realm of transformation. At the main hall, the Dark Poison King boss angrily spoke. I heard you've been gathering since early morning. What are these people doing to those who are busy? Subak spoke up. Dark King boss. When exactly will the young master arrive? After all, it was the young master who called for this gathering and made us wait. So it's not that there's no discipline but rather thoughtlessness. Tich Hui smiled but without joy and said, He'll be here soon, just wait a bit. He'll arrive shortly. Someone spoke up. The young master is here. Dain Men entered from outside and said, Thank you all for gathering this early in the morning. Since this is an important matter, I thought it best to discuss it when everyone is present. The fifth elder asked, Important matter. Dain Men spoke up. Since the fifth elder asked, it's about choosing who will take on the role of the pure agency until I come of age. Subak said, That's right, who do you think will take on that responsibility among the elders here? Dain Men said coldly, I don't understand why you think I'd let one of you take that role. They were shocked and asked, If not us, then who? When they saw someone enter, Everyone gasped in surprise. Subak stammered in shock. That figure, the fifth elder, looked grim and said, "More than 10 years have passed. How could this be?" Dain Men calmly said, "If we're talking qualifications, isn't this person above anyone else? The one responsible for the Ma Quan Shu Yen invasion over 15 years ago, Duong Chi Tuesday Dak Fong, who had been expelled from the young master's ranks by the elder head." Chi Tuesday spoke up. "It seems everyone is happy she's back," Dain Men's mother said. Introduction. Hello everyone, I am Duong Chi Tuesday. The night before announcing the pure agency, Chi Tuesday sighed and said, "Reaching the fire realm is joyful, but I can't adjust to the smell of waste from the body." From Chi Tuesday, melancholy thought, "Because of that, I showed the children some bad things. Still, am not yet skilled at expressing my internal strength. Probably with some more time it will be resolved. But after reaching the fire realm, I realized I could sense Dain Men's realm standards. That kid has already reached the true scent level in the fire realm. Currently the master of Sichuan Duong family, surpassing the Black Region Lian master, and reaching the fire realm. But what kind of special fate did he get in the competition?" Chi Tuesday smiled and said, "It's been a while. I thought there would be a lot to talk about with my son." Dain Men respectfully said, "Congratulations on reaching the fire realm." Chi Tuesday mother smiled and said, "It's all thanks to you. Come sit here no matter what." Dain Men, "How did you reach the fire realm? Your mother still can't believe someone your age could reach the fire realm." Dain Men thought silently, "Just curious, but what excuse should I give? If I say I gained insight from past life memories, it's hard to believe. If I explain it based on the competition events, that might work." Dain Men said, "Mother, have you heard that 3 elders smuggled out one of the 10 poisons?" Chi Tuesday shyly said, "Yes, he gave it to the granddaughter who took part in the Fire Dragon Tiger poison competition." "The 3 poisons?" Dain Men calmly said. "Yes, I drank that Fire Dragon Tiger poison." Chi Tuesday shouted in shock. "What?" Dain Men, "Stuff like that, if I recklessly took it, my body would." Dain Men scratched his head awkwardly and said, "As you see, I'm still intact. Even though I was poisoned by the 10 poisons in the Battle of Duong Don Len. The poison was complete, but I gained insight into internal power to neutralize poison, and reached the fire realm." Chi Tuesday gasped in amazement. "Good heavens, it really is possible to gain insight like that." Dain Men scratched his head and smiled, thinking, "Luckily, Mother realized it." Chi Tuesday continued, "But there's another issue. Mother heard from the servant who helped me bathe that Vong Duong was eliminated. Could it be that Dain Men's mother thought it was true? Because it also concerns father." Dain Men calmly said, "That's your guess, Mother." Chi Tuesday clenched her hands and said, "Yes, so it seems." "I'm relieved, but that poor child Du Tone must have had a really hard time." Dain Men, "I have a favor to ask of you." Dain Men said, "Yes, what is it?" But Chi Tuesday spoke seriously. "Recently, Eve lived like I was dead in the family, afraid of losing my partner and only child. I don't want to stay quiet anymore. If you allow me, I won't let anyone look down on your position anymore. This mother will do her best to return to the Forbidden Palace." The whole poison agency was buzzing with talk. Is it Dak Fong? After all these years, the appearance is still the same. Could it really be a true rejuvenation? The Dark King leader saw her. Shocked, he called out, "Sister Chi Tuesday." Dain Men loudly said, "Everyone, please welcome my mother. Duong Tri Tuesday will now be the new head of the Duong family of Sichuan." Subak thought in surprise, "Not just the agency but the family head." Chi Tuesday gently said, "Thank you. Everyone has gathered here. Although as family head, it can be considered the pure agency, I will only handle affairs until the young master comes of age. The young master trusts and entrusts me. Together we will rebuild the Duong family that has fallen apart recently. So let's handle the issues and start the reunion now." Duong Tri Tuesday steps afterward were truly unconventional. Even the name of the Medicine King Duong, which had fallen, was erased at once and replaced with a new name, Ikuku. Elder leader Duong Ho Neat appointed Duong Di Tuan as deputy head. He ordered Lei's father, who was appointed chief investigator for family inheritance transfer. He found the embezzlement records of the elders. The recovered assets could cover the costs of maintaining the Duong family lineage. The Dark King leader of the Dark Poison Agency was removed from his position. Most elders involved in embezzlement were also stripped of their titles. Moreover, others who were not elders but abused their positions. Those who buried themselves in embezzlement were also forced out. All of this was done by Mother in just a few days. Dian Min sat above and said, "Everyone calls Mother a heroine." Dian Min thought silently. Thanks to Mother, the internal arrangements are practically finished. It's the first time I've been involved in the struggle for survival. Living a normal life with my mother. So many things appeared around me before I even realized it. Kids I could call friends, great supporters following and trusting me. Even the members of the Duong family have grown into the hundreds. I have a lot to protect now. Before, even taking care of myself felt exhausting. I even blamed myself just for being born so that no one would look down on the Duong family. I have to be even stronger. Whether it's the Black Snake Alliance leader or the Demon Light Sect leader, no force can threaten the Duong family. From somewhere in a mansion a voice echoed. A new young master has appeared in the Duong family. The calm and silent Tuan spoke. That's true. The Duong family cannot just let anyone take the position of family head, the Flame Sect leader respectfully said. Respectfully, leader, I have something to say. Mak Nguyen Ku and Din Din Tung were killed by the current young master. Both were official members and had built their own reputations. The Flame Sect leader Du Due Lin continued. We should crush the Duong family's momentum before they recover their focus. Lin Trung asked, why do that? Duan Lin said in surprise. Yes, because harming those two is basically a challenge to the leader. The Black Snake leader angrily said, that's not true. I already warned those two before. I had my own plans and told them to leave the Duong family alone for now, not to act rashly. They disobeyed my orders and attacked the Duong family first. In fact, the ones who betrayed me weren't the Duong family, but them. Isn't that right? They should consider themselves lucky to die at the hands of the young master. Otherwise, if they acted like that and still came back alive, I would have punished them. It's really interesting that the young master could single-handedly defeat two masters. Surely their strength wasn't weak enough to die by a fool's hands. Send a letter to the Duong family in Sichuan. Tell them we would like to invite the young master of the Duong family to the Dark Poison Hall where Duong Chi Tuesday resides. Jianmin said with a smile. Mother, you've already worked hard handling the internal matters. Duong Chi Tuesday's face showed a few streaks of pink. It's been a while since I took over the job, so I'm a bit nervous. Not sure if I did well enough. Jianmin kept praising you for doing an excellent job. But mother, have you kept your strength like the last time? Chi Tuesday wasn't surprised. Maybe it's because I've been through it once, so I trust my instincts. On the other hand, Jianmin was worried you were still keeping it all hidden, not sensing any intuition at all. But since you've reached the flame realm, you don't need to hide your strength anymore, right? Ba Chi Tuesday calmly explained. It's not that I'm hiding my power. What mother is doing is a family secret called by Mayan Sui. I hope you Jianmin will learn this and keep your achievements hidden. If you want to know why, it's a pretty long story. The creator of this martial art was the ancestor of the Dung family. Because I can't talk about that person, it involves a certain clan in Sichuan and an epidemic. Although it wasn't a famine year, people kept turning up dead skin and bones only. Fearing the plague would spread, dozens of bodies were cremated without proper funerals. It was just a matter of protocol. Everyone in the village caught the plague and were just waiting to die. Except for one boy, a 10-year-old boy. At that time, how was it that only this kid remained unharmed? There was no reasonable doubt about this. The 10-year-old boy had survived the plague. It was clear that this kid brought the plague. Eventually, the boy was driven out of the village. Where else could he go? He hid in a cave to avoid the rain and to escape the plague. The boy stole and ate offerings left at the ancestral shrine near the village. He struggled to survive every day. He spent each day in such loneliness. After 2 days, on the third day, the villagers didn't come to the ancestral ceremony. The only one left was the boy. The boy wondered why he alone was unharmed. That suspicion didn't last long before a group came looking for him in Murim history. The most terrifying assassin group, Satak Noyet Len Mon. They kidnapped children all over the world and raised them as assassins. They fed them poison pills so they couldn't escape. They had to take antidotes regularly. The boy grew up to be an assassin. But it wasn't long before he saw the horrible state of his comrades who died for missing their antidote. He escaped the plague in the village and learned about Satdak. It wasn't that he himself had brought the plague. From then on, the boy worked harder to get stronger even when taking contracts. Hiding dangers didn't worry him. He accepted jobs and completed them. The boy even managed to assassinate top masters. Outstanding achievements. Thanks to him, Satman's reputation soared. He'll grant you the title of one of the 5 great assassins. You want anything, just say it. He'll accept all your requests. The boy reached a realm with insight gained from fighting top masters. His own energy was based on the martial art he learned in Satman. That was the first man Xian fired demon. Satdak and Get Lenmon vanished in no time. Later, the descendants of that person took control in Sichuan as the Dung clan. Now the world remembers that person as the nameless guest. But Dying Man's face looked sleepy. You know the history like that. So how does this story relate to Bai Mayan Sui? Chi Tuesday replied, Satman has many top masters of the fire realm, including the clan with the 5 great assassins. But how could the nameless guest face them alone? Dying Man was curious, isn't it? Manchuyan? Fire demon? Because not many could make the invisible weapons of martial arts overshadow the number of opponents. Chi Tuesday giggled. You're half right. Manchuyan fire demon is correct, but it's not invisible weapons. Manchuyan fire demon is martial arts handling an unexpected steel energy. So Dying Man asked, steel energy? You mean the steel energy of martial arts, not invisible weapons? Chi Tuesday nodded. Yes, fire realm battles are clashes of steel energy. If the opponent attacks with steel energy, you must defend with steel energy. Because you can't break through the fire realm's protective steel energy with normal invisible weapons. Hearing that, Dying Man had many thoughts. Indeed, I understand now. Even if there are many invisible weapons, they only burst out against the protective steel energy. If the storm of invisible weapons creates hundreds of steel energies wrapped by steel energy, then those that open the protective steel energy couldn't possibly handle hundreds of steel energies. That is the Gi energy discipline of the Dung clan, which set the martial arts of the fire realm and created a power so strong it can't be compared to ordinary poison tablets or diluted antidotes. But even if they are fire realm masters, how could they put in so much effort to maintain steel energy at such a level? Chichu said with an expression, are you wondering how they can maintain that steel energy? The answer lies within Bai Mayan Sui. The basic important secret of Bai Mayan Sui is this: all internal energy flows through the blood vessels and gathers into one of the 12 meridians. Then it uses vital energy to block the flow of internal energy, and seals the meridian tightly. The internal energy of a person that has passed the stage is wrapped and locked by vital energy. And then accumulated. If so, it can fool the fire realm into seeing the flow of internal energy. Of course, the sealed internal energy can't be used, so the power drops immediately. But it allows easy accumulation of insight and experience repeatedly 10 times over. This process, if internal energy is sealed in all 12 meridians, then the vital energy protecting the internal energy wraps around itself and creates a new protective membrane. And this is dragon scale passing through the defense force of the innate body armor with intensity matching that of dragon scales. Hence the name. Yenmen hesitated for a few seconds. Dragon scales, the fire dragon tiger poison, is the same like seeing a dragon directly and making a comparison. Chi Tue continued to explain, moreover Bai Chong is not just simple dragon defense. If you seal the internal energy in the 12 meridians and then release it, you can temporarily use internal energy that is over 10 times stronger. Yaman's mind was flooded with questions because surpassing the Bodis allowed internal energy limits naturally causes division. What this means is that Manchuan fire demon must release the Bai meridian for the power to be usable. Are there still many other methods Chi Tue hasn't mentioned? Of course, it's not only handled that way. There are several important secret techniques handed down along with the Bai meridian grace. But after the infiltration of Ma Guangchuan, those important secrets transmitted orally were lost and 2 elders suddenly died without passing them on. However, Yenmen, if it's you, you can fully train the Manchuan fire demon. You will be the same Yenmen. You're the son I'm very proud of. Aren't you? Hearing this, Yanmen felt very happy inside. The son you're proud of course, the son of Dokfong has nothing he can't train. You need to meet those expectations so I can be proud. Besides, you inherited the bi-meridian grace from your mother. So later, if you want your internal energy to develop quickly, using poison is definitely the best way. For others it's called poison, but for me it's no different. No need for spiritual medicine, the accumulation process must create a different poison than before. What's going on? Yanmen's subordinate spoke. A friend has arrived, they said, even if you're working you must meet right now. It's Mailu, help me. Yanmen, seeing her attitude like that, Yanmen was surprised. Mailu, what's wrong? Why are you so out of breath? Meila's voice came with tears. If this keeps up, Big Sister will die. That news made Yanmen panic. Big Sister will die. What do you mean? Shouldn't we find a doctor first instead of waiting? Mailu cried as she spoke. She's been diagnosed several times. But this isn't a disease that can be cured by medicine or medical skills. Yu Yanmen was curious, what does that mean? Internal injury. Meila's next words stunned him. It's a severed meridian, the 9 severed meridian since ancient times, along with the Lihua Taiyang Palace. There has been a special martial arts technique using severed meridians at the North Sea Ice Palace. As the name suggests, the fighters of the Ice Palace have cultivated ice techniques. Ice technique is especially beneficial for those with outstanding cold energy. Yanmen's steps slowed down. However, if you're not familiar with ice techniques, the body has to endure great pain. With the blocked meridians, your sister Mailu and you are descendants of theirs. Why did Meila's eyes darken? Exactly, descendants of descendants. I heard that long ago, the descendants of the Icebow had taken a position in Sichuan and married into the Dung family. If you learn the Icebow technique, you can escape the blocked meridians. But this place is the Dung family in Sichuan, handling hidden weapons and poisons which have no connection to that. And the Icebow technique brought by our distant ancestors hasn't been used for a long time. It seems the internal strength of the family has been stagnant for over 10 years, so why? After thinking for a while, Yanmen said, actually, it's not that there's no way, but Mailu suddenly interrupted, we're here. That's our house, no way. Her condition had worsened since I left home. Sister, open your eyes. Yanmen looked around the whole house. The cold energy filling the room at this level was worse than I expected. Mailu listened carefully and heard. I can't guarantee your sister's life. Your sister has blocked her meridians with immortal piercing true chi to resist the cold energy. But now she's already at her limit. Even her consciousness is blocked and all her energy is concentrated on the meridians like a thunderclap. Mailu hurriedly said, how can that be? So there's no way, Yanmen added. It's not that she can't be saved. If we can release the cold energy inside her body artificially from the outside, it might work. However, during the process, your sister might not be able to endure it, or I might invade the cold energy. If you trust me, I'd really like to help. But I don't have the courage to walk this tightrope with your family's life. The choice is yours, Mailu, you have to decide. Do you want to look for another way? If not, trust me and I'll try the method I mentioned. Your sister's life is very important to Mailu. No other option, so this is it. If we don't try, we can't end this. It's also very dangerous for you, but I'll rely on you, Yanmen. Please save sister. I saw her answer, so Yanmen felt reassured. Alright, let's give it a shot, but Mailu still felt something strange. Do we really have to go this far? No matter what, this is so awkward. Yanmen didn't notice her gaze. We have to get rid of the energy trapped in her clothes, causing interference. There's no other way, Mailu pouted, feeling it was more awkward than death. Yanmen focused on spiritual power. Alright, I'll start. From between the eyebrows, philtrum, heart, lungs, hands and feet. Down to the lower abdomen, removing the cold energy in 9 meridians one by one. Alright, tried the cold energy between the eyebrows. Just have to endure the energy going down quickly. Damn it. Don't know anymore anyway, it started, can't stop now. The cold energy's resistance surged. Unpredictable. No, I won't let this out easily. Seeing his hand acting strangely, Mailu worried. Yanmen, are you okay? Yanmen said, not done yet. Somehow, I've drawn out the energy from 6 meridians. But now the body has exceeded the limit of cold energy it can accept. If I draw out more, it'll freeze first. Damn it, getting poisoned is easier. Wait, poison. Thinking back earlier, Medicine King Dung said the reason for inevitable toxicity in prescriptions is because poison and medicine are essentially the same. But if the concentration and amount exceed what humans can endure, then it's poison indeed. Yang energy is necessary to save a life. If it exceeds the human tolerance level, doesn't it become a fiery poison? If so, the cold energy is strong enough to freeze to the bone marrow. Even viewed as cold poison, it wouldn't have any effect. So there's a reaction, the severe brutality in removing cold energy, but the cold energy is recognized as poison. Just fill up the stomach and it won't be dangerous anymore. So slowly open her eyes. What is this so warm? The cold energy in my body is disappearing? Hearing her little sister call, my so was touched and hugged my Lu tightly. Really? Is it you? My Lu told my so everything. So that's what happened. So this person saved sister. My Lu frowned. Yes. Still, how long is Dewey and Men going to be involved? My so waved her hand. He's probably focused, so just let it be until he wakes up. But Dewey and Men is inside the magic energy circle. Turns out it's no different from a miracle drug. It exceeds the amount of internal strength the body can handle. If left like this, it will naturally split apart. But because it absorbed all the maximum cold energy, it's a good chance to test the blessing meridian internal strength decline on a meridian already full. If it absorbs all this cold energy, it will fill several meridians. This is 4 times more than I imagined. Isn't this putting in 4 times the internal strength compared to before? Unfortunately, the immediate gain is very low, but there's no other way. Can only supplement with poison. I'm sorry about that. Although I'm a bit embarrassed, my so still smiled happily. If you're not uncomfortable, then I'm fine. My Lu already explained everything. Really? I don't know how to thank you enough. Dewey and Men grinned. The young master helping is just what I should do. Suddenly their father rushed in. My Lu, what's going on? What did that bastard do to my daughter? Luckily the 2 doctors explained, so he no longer misunderstood. I sincerely apologize. I didn't realize you saved my daughter and was rude. No, I didn't know you were the young master either, so I committed a serious offense. Dewey and Men was embarrassed. No worries. If it were me, I would have misunderstood the same way. He cried while telling the story. I really can't thank you enough for saving my daughter from danger. I run Son Duan and have been living harmoniously with my wife, who is from the Dung family. My wife also suffered from a fatal condition and passed away. To save her, I spent all the money I had saved up over time and searched for a cure, but it was all in vain. Having the young master step up to help, I don't know how lucky I was. From now on, if the young master calls, I'll do everything I can no matter what it is. Dewey and Men helped him up, saying it's nothing serious. It's just something I should do. But inside Mansion 7, it's very quiet for Son Duan. Why is that? Father, my so said after Dung's departure and the Haxaline took over, the followers couldn't come and go easily. Yes, Dewey and Men bowed and said, so that's how it is. From now on, you have to tell me everything related to that. Well, then that's all for now. Just as I was about to leave, my Lu called out, hey, you were about to leave already. My sister and I haven't properly thanked you yet. My so shyly said once again, I'm very grateful to the young master for saving my life. My family and I won't forget this kindness. My Lu waved goodbye. Thank you so much today. I will definitely repay you. My so asked, is the young master okay? My Lu was surprised. Huh? Why did you suddenly ask that? My so hesitated while looking at Dewey and Men. It seemed like he was a bit flustered. He treated your fatal condition, so nothing's wrong, right? My Lu's face turned sly. What's going on? Are you regretful about letting him go like that? My so's reaction was indeed a little strange. What? No, it's not like that. I'm not like that. What are you saying? Am I that obvious? My Lu patted her shoulder. It's just a natural reaction. If you were someone else, they'd probably react the same way as you. Don't worry too much, because Eve never seen anyone more beautiful than you. And even though he didn't say anything, his expression when looking at you shows he probably cares about you too. In his mind, Dewey and Men imagined life ahead. Is this what they call family? Eve already imagined having kids someday? Could it be that when you meet someone in life, your heart will beat out of rhythm sometimes? If this is normal, then is this what an ordinary life looks like? Hope I get to stop by again someday. But what if the problem is still the Hak Salin, Dukit Tuan Lin? Leader of the Hak Salin though, not the top boss, had directly wiped out a family just like the ghost of Quang Xian. But it was obviously annoying how those subordinates recklessly barged into the fight. Besides, those guys are all in Sichuan City, so it's only a matter of time before they clash again. In the Black Snake territory of the Sichuan Alliance, Shenhua clan, the girl from Tao Gaituan, said, "That's right, recently Eve heard that the Tang family's power is growing uncontrollably." "What? Humph, is that all? No matter how powerful they are, I don't care. The alliance leader's orders are absolute Shenhua clan leader, so it's best to stay quiet until he calms down. Isn't the standard to follow the young clan leader and the clan head at the transformation stage? Even so, they only told us to watch out for this guy and that guy. As for me, I can't do anything right now, let alone avenge Ding Yen Song and Mo Ren Shui. If I can't act, then yes, Sichuan Chi Hui. If that's the case, our alliance leader definitely doesn't want to just sit still. If I turned a blind eye now, I think the sect leader would be shouting for revenge. If we don't eliminate the root of the Tang family, my anger won't subside. Even though my subordinates begged, I still killed him. I'm waiting for that brat, the young master of the Tang family, because I will prepare a stage just for you." "Gee, you're really eager, what should uncle do?" "Later, after Du Feng Tang Ji Rue will become clan leader. Our position is gradually weakening." "Elder Tang Ming Jin, why are you asking me that? If you're scheming over that, then all of you rich guys will suffer the Poison King's wrath." She was startled. "Why would you say that now?" Ming Jin angrily shouted, "When Quan, you are the problem. You can't even predict the opponent's moves, so things fall apart and you live holding grudges. You rich guys have destroyed everything I built my whole life. Being insulted like that, of course, when Quan would hold a grudge. That hateful old man towards the Tang clan leader can't even be rude. This is all because of that guy. I'm definitely gonna heal my arm and avenge Ding Yen." Ming spoke up. "What do you plan to do next? We're even struggling to maintain our military power like the other elders." Ming Jin's hand clenched tightly. "I know that too, we will leave the clan." Subordinate Yen Ming led him to the Central Poison Vault. This is the place where the 10 poisons and the deadliest poisons of the Tang family are stored. Yen Ming smiled. Originally it was managed by 3 elders, but due to some internal management issues, it was handed over to the Dark Poison General in me. "You've worked hard." The subordinate handed something to Yen Ming, young master, before entering the poison avoidance seal. "This will block the poison gas spreading inside the vault as long as you hold it in your mouth. The relatively mild toxins will be filtered out and won't penetrate," but Yen Ming didn't need it. "You said I have to hold it in my mouth, right? Hasn't many people in the 3 elders probably been holding and sucking on it all this time?" The subordinate still wanted Yen Ming to use it. "We wash it every day after use, so don't worry." He frowned. "I don't need it even without this. There's no way I'd get poisoned." The other insisted on giving it even with 10,000 poison immunity. "You have to be cautious." Ming ignored and went inside. Turns out they manage this place very well. This is the place where the 10 poisons are stored. No wonder I understand why they were so cautious before letting me in. If you're an ordinary martial artist, you die instantly stepping inside without the poison avoidance seal. Although my inner strength is reduced because of sealing my inner power with the Bai Mayan Sui technique, I can definitely feel the difference in the poison concentration. Of course, for me, someone who has mastered the Poison Miracle Clear Heart method, this is no different than a clean zone. I can feel my inner power surging, but it's still not enough to use martial arts normally. Absorbing the deadly poisons according to the 10 poisons is really great, but according to clan rules, the 10 poisons can't be used for personal purposes. If there's a way to make it, I might try asking Daquan to make something. This strange feeling. Only the other part is that the airflow is confused, like the formation is the Poison Vault's formation of the Tang family. But it doesn't seem to be Jayakat's formation. You just need to confirm that, right? Is this a passageway? It's a talisman that records wind and seal. It's not Jayakat's formation. This is a formation by Feng Shi. My master in the previous life had a close bond with those Feng Shi just like him. Crazy from searching for knowledge and crazy from demon arts, eventually mastering demon arts, surpassing human limits and wanting to ascend. Once during training, I was trapped in a formation created by a feng shui. It was full of unknown beasts. Anyway, aside from their own interests, feng shui are people you absolutely don't want to get involved with. How did a feng shui formation get set up inside the Tang clan? Feng shui are basically very selfish. Because they want to ascend, they only care about their own cult. You asked how I built that bond, there's nothing special. If you fight every day for no reason, they'll ask to talk to you. Probably no one in the Tang family thinks like my master. There must be something in the Tang family that feng shui care about. If the poison leaks outside, even with hundreds of talismans blocking it means something is carrying a fierce poison. At this point, I'd originally think about copying it if there was a way to make the poison medicine. But this is even more interesting. Let's go see. Someone's voice came from inside the sealed room. Someone has entered, not the martial order guest. How much time has passed already doesn't really matter, pull me out. Dian Man slowly touches it. All 10 poisons in these 10 paths are completely gone, so it must be here. But it's the vial wrapped inside the talisman. Something's not right. What kind of poison is this after all? The recoil force created by the main power is intense. It's probably harder to unravel than a magic formation. But as long as I cut it piece by piece, it should be fine. Cutting into the talisman of this vial, definitely the internal force has weakened a lot due to the decline of the ancestral veins. Normally this would have ended with a single sword strike. But because I'm removing the talisman, the poison gas is spreading thicker. Then let's see what's inside. That voice echoed again, but Dian Man could sense the power of the sealing talisman. I've disappeared. How long has it been since I last saw the light? Finally freed. Its speed is very fast. Dian Man had to keep dodging. Must strike first before the encounter. The white snake laughed. Your reactions are pretty sharp. I'm quite pleased. In return for you breaking my seal, I will kill you. No pain is cruelty to this body. The highest level of poison. Call me Lord True Ancient Poison Spirit. Engrave the white snake. The white snake coils around Dian Man. Can you close the veins in time and stop the poison spread? Amazing, but how long can you endure? I will slowly melt your arm away. How this aura is this poison divine energy? How can you have it? What's your connection to Valen Kak? Dian Man grabbed its neck without looking. He's my ancestor. The white snake's aura completely vanished. Wait, you've obtained the poison divine energy. If this continues, we will be destroyed. It seems like destiny doesn't care, so what? Are you changing your mind just because you're at a disadvantage? It'll extract all the poison from you. The white snake seems to be pleading for mercy. This guy will really annihilate me. Wait, let's negotiate. Negotiate? I just want to survive in this seal. If you spare me, I will become your true god. Isn't having a true god a good thing for you? Right now you can't even feel your inner energy increasing with my poison. Every second, every minute. This is a different speed than before. Destiny hesitates slightly. Surely this guy's poison can't compare to the ancient fire and fire dragon tiger poison. Because it will exceed the initial inner energy as soon as absorbed. White Snake tried hard to persuade. If you become a true god, then I can give you poison whenever you need it. Wouldn't using it repeatedly be better than absorbing it all at once now? Men responded indifferently. I don't need it because I have no interest in sparing an enemy. If I need poison, I just supplement it elsewhere. White Snake made a pitiful face. Just spare me once. I've been trapped in poison for hundreds of years and all I've seen is walls. Anyway, if I become a true god, I can only obey you. Why not? Dain Men sighed. I'll trust you this once. White Snake asked back. You accept me then, right? That's the condition Dain Men set, but if you try anything stupid, I'll eliminate you right there. White Snake nodded quickly. Okay, I want to do that. Dain Men asked. So if you want to become a true god, what should I do? I don't know anything about body techniques. White Snake said, shining. You don't need to do anything. This is called the snake's mind technique. If you hold that, then my soul will belong to your spirit. That's what it means to be a true god. But the subordinate outside couldn't help but worry about Dain Men. The young master has been inside for quite a while. Could it be that something went wrong? Anyway, we have to go in and check, the other asked. But aren't we not supposed to enter without permission? The other was still determined. We can take the punishment later, right? I can't let the head of the family have an accident here. Who can stop your stubbornness anyway? What's that? The light inside the poison chamber means something already happened inside, right? And this shaking too, the young master is still okay. The aura showed that young master Dainmen had obtained the protective dragon scale aura. Unlike ordinary protective aura, it felt like a definite outer shell surrounding him, creating actual hearing and capable of filling all 12 meridians. Really, that's unbelievable. But later you'll have to adjust the power while moving. It's probably going to be very stressful since everyone's watching. Bak Sa appeared and said, "Watching out for what? With your position, don't you need to pay attention to your subordinates?" Valen Kek also doesn't go around everywhere. Dainmen glanced over. "I told you not to show up randomly." White Snake said, "Anyway, if I don't lower my rank, no one can see me. Besides, with an aura of that size, wouldn't it prevent any reckless attacks?" Dainmen said, "Even so, this thing is too conspicuous. This life I just want to live normally." Bakase was curious. "This life, you mean you died and came back? Is that even possible? There must be a reason. You were given power like my master and Valen Kek. Your ancestors did the same for those who inherited power. That's what they call destiny. Dainmen sighed, so they controlled you back then too." Bakase shook his head. "Don't say any more. I'm not as quick as you. They controlled me until my destiny was fulfilled, then ordered the sorcerer to seal me in a jar. That's why I say it's very dangerous." Dainmen looked confused and said, "There's a reason involving the sorcerer. His name is Dui Mei Manglung, a high rank. At that level, sorcerers probably are eager to use him as their own food source, trying to help ancestors and seal him. Could the one I call ancestor be the same as my master? Anyway, there's a reason I was born this way. Is it related to awakening memories from a past life? No matter how I think about it, I still don't know." The subordinate rushed in. "Young master, you have to come out with me now. Those rogue sect members from the believers are heading to our family in Sichuan. Hui and Tu is facing danger right now. Damn it, they're here." The leader laughed and said, "Why rush so much? Don't you know about the Nari sect communities? The noble righteous sects are coming here. But there's no way you don't know Sichuan is the land of rogue and black rogue sects. The allied envoy Bak is seriously injured. I'll stop them, you run." Hui and Tu said, "What are you talking about? How can you stop them with your body like that? He is a command lord leading hundreds with the snake sect. For envoy Bak, who is internally injured, it's very hard to handle them. He laughed seeing you act like this. You must have begged for help at the exit. Don't you know the allied lord has taken control of Sichuan and sealed the exit? If I hand you over to the allied lord, he'll get promoted in martial ranks. I plan to hand you over so you won't know. But get ready to lose 1 or 2 limbs." Dianmen asked. "Vianchan? Who are those two wearing dark yellow martial uniforms?" He said, "They seem to be martial artists from the Eastern sect." "Yes," young master Dianmen said seriously. "Then opposite must be the snake sect. You all welcome those from the Eastern sect as guests." Hui and Tu looked back. Those martial uniforms were from the Dung family here to help us. But there are only 4 of them with impressive spirit, while the enemy has hundreds of snake sect members. Dianmen ordered, "The person you're carrying looks in critical condition, so step back. Vianchan, grab envoy Bak so I can carry him." Hui and Tu was confused and didn't know what to do. "Wait, shouldn't we help those in front first? There are more than 200 martial artists chasing after us." "Thanks for helping us," but Vianchan chuckled. "No need to worry if you don't believe me, just watch." The red-haired leader snapped. "Who do you think you are daring to stop us?" His subordinate explained. "The sect leader seems to be the one who won the battle against the Dung family this time and has returned as the young master of the Dung family." The leader sneered. "That guy Jising Orabi, are you seriously planning to face us here? How arrogant. The few survivors owe their lives to the compassion of the alliance leader." "Fine then, we'll have to uproot you completely because you're the ones who started this. The alliance leader won't blame us for this." Jianmin curled his lips. Hearing this nonsense is really irritating. The Alliance leader's compassion will be uprooted too. Let's see what happens. It'll uproot you all as well. The Snake faction leader was defeated in an instant. The sect leader's dead. When did he throw that poison needle? I didn't even see it. He threw a bundle of feathered needles into the air. Be careful, everyone. Contrary to the panic, Jianmin was calm. That's why I rushed out without applying poison, but it still works like a poison hit. Saboxa appeared and explained. Of course, the poison I put on the needles you threw at those guys has already seeped in. Very few people in this world can withstand my poison now, Jianmin admitted. You're more useful, I told you, Boxa snapped. What do you mean, more useful? Qianxia was still shocked, unable to believe such a hidden weapon technique existed. Could this be the one who single-handedly dominated Theat from the Baebok sword sect that Saboxa mentioned? The others witnessing this couldn't help but worry. What did we just see? Taking out over 100 soldiers in a moment. Isn't the Dung family eliminated already? I've never heard of a monster like that before. One of them shouted, don't panic. That guy can't go any further than this. Even if he reaches the transformation stage, he won't be stronger. He doesn't have the inner strength to use that technique repeatedly. They'll hold him off first. You guys follow and hurry. Let's see where that courage went earlier. Jianmin broke his weapon with bare hands. Dragon scales, impressive. Everyone was surprised. Wait, could that be Manchuan fire demon? Jianmin was full of fighting spirit. Then now it's your turn. Watching from behind, Huin Thu admired. It said that the Dung family's vision after Ma Kuang-Suin's invasion became practical combat. But I was wrong. The Dung family's potential remains as strong as ever. If they take over the Black Snake sect as Ambassador Bok thought, then we'll be facing the demon cult. Yan Ming turned back. You're still here? Shen Jr. was embarrassed. Young master's presence is so impressive I can't take my eyes off you. Yan Ming nodded. Is that so? Then let's go back to our home base and discuss the situation. These guys can't be allowed to clash with the Tang family. A few days ago in Sichuan, outside the city walls, Shen was eating while talking. Luckily, during the trip to Sichuan, there were no conflicts with those sects. I heard that, after the Tang family weakened, Sichuan became the territory of those sects. So it's pretty quiet. Ambassador Bok tensed up. What does that mean? Suddenly the Tuan appeared. Is the food to your liking? Even though it's a small place, many people come here often? Shen frowned. Right next door, but no sign of them at all. They really are masters. Who is that? At this moment Ambassador Bok spoke up. You don't know, Shen, that guy is from the Du family. The Tuan sneered. Sorry to interrupt your meal. So what are the Taoists from the Gongdong sect doing in my Sichuan? Shen's eyes widened. I was afraid of running into the sect, so I stayed at an inn far away. But I didn't expect the sect leader to come to a small place like this. The Tuan said, is there something you want to see at our sect? It seems you've already reached the realm of transformation. But sending a fighter like you means this case must be serious, right? Ambassador Bok said, I have no interest in seeing the Black Snake sect leader. You came alone. Where are your subordinates? Seemed like the Tuan didn't care. So what? You think you can win if it's just me? If you want, I'm always ready to fight. Ambassador Bok said, after all, Eve lived twice as long as you. The Tuan asked, so you want me to show you respect? Finally, Ambassador Bok couldn't hold back. In a battle at the transformation realm, internal energy accumulated over years is absolute. Can you endure the internal force focused through our sect's mental techniques? Shen was surprised. Ambassador Bok was more intense than usual. Are you planning to fight here? The Tuan laughed slyly, so arrogant. Ching, away Tian Xing, these guys were wiped out by my own hands 15 years ago. Gongdong was peaceful only because it was in Sichuan City. You only admit defeat when you lose. Then come with me, it'll be easier to finish this. Shen stopped him. No, if something happens. But Ambassador Bok was different. You mean I have to endure it? No, don't stop me. It'll show that arrogant guy the true power of Gongdong martial arts. Shen said, Ambassador Bok has started fighting the Black Snake sect leader. Yan Ming asked, fighting different from earlier when I saw him. Shen nodded yes, but the person who chased us earlier already reported back. In any case, the Black Snake sect leader really is terrifying. The battle between the Tuan and Ambassador Bach began. The sword technique you're using is a flexible power. Based on my own vital energy that's surprising. Repelling other energies through resonance with vital energy. Xian stood nearby, watching Can't Follow with the eyes. This is a battle of fighters who have reached the transformation realm. The Tuan has the advantage is that all you've got. Step it up. You're proud of your internal energy, but this is all your power can do. Ambassador Bach gritted his teeth. Fine, I'll show you the 6 energies of Gong Dong. The true power of the demon suppression sword technique. Xian chuckled. Ambassador Bach dominated. Can handle the Black Snake sect leader here. Is he laughing? Ambassador Bach narrowed his eyes at him. Trying to strike before I reach him like he's testing me. About his family pride. Fine, let's end this arrogance here, the Tuan said, so that's how you use it. Xian was really worried about Ambassador Bach. Using the arrogance technique of the demon suppression sword, Ambassador Bach tried very hard. See that, Xian? He defeated that Du guy already. Xian was alarmed. I see it's getting chaotic, so we should avoid that area. Hurry up, said the Tuan. The technique requires more skill than I thought. It's like Gong Dong martial arts is taking on an old style. It's energy lacking true vital energy controlled through the mind. Although it's demon suppression sword technique, in reality, it's no different from raw martial energy. Xian said, that's clearly demon suppression sword technique. But it's not the soul vengeance qigong, it's personal energy flow. What now? The Tuan laughed. Why the surprise? If you understood the truth, you'd know the creation isn't necessarily the power of BA2. You said it's demon suppression sword technique. Out of respect for origin, I call this the restoration divine skill. In the hall, Xian had a conversation with Tang Yen Ming. He asked about the situation. So Ducat Tuan Black Snake sect leader used Gong Dong martial arts. Xian recalled when Ducat Tuan used divine skill. Brother Xian shared, I saw him applying and using it precisely. Although the way the energy is gathered is totally different. That method clearly shows the arrogance of the demon suppression sword technique. Moreover, the force behind that single strike far surpasses the demon suppression sword technique. If Su Bach hadn't pushed his remaining internal power to block it after hesitating for a moment, I probably wouldn't be here now. Then he recalls fighting alongside Hu Yen Tiu, always tapping into hidden strength inside, while Ming rested his chin thinking like a Tai Shu Taoist. That's clearly the level of the transformation realm. He wondered if he could apply the martial art he was seeing for the first time. Could it be that one can fully awaken the highest martial skills of experts in just one battle? Suddenly a voice called out, young master startled. He woke up. Hu Yen Tiu respectfully said, Su Bach and I came to Duong Ra for one purpose, only to request a united effort in our sect's great battle. Cut to the Heavenly Demon Cult. A religious group and armed force in Xinjiang, whose power once rivaled all the old schools and martial forces stemming from noble families. But despite countless changes in the martial world, the righteous sect still dared not act because the entire cult was controlled by the 5 wise elder demon cult leaders. Meanwhile, the situation began to shift with the appearance of Yen Trunkak, the son of a demon cult leader. Soon after, people swore loyalty only to Yen Trunkak. He possessed innate martial prestige that cut through the martial world. However, Trunkak worried that the demon cult would fracture due to faction conflicts. He led his followers out of the demon cult and founded the Ma Kuang Shuyen. After hearing the story about Yen Trunkak founding Ma Kuang Shuyen Duong Din Men, judged that with Ma Kuang Shuyen just formed and the number of elite troops reduced, now was the last chance to completely eradicate the demon cult. But the Black Snake Alliance in the south of the sect remained a worrying problem. Huin Teo said frankly, the elite troops we have in the East Gate are ready. If the Black Snake Alliance moves north, they will face a heavy blow, Din Men confidently said. But judging from the martial prestige shown by the young master, I believe we can definitely stop the Black Snake Alliance from advancing north. He imagined the moment he'd enter battle determined to unleash his full power. Huin Teo bowed respectfully. So please, we ask for your help. While we conquer the demon cult, please stop the Black Snake Alliance from moving north. However, Din Men spoke loudly. I don't want to. Huinteo asked confusedly. Sir, what do you mean? Duong Din Men explained. I said I don't want to. Why should I do that? Subak overheard and asked. Is he refusing? Din Men explained. This isn't something that can be decided unilaterally. I need to discuss it again with the sect leader, since he said that I went out first and am waiting. Huinteo whispered. If you can't convince him, what will you do then? Elder Subak said. Let's wait and see first. Huinteo tried to persuade him. He shared the story again. Subak, even though this is a different matter, I think the situation with Duong Ra is very different from what we predicted. I came here and looked around. Inside Duong Ra the halls have been built, and the martial prowess of the fighters in training. The atmosphere among the members inside Duong Ra is completely opposite to the rumors that Duong Ra has weakened because of Ma Kuang-Huin. The elder stroked his beard and said calmly, That's right, I saw it too. There must be some motivation behind their revival of the clan. Either way, we have to win over these people. Suddenly, two guests arrived. Hello, two Taoists. She introduced herself. I'm Duong Ke-Huin, in charge of communications in Duong Ra. I came here after receiving orders from the clan leader to have you meet with Subak and Huinteo. They were led inside, their eyes full of surprise. Sitting down to talk, the girl said, I've heard the whole story from the young master. You came asking for cooperation to oppose the demon cult, right? She introduced herself as Duong Chi Tuesday, the clan leader of the Duong family in Sichuan. They thought this feeling was the realm of transformation. No mistake, it's understandable that the Duong family's morale is rising. Just the martial prowess of the young master alone is astonishing. And even the clan leader has reached the transformation realm. Even regaining past status wouldn't be enough immediately. Yes, Huinteo is right. So our community urgently needs support to completely eradicate this. Helping from a standpoint showing clear righteousness, isn't that right? Chi Tuesday pleaded, please reconsider once more. Subak asked, Dain Men, you refused earlier. Why do you still think the same now? He firmly said, that's right. Huinteo's mother asked again. How can that be? Young Master Dain Men clearly explained his stance. If we can't stop the demon cult from running rampant, who knows, the demon path could take over the world. I understand the threat of the demon cult, but the matter with the Snake Sect and the Black Snake Alliance is a separate issue. I've researched and found out the Black Snake Alliance doesn't harm the ordinary people of Sichuan. Although they collect protection fees, they are also trying to wipe out mountain bandits just like the righteous sects. With that situation, there's no reason to attack them first. Huinteo hesitated and wanted to say, that's fate. He added, furthermore, you say it's about standing for righteousness. When the Black Snake Alliance overthrew the righteous sects in Sichuan and Makwang Suyan invaded our clan, not one member of the righteous sect stood up to help. I realized that the safety of one's own sect and clan is what matters most. I'm not blaming anyone, but even now you ask for help under the name of eradicating the demon cult. If Kolwan falls, the community is next. Do you think they don't know what's coming when it's already at their feet? Huinteo embarrassedly lowered his head. He thought to himself he couldn't lift his face up. The young master is right. Basically, they only act when their sect is in crisis. Subak said, what the young master said is very true. I apologize for not understanding the Duong family's position. Huinteo thought quietly, Subak apologizing. If it were an ordinary day, he would have been furious immediately. He said gently, my thinking was a bit narrow. Because under that name it was just discussion about sacrifice. So refusal was understandable. Chi Tuesday tried to negotiate. If you agree to help, we will return a corresponding price. We are not asking for help, but for cooperation. Will you reconsider? Dain Men said. Since you've said it like that, I can't keep refusing. Huinteo said happily. Really? If so, we should discuss our current military strength first. Dain Men said. Before that, we need to see how much you can pay. Talking about money seems to light up his eyes. Huinteo and Subak went outside. He said, the maintenance cost of our sect at once is a few hundred. The elder said, if it can protect the sect, that amount is cheap. And maybe he's confident in himself, so he asked for that amount. Huinteo wondered, "You mean the young master's martial prowess is definitely outstanding?" Subak said that we don't know yet. Maybe it's on par with or even higher than the Duong clan leader. He answered yes, if going by Subak's feeling hiding achievements isn't impossible now. Only Diane Men and Chi Tuesday were left in the room discussing business. While she calmly sipped tea, he thought to himself, if he can fake transformation realm, that's another story. They probably don't know he's maintaining a declining blessing line. He really feels like a superior master. I see the transformation realm as it is. This kind of thing probably isn't just about getting money. Here, Chi Tuesday asked him why he suddenly changed his mind. He answered firmly that it wasn't a sudden change of mind. In front of the Taoists, he mentioned the good things about the Black Snake Alliance but didn't believe them. Chi Tuesday curiously asked how he honestly admitted that maintaining order after all the main sects in Sichuan collapsed was true. It was all because of Dukak Tuan. He recalled an old event from long ago. The snake sect wasn't classified as such because they couldn't enter the righteous sects, but basically because they despised loyalty and pursued profit like bandits. The snake sect of Sichuan is only being suppressed by the order Dukak Tuan created. After Duong Ra weakened, and the Black Snake Alliance took control, their followers rarely went out. If they endure a little oppression, they can push competing merchants out. He wondered if the sect's collapse or the infiltration basically hadn't changed. Recalling the image of Dukak Tuan, he seemed obsessed. But the current order is just a temporary status quo. If one day Dukak Tuan disappears, the snake sects that grew while he ruled will be released back into Sichuan. Duong Tri Tuesday seemed to have figured it all out. She said, "It really is that Mao family's doing. I understand what you mean, but what do you plan to do?" Jianmin smiled confidently and said, "It's simple. We just have to stop them from reaching the north. But with our current strength, isn't it impossible to completely stop the Black Snake Alliance?" He explained gently, "It's not about blocking them from outside, but shaking things up inside so they can't get out." She was stunned. Her eyes filled with worry. She asked loudly again, "You're going to attack the native Black Snake Alliance?" "Definitely possible, but breaking through that far isn't easy. Not long ago, they even sent a direct invitation. The content was an invitation to Sichuan's gathering. Sichuan's gathering now is different from before. It has become a convention gathering latest-stage masters of snake path sects. They've started competing." Dianmin finished reading the letter. He was determined to head out and find all the new information. "I'm going to attend this Sichuan gathering to confirm their true nature. If they can't abandon the roots of the snake path, I will destroy them all." Scene shifts to a garden. Dongduan, "If you go to the gathering, don't do anything to annoy the young master there." Her father warned, "Remember, our family's fate depends on you." She replied, "Don't worry, uncle." The Decat family folded their hands on the table, focused, thinking, if the young master of the Dung family is such a talented person, then I Decat Duan Wan am determined, she said excitedly. "No matter what, I'll bring him along." Early the next morning, the young hero came to ask if Master Tai Hu was there. "I brought food and medicine." Subak noticed the young hero had arrived and invited him inside. He gently asked about the internal injury. The old man thanked him. "Thanks to you, I'm feeling much better." They chatted happily. The old man praised the medicine his grandfather brought, saying it was very effective. The young hero said, "Really?" At first, it wasn't just herbs but also poisons used. Subak looked confused, as if he was hallucinating. "Stop rambling and just drink it." I wondered if I should drink it. But after drinking it, my internal injury recovered right before my eyes. He recalled the moment he drank the medicine. His body immediately began healing. The old man shouted loudly, "Nothing can stop me now. Even the pills made by the sect leader heal faster than expected. With this recovery speed, I can return to the sect the fastest." The young hero smiled happily. "Luckily, there's progress," Shen Thu asked. But outside, young hero today seemed a bit chaotic. Then he hesitated. The young hero anxiously asked, "Is something going on?" Yes, he guessed maybe it's because the Daicat family returned, so it's like that. Shen Thu stared blankly. He casually asked, "Yes, the Daicat family." The young hero recounted past events and explained to him that the Dai Cat family and our family have had a deep and close relationship since long ago. So this time, they also stood up to help at Kin Heap by setting up the Chi Dain defensive formation from outside. Xian Thieu finally understood everything. He imagined there were a lot of rewards, maps, and plans and thought, although had heard about the close ties, they actually set up the entire formation. He also gave his opinion. I don't know much about formations, but I think it must have taken a lot of wealth. So is the Dai Cat family situation okay? Then Subak clearly asked about the cost and materials. The young hero just laughed and said defensively, "No, I heard that the Dai Cat family took care of all of that. I heard from the young family head that the D Cat family was very cooperative." He also mentioned some names who had figured out the weaknesses of Duong Ra. Why is the Dai Cat family sitting quietly, carefully calculating? In another scene before leaving, the old Dai Cat asked, Don Ah, can you do well? She said, "Don't worry, my master." She even laughed confidently. "I know myself well. No guy can resist my beauty." The old man sighed. "That's right, Don, you remind me of my sister who was once called the top beauty of Hubei long ago. Capturing a guy her age won't be hard." He recalled old stories from 15 years ago, when Ma Kuang Suyen targeted my sister and attacked the D-Cat family. Our family was saved from total destruction by my sister's self-sacrifice. But the humiliation and collapse from being made a laughingstock for one night led her to eventually commit suicide. A moment later, he couldn't hold back his tears. "I cannot let our family suffer such a tragedy a second time. If Don builds a deep relationship with the young family head of the Don family, our family's survival can be maintained through the Don family." She still seemed stubborn, holding on to her pride. He came to advise her, "I beg you, Don, the future of our family depends on you." Suddenly there was a knock on the door and he invited them in. They said that during the Kin Heap battle, the young family head had just passed the Don Louis formation, and at that time they heard you helped a lot. Both of them widened their eyes, confused, and didn't know what else to say. Seeing change, it turned out it was none other than Chi Tuesday arriving. She asked about everything you said. You would set up the Chi Dain defense formation outside this family. As the family head, I can only say thank you. If the family head isn't the mother of the young family head, then she must be Mao Trian Tai Chien, meaning they share a very blessed bloodline. The Dai Cat family expressed feelings. "Your presence is overwhelming, it made me dizzy." He clasped his hands and said, "Hello, Don family head. I am D-Cat Sintan. I apologize for not knowing you had taken office." Chi Tuesday said, "I assumed this since you were away, so don't worry." He kindly showed concern for her and her team. "You must have traveled far and are tired. Please, rest well before working." Chi Tuesday wasn't formal and thanked him for his care. She asked further, "But the little girl beside you?" He said, She's my niece. I brought her here to strengthen the friendship between our two families." He reminded Don, "Remember to greet the family head." The little girl looked surprised. "That's the young family head of the Dong family. How can someone be so perfect? There's not a single flaw as a general." He broke into a sweat at the naive answers of the little girl. He reminded her to be polite and bow, sincerely apologize for the late greeting.
"Iam diket doan.
Though late, I sincerely congratulate you on taking office." Chi Tuesday smiled gently and said, "What a good kid. Thank you." She praised Don. "So beautiful, I'm sure many young men have suffered heartbreak these past years." The little girl blushed shyly. "Thank you for your compliment." Chi Tuesday also recalled her own story. "I was quite well known when I was young. Looking at you feels like looking back at my younger self." The little girl's eyes sparkled. She was very happy. "What are you saying? You're still very beautiful now. The first time I met you, I thought you were the young family head's older sister." The little girl thought to herself, "I have to win over the mother like the young family head because someday she'll be my mother-in-law." Don Chi Tuesday continued, "Even though it was just chatting, she said that, so I'm very happy. Luckily with my niece and the young family head here, I hope you'll live harmoniously in this family." The little girl replied, "I'm happy you said that, because my half-brother in this family never gave me such strong affection." She exclaimed, Oh my god. This was just a test. Don wanted to see the young family head's reaction. But he looked bored, belittling the delicate girl telling her pitiful story. But strangely in this family, even when just walking, the guys have already started making moves. Don was stunned by his reaction. She thought to herself, isn't he overflowing in the young family head's eyes? In his mind, there's only my soul. She appeared in his subconscious deep down. Don felt shattered. It was the first time she had been humiliated like that. Looking at herself, even his eyes showed no emotion. The young master pinched his cheek to wake him up. He reminded Don, men, we have guests here, what are you doing? Don was furious, determined to make him see her again no matter what it took. Scene shifts to the inner city of Sichuan territory of the Black Snake Alliance. A citizen reports, have you heard any news yet? They say the young master of the Duong family is also participating in this Sichuan grand return. He was surprised thinking about what that guy had done. Do you think other sects will just let it go? At the Manhua Alliance, the venue for the Sichuan Grand Return is being prepared. The Alliance leader reports, the first page covers the necessary budgeting for this Grand Return. And the next page lists 6 families and sects participating in the martial competition fees. Thung Ming not sat back reviewing the report. This should be good enough. The Manhua Alliance leader probably knows what needs to be done. If it were like before this year, the Tian Tan Alliance should be in charge. But you've worked hard, did a great job. Du Lin only says no as a subordinate of the Alliance leader. So I'm just doing what needs to be done. The senior elders laughed. She must be the Alliance leader who threw the report and left already. Originally a free spirit, we hope she'll now forget her childhood behind that dead-end alley and dry land. Suddenly the daughter of the Black Snake Alliance leader came to ask the elders, I want to watch this Sichuan Grand Return. The girl hugged Thung Ming Not's neck. He asked, what's up? Last time you went to watch the duel it was annoying, you didn't want to go again. The girl smiled. Earlier I heard that the young master of the Duong family is also participating in this Sichuan Grand Return. But can you confirm if that information is true? She kept begging and wondering, who are those fangirls I heard about? They must be lovesick. I wonder how handsome he really is. Ming Not sighed. Isn't this a bit exaggerated? The girl got upset, speaking loudly. If it's exaggerated, just pretend you don't know. But if it's true, then he should be treated like a husband. Ming Not patiently said, if your father heard this, he'd probably be shocked, speechless. The girl asked again, so can I go watch or not? He agreed, even if I say no you wouldn't listen anyway. Besides, who can stop the daughter of the Black Snake Alliance leader? Du Lin stood outside watching the happy moment between the girl and her father. She smiled brightly. Early this morning, my Lu was brushing my SOS hair. She had to gush a compliment. Oh my, just look at that soft hair. Is that really the same person who's been bedridden all this time? My So smiled shyly. Sis, my Lu told me about dying men last time. No wonder she was comparing me to you. If you have any secrets, you should share them with me. My SOS eyes grew sad. Maybe she was thinking about him. Suddenly, my So asked casually, sis, what do you think of dying men? She was surprised, blushing, and embarrassed. What? Why would you ask that? My Lu said cheerfully, what else could it be? Just hearing dying men's name has already changed your breath like that. My So was too shy. She spoke loudly to intimidate my Lu. I'm learning martial arts to sense other people's breath. Ah, no. My Lu hesitated, then asked, anyway, are you okay, sis? She looked confused. What? My Lu shared more info. Dying Men has been busy attending the Sichuan gathering, so it's been a long time since they last met. She's worried about him. The Sichuan gathering is basically a meeting of sects. Isn't that really dangerous? My Lu crossed her arms and said, that's not the main point. What if Dying Men takes a liking to one of the girls from the sects attending the Sichuan gathering? Will you be okay, sis? My So lowered her head, tears welling up. She forced the words out, hesitating for a long time. My Lu cut in, obviously you don't like that, right? Then we should go to the Sichuan gathering. My So worriedly stopped her. But what if we become a burden to the young master? Contrary to her mood, my Lu was carefree and happy. Don't worry about that, sis. Then she took her hand and ran off. I thought it all through. Scene shifts to the meeting room. Dain Men looks tired and frustrated. He rested his chin on his hand and asked, Dong Duan, do you want to go to the Sichuan gathering too? The girl didn't hesitate to agree. I heard this is where the later generations of Chi Thursday leave their rights in Sichuan and compete. I'm just curious about how this competition actually happens. Dain Men said wearily, it probably won't be a problem. Because Eve been told I can accompany a martial artist as a bodyguard. She just needs to know this isn't a place to play around. No, Duan Zhuang felt upset inside but tried to hold it back. Whatever happens shall follow and try to win the young master's favor. Suddenly there was a knock on the door calling Dain Men. Inside Dain Men was happy eyes full of hope, sensing someone had come. Sure enough, it was my Lu. My So confidently said yes because your sister has something to say, so we came. My So stood beside her and said, Why are you being rude to the young master? She firmly led My So inside the room. When they entered they met Duan Duan. She asked, Who are you? Duan Zhuang asked back, And who are you? Dain Men said, Miss My So came looking for me, what's the matter? My Lu quickly jumped in, It's like this, your sister and I want to go to the Sichuan gathering. Dain Men was very surprised. So My Lu, you're the bodyguard and Miss My So wants to come along? Why is that? Duan Duan froze. She thought silently, what is that girl talking about? And that attitude like she's very close with the young master. What kind of face is that anyway? She looked at My So and thought, she might even be on par with Master Deng. If he goes with a girl like that, then my plan, my position outside. Duan Zhuang tried to put on a friendly charming face, but inside she was furious, boiling with anger. Dain Men said, My Lu, I welcome you to come as a bodyguard. But Miss My So can't come because she already has an appointment. My Lu reacted, Why, if I can't bring sis, then I won't go either. Duan Zhuang silently laughed. Inside Dain Men made a decision. Then there's no other way, we'll have to recruit other fighters. She was angry. You're really My So stopped her gently. She softly said, It's okay, sis. My Lu, be careful out there. Because it doesn't matter to me. But if the young master doesn't like it, no more pushing. She was tearing up as she spoke from the bottom of her heart. My Lu said privately to Dain Men, Come with me outside. She said, Dain Men, I think you're amazing. Your martial arts and your judgment and decisiveness are top-notch. But why aren't you sharp at all? Do you know who I'm standing between right now? Why can't your sister come along? Don't you have feelings for her? I've already saved a seat for you, but you keep pushing it away. And this isn't a place to hang out. She crossed her arms and said this frustrated. Dain Men interrupted, This will be a death trap. Hearing that, she was shocked. He calmly said, We just don't know what will happen while clashing with the later generations of Chi Thursday from the Snake Sect. If your sister goes along, it will expose dangers we can't predict. If that happens, who do you think will be responsible? My Lu suddenly felt cold with fear. He continued, Besides, that's the territory of the Black Snake Alliance. We might even have to face the alliance leader. Even if not, the young lady just woke up not long ago and is still weak. So it will be very hard for her to handle it. My Lu understood. If you say that, then I can't do anything else. Yes. Thank you for understanding me, My Lu said firmly, but I will go. He was surprised. What you said earlier, if your sister didn't go, you wouldn't go either. She said straight to his face, What happened earlier is what happened earlier. You can't just give fresh fish to a thieving cat. He said helplessly, I know, but I don't know. Duan Duang suspected, It seems like someone is talking about us somewhere. That afternoon, Dain Men met the old master. He ran up and asked, What are you doing? Feeling sleepy? The old man said loudly, Not at all. I finished setting up the entire formation and am just adjusting this part. I'll be done soon, Dain Men said really. Then where he looked at the formation, the old man explained. Looking at the formation, the poison's core is controlled entirely through YCAT to the main headquarters. He said Eve taken 3 key points from the road as the focus to set up the formation and finished it within the deadline you ordered for the decisive battle. He remembered asking the old man to do it within a week. Otherwise it would have fallen behind. The old man said, At this level, I wonder if you're satisfied. All right, Dain Men placed his hand on the old man's shoulder and smiled. See, if you do it, you can do it. Do the rest the same way you've worked hard and done very well. Hearing that, the old man was very happy. He looked up at the sky feeling peaceful inside. He thought silently better than expected. At this level, even if we get invaded while I'm out, we can still defend solidly. If that's the case, then the rest he kept calculating. Later, Dain Men invited Deng Qilong for a talk. He asked, "Why did you call me young master? It's not like we're close. Just having free time to chat like this." He said, "You have deep expertise in swordsmanship and have reached elder status, right? I've also been practicing swordsmanship for a while, so I'm glad and want to share something with you." Deng Qilong explained, "The sword technique you saw that day, young master, is a realm I personally cannot reach. I deeply feel the difference in you." Dain Men said, "With your skill, even the Chittic move is out of reach. So I plan to give you some advice on swordsmanship." Deng Qilong was surprised when he said that. "All right." Dain Men added, "Of course, that doesn't mean I'm going to teach you for free. The condition is that you have to follow my orders later. I'm sure chances like this won't come easily. Even if you see this as fate, it won't affect anything. What do you think?" After hearing this, he was even more confused. He asked more firmly, "Will you trade?" Before leaving, Huin Thieu said a few words to everyone we're leaving. "Thank you all for being good to us all this time. Besides, on behalf of the sect, I want to thank you all for joining us with the same purpose." Ambassador Bach said, "Thanks to you, I was able to completely heal my internal injuries. If anything happens to Duong Ra in the future, I will rush over immediately." Duong Chi Tuesday giggled and said, "Since you said that, all I can do is thank you. We will also send martial artists and elders to help you a bit with the Young Fa Dain Men sect." Ambassador Bach happily said, "I won't forget this favor. I'll send the funds as soon as I return to my sect." Duong Chi Tuesday was very sincere and shook his hand. She cheerfully replied, "I hope everything goes smoothly." Suddenly, Ambassador Bach turned to Duong Dain Men and said, Young master, without you, my junior brother and I probably would have ended up as corpses." Huin Thieu heard his senior brother say the words corpses and got a bit goosebumps. He whispered, "Corpses, isn't that a bit much?" Ambassador Bach reached out to shake hands with Duong Dain Men and said, "I really appreciate your martial prowess. It's not typical for someone your age, so soon you'll surpass me." Suddenly, for some unknown reason, a huge burst of light and power struck Ambassador Bach's face. He panicked and used his spiritual insight to realize something. Huin Thieu was also shocked, mouth agape, and said, "Ambassador Bach, your face is pale, are you all right?" He grimaced and replied, "I'm fine. Maybe I'm just feeling regretful about having to leave. Let's head back to the sect then." But in truth, Ambassador Bach was very confused. He clearly knew it wasn't a mistake. But the feeling of existence like that? How could it be just speculation? Maybe the reason the Duong family has overcome hardship isn't the Duong family head, but actually the young master. That's right, it can't be wrong. Watching their backs as they left, Chi Tuesday felt happier and more at ease. Scene changed to Sichuan. Huin Duong Mai Lu arrived and was very surprised by the thick festive atmosphere. "Back in the day when I came here, it wasn't like this at all." Dain Min asked, "You've been here before?" Mai Lu replied, "When my father was the Shang Duan leader, I probably came a few times. I heard it was once a major Shang Duan in Sichuan. Although now the Snake Dao sect has taken over Sichuan, so its scale has shrunk." Dain Min continued, "Thinking back, my father said the same thing." He pondered silently. "If my family plans to expand later, bringing in Shang Duan would definitely help secure finances. Because you can't rely your whole life on the interest from jade carving and the embezzled funds from the elders. Clearly the Snake Dao sect needs to be wiped out." After thinking this, Dain Min told Mai Lu, "When this matter is over, you and your father should come find me." Mai Lu looked puzzled. "Why?" Dain Min simply answered, "Because I intend to help your father become the Shang Duan leader again." Hearing this, Mai Lu was extremely surprised, panicked, and asked, with her mouth wide open, "What, really? You can't change your mind later?" Scene change, a chubby man was nodding off board because he couldn't sell anything. He complained today's been dead quiet. Wish someone who knows how to appraise swords would come by, that'd be great. Suddenly a faint voice came over. I didn't hear any hammering sounds, not selling here. It turned out to be Duong Dain Min and his friends. He said I'm here to look at swords. The chubby shop owner, who just moments ago looked grumpy, now brightened up and eagerly invited them in unique style indeed. Please come inside, the swords are in there, so feel free to look around. Not to brag, but my swords outshine most of the other stuff the cultists have. My Lu, confused, asked Dain Min why look at swords. Dain Min replied right away, obviously I think it's better to carry a weapon. He picked up several swords and started inspecting them. No matter what, you have to be proud of your strength yet. The blade's condition changes, what's the standard? The sharpness of the sword spirit is so high it almost cries out loud. The chubby man was surprised, his eyes lighting up as he asked, you know how to appraise swords? Duong Dain Min modestly answered, just a bit. Though there's no decoration and it feels a bit rough, the sharpness is definitely in the blade. I don't know the full details, but this is proof that the master forged and crafted it meticulously. The owner broke out in a sweat, thinking, maybe I should just wave it a few times and glance at it. What to do now? After a careful examination, Dain Min said, I think whichever we pick, they're all high quality, so just buy a reasonable amount. Suddenly, the chubby owner panicked and ran off. Wait for me a moment, I'll be right back, so please stay put. Scene change. The owner brought out a beautiful Yang Quan sword, a professional blade. He kept urging them, come on, open it up and try. I'm thrilled to meet someone who knows how to appraise swords after so long. So I brought this. Dain Min opened the Yang sword, and before he could say anything, the chubby owner said, this is a masterpiece from our forge called the Demon Slayer sword. Dain Min vaguely looked at the shiny sword, Demon Slayer sword. My Lu hazily asked Duong Man, this is amazing, right? The other's eyes sparkled brightly as they marveled. I don't have deep knowledge about swords, but I can tell this sword is incredible. The chubby owner proudly said, my master created it with his last breath because of chronic illness, and I inherited it and made it perfect. What do you all think? I'm proud that at this level, even calling it a legendary sword, it's not inferior. Dain Min thought to himself, it definitely meets the standard even compared to the sword I used in my past life, it's just as good. Because I can actually feel the craftsmanship of the blade shining through. After a moment of deep thought, Dain Min spoke to the shop owner. This is an excellent sword, but I probably don't need a sword at this level. The fat shop owner's face went pale and greenish, stammering, how could that be? Can't possibly fall short of your expectations, right? Dain Min smiled and told him, on the contrary, you've made a legendary sword worth being proud of, and am really grateful you introduced it to me. But I think it's a bit too much for me. Compared to a legendary sword like this, it obviously stands out a lot, so carrying a normal sword would be better. So go ahead and charge me for the sword I picked earlier. The fat shop owner sighed sadly and said, since you said so, I have no choice. Suddenly, a group of rough-looking people appeared out of nowhere. Their leader said, so what's going on here now? The fat shop owner was startled, panic-stricken eyes wide and bulging with fear, saying, the young master alone. It turned out to be the group of the young master from Huin Duong Man Dain Tho Tan. He said clearly, you said you would bring me the best sword yet. You dared to hide a sword like that and deceive me. Dain Tho Tan's expression was extremely sinister and cruel. He sneered and said, a lowly dat hung like you dares to trick this young master? The fat shop owner was very scared, stammering, you've misunderstood, young master Dain. Meanwhile, Duin Men found it very puzzling, wondering what was going on. I can sense a different aura from those who look like bodyguards. There's something sharp about it. Bak Sha, overhearing, asked Leo, where did you say you smelled that stench? So that must be demonic energy. Exactly, because Eve tried fighting Violon Kek a few times, so I know. Is this the first time you've seen it? Dain Men nodded and said quietly, only heard about it before. But this is my first time seeing it directly. Why are there cult members here in Sichuan? Bak Sa confidently said, well, let's catch one or two and interrogate them, right? Dain Tatung looked dark and menacing, stepped closer to Dain Men and threatened, "Step aside. I have to kill that Dat Hung. If you don't move, I'll kill you first." But how could Dain Men obey him? He flicked him and said, "What a rude little brat you are." The ugly, spoiled young master was furious. "What did you say, you bastard?" Then Dain Men hit him a few more times. His bodyguards just stood there, wide-eyed, utterly terrified. "Young master, are you okay?" Dain Men lectured him. "At that standard, no matter how good a sword is, you wouldn't be able to use it properly. You should train 25 more levels before coming here." Aswa's henchman rushed forward, arrogantly cursing. "How dare you lay a hand on the nephew of Nam Tan Tuen, the sect leader of Huin Zung Mon under Hak Sa. If you act recklessly like this, don't expect to survive." Dain Men's eyes blazed with fierce determination as he continued, "I don't care about the status of some brat. What's your connection to the demon cult?" Their faces darkened. Even Daycat Duan Duan was a bit scared and stammered to Dain Men, "Where did you even come from?" A masked man threatened, "How dare you insult our sect like that, so you don't value your life." Suddenly, they erupted into chaos and started fighting. The masked man said, "Jean Wit Tai, from now on, let's welcome young Master Dain and clean up these scraps. Still, this is a surprise we've been hiding perfectly. How did you even find out we exist?" Dain Men replied coolly, "With the stench of these demon cult riffraff spreading everywhere, how could I not know? If you want to hide your identity, at least cover your face properly, you ugly fool." My Lu got furious and cursed at him. "Are you crazy? Why would you show that ugly face to provoke them?" The masked man was showing patience, saying, "Even seeing those people die, you still don't show up. Where's your sense of vigilance?" But Duan Duan just chuckled, "If that's your idea of vigilance, you can take it with you." He even borrowed the demon-slaying sword from the fat boss. He continued, "From what I see, the ugly ones and those who have fallen are all the same." The masked demon got mad and told his underlings, "You guys deal with young Master Dain. They'll kill this guy." Dain Titan was terrified and panicked. "Who are you guys? Let me go." Dain Men looked at them with disdain. He wondered if that brat really didn't know. It didn't seem unrelated, but it was hard to tell. The masked man charged, shouting, "Do you dare ignore me?" But in an instant his sword snapped in two. He was stunned by what he saw. "What the heck? I clearly ran at him fast. How did I get blocked?" Seeing Dain Men's calm face, he regretted, "I should have counterattacked faster." Just a second later, everyone else was shocked. Their faces went ice-cold, goosebumps rising as they saw the masked man's head fall. Once again, Destiny evaluated this demon's lair sword. Seeing him stagger like that, I could definitely tell this was a legendary sword. The weight distribution of the blade and the handle is almost perfect, and it boasts a sharpness that hasn't been stained by a drop of blood. The chubby boss with his round eyes and mouth agape was definitely a renowned warrior. Destiny glanced at him and said, "Your master has created a masterpiece. You are the successor, and you're quite skilled at maintaining it." Hearing these words, the chubby boss was moved, reminiscing about his master. His master once said, "For something of value, there will naturally be a suitable owner. This sword will one day find its true master. So you must ensure that the sword is given to someone who can appreciate its value." The chubby guy was so emotional that he knelt down, crying, "I found you, master, the true owner of the demon's lair sword." Destiny asked, "Are those demon beasts sending more of their stinky names at us? Even if you all rush in at once, I won't care." The demon beasts, unaware of their own limits, charged forward. They shouted, "You arrogant fool, don't underestimate us." But with just a few basic moves, Destiny dealt with them effortlessly. Dianta Tang was terrified, mouth agape, tears and snot flowing. Mailu and Decat Zhuangzhuang were also stunned, saying, "I can't be more surprised than this." Looking at Destiny, everyone was in awe. When did that kid actually train in swordsmanship? The next morning, a quiet step approached, and Duyan Hutrung said, "Everything is going too smoothly. Not only does that Black Snake Alliance member not realize he's of the new sect bloodline, Duyan Tutang. My son was born with the talent of a martial artist worthy of the Dian family bloodline. Though he's just a child, the truth is no one among his peers can compare to Tutang. If he showcases his martial prowess in the Sichuan region, and participates in the Black Snake Alliance's brain of defense, it will be the first step to weaken the power of the Black Snake Alliance. And when they find out, it will surely mean that the demonic path has reached Sichuan. He smiled smugly as he said this. Outside, someone called Sir Duyen sir. But Duyen Hutrung recognized. Brother, aren't you Shen Nutai protecting Tutang? He tightly hugged his injured arm, calling sir. He was shocked to see his brother being attacked by a mysterious enemy using the bamboo forest technique. The battle had already turned bloody. Many warriors had sacrificed their lives. Mailu and Decat Duanjuan witnessed the scene. They were so surprised because it seemed almost all had been cleared away. Mailu said, "But who will clean this up? If I bring my sister here, she will probably faint. But will it be okay? Earlier someone ran away? So if reinforcements come," Duyan Meng said, "I let him run on purpose." He pointed the tip of his sword at him, shouting, "This fool doesn't even realize he's involved with the demonic sect. There must be someone encouraging him to protect this guy. This guy seems to have misunderstood me all this time. I'm not from the demonic sect. I don't even know who these guys are," Duyan Meng said. "You'll find out soon enough." He pressed the tip of his sword closer to his throat. He added, "Now I will question those who are coming." Mailu and Duanduan stood frozen in fear. A group of masked warriors approached. "I know you're taking the young master hostage." Duyan Hutrong, leading the group, spoke firmly. "If you release the hostage and surrender, I will spare your life. But if you resist, I will tear you apart and feed you to the beasts." Duyan Meng shouted back from a distance. "You're too late. What can you guys do now?" He was being restrained by Duyan Meng struggling to call for his father for help. Listening outside the door were Maiso Duanduan and Huin Thieu. They wondered, who is the rogue here? Maiso gritted her teeth, saying, "Damn it. Just by watching it feels like there are twice as many already. What on earth is he planning to do?" Old man Hutrong shouted, "You dare. Do you even know who you're messing with?" Duyan Meng replied, "I know it's the demonic sect. The distinct aura emanating from you all feels demonic. You must be hiding your identities and have come to Sichuan to carry out a plot, right?" Hutrong was worried because he hit a nerve. Duyan Meng continued, "Although I don't know if Haishel Yen is aware of this. I think if he finds out, he won't let it go." Hutrong was anxious, thinking, has that guy discovered the demonic energy Eve been hiding? Moreover, the fact that 30 Shuyan Noyatai have not been seen and he still walks out unharmed makes him a danger. He must be eliminated. Named after the Duyan family, Hutrong was furious. He gritted his teeth to suppress his anger. "Order all Shuyan Noyatai to use the blood destruction demonic art." Maiso was confused. Blood destruction demonic art. That was used by Makwang Shuyan during the invasion of the root. He has gone mad, Duyan Meng asked. "Duyan Jia, do you have any relations with Duyan Trunkak?" Old Hutrong replied, "That's what a dying man would ask." He clenched his fists and said, "Let me tell you, I have no personal grudges, but that man caused our family to collapse." He provocatively smiled. "Which family did my senior brother bring down? Was it the Decat family or the Makwang family?" "No, since it's Sichuan, it could be the Duong family." Listening from outside, Maiso angrily shouted at him, "Tell me where it is and I will kill you and completely destroy your family." Duan understood that she intended to rush in, so she stopped Maiso. She tried to convince her, knowing that if we go out there we will definitely die, Maiso stubbornly said, but then hesitated. Duan said, "Calm yourself. Right now we can only trust the young master." Duyan Hutrong ordered, "Let Shuyan and get Tai kill that guy." Someone behind Duyan Meng reminded him, "Kid, those guys have quite a bit of momentum, so what are you planning to do?" Duyan Meng angrily drew his sword. "Are you asking the obvious? Just chop him down." He shouted, "Destroy them." The battle began. Even if it was bloody, they would not give up. Everyone outside stood by, worried and confused. Hutrong thought, "Unbelievable, 70 warriors of Shuyan and Getai have unleashed the blood destruction demonic art. Even the masters of transformation realm cannot overwhelm this level. Many who witnessed this battle had to agree that it resembled the period of the sect. With this, both Shuyan Matan sect and Shuyan Matan sect, who Xiao Catch Lin Trung were exhausted after the initiation ceremony of the young master of Shuyan Matan sect. They declared Duyan Trung Catch the victor. Outside, the battle between Duyan Mang and Hu Trong continued. He started to panic. The martial might of senior brother Trung Catch overwhelmed Hu Su, and Ta Su had reached a peak. After that day, the overwhelming force that could not be felt from anyone else but that kid. How did he realize this was a battle he could not win? Spare me, Duyan Hu, Trung begged. No matter what, you must save Tu then. If not, I will give my life to you. So please spare Tu. Then I don't know the grievances between you and Ma Kuang Shuyan Master, but that child is different from me. He is just an ordinary child who doesn't know he is involved. So please release that child. Duyan Mang said. Ordinary. The fact that he intended to kill Yathuang just for not giving him a good sword, that must be normal for the demonic sect, right? Then he stabbed him. You bastard. Hu Trung was furious. Duyan Mang said with a tone of resentment, angry. The families of those you have killed until now must feel the same way. But as for you, I think you won't regret anything. Everything related to Ma Kuang Shuyan, I have no intention of forgiving. Old Hu Trung was even more furious, boiling with rage. Duyan Mang shouted, stop yelling and go to hell. After the battle, Duyan Mang went to meet a special person. He said, you said you would give me this sword. He smiled happily and replied, anyway, if it weren't for you, I probably wouldn't be alive, so you can consider it as payment for the sword. Because according to my master's last wishes, the sword has found its rightful owner. So I give it to you and my master will be satisfied. Duyan congratulated him, young master. My Lu also said you said it was given, so why are you still waving it around? He shyly said, why are you all so noisy? If everyone is saying that, then let's try to use it well. My Lu teased him. Look at that, he's definitely identifying his fate. She said to him, this sword stands out too much. Can you give me a simpler sheath? He replied, of course. The more one looks at this sword, the more it seems that he is quite talented. How can this kid be so skilled with a sword? Even if he's called the Sword King, he must be quite reliable. When this kid grows up, he will definitely become a monster even beyond the martial arts rivals. Dain Min drew the sword to test it. His expression was very excited. Everyone was standing in line at the city gate. Someone said to their friend, hey, look at that guy. Is there a kid like that among the successors of the Sichuan gang? Both of them, a female attendant and a guard, were women. It seems that guy is quite lecherous. Sichuan ceremony is a big event. You know, if that's the case, why even come? His martial arts skills must be pretty poor. But why are the women in the city reacting like that? I feel like there's something off, like it's over before it even started. I've seen many successors before, but no one looks quite like him. Dain Min approached the registration desk. Can you tell us which family or gang you come from and your name? When he introduced himself as Dung Dain Min, the young master of the Dung family from Sichuan, everyone was taken aback. Immediately, someone rushed in to report to Du Lin he has arrived already. The young master of the Dung family is named Giano. She responded, yes, his name was on the participant list early this morning. And then he headed straight to the guest house. Hearing that, Du Lin felt happy inside. All right, now my brother can rest in peace. I will soon kill this arrogant one to avenge my brother. Memories flooded back when she was helped by her brother. This place is where thieves often linger. And the young lady is wandering around here alone. The young lady is lucky because I arrived in time. Did the young lady get hurt? That day was the first time I met Makangwin Kyo. Although I had no obstacles while making a living as a concubine to a high-ranking official, I lived a life no better than a mere entertainer. Then one day, the Marquis suddenly passed away in an accident. The Marquis was known for collecting martial arts secrets. So I, wanting to start a new life, boldly took the secrets and ran away. That day was when I met Makangwin Kyo. Later, I quickly became close to my brother who came from a martial arts school, and he taught me the basics of martial arts so I could protect myself. I built a foundation along with the stolen martial arts secrets and began my formal training in martial arts. But the cruel world did not allow me to be happy. From that moment on, my body began to weaken as if suffering from a terminal illness. I felt like I didn't have much time left, so I distanced myself from him. I didn't want him to see this ugly form of mine. As time passed, I heard news that Makngwin Kyo was being arrogant as the head of the Tai Yit Mak sword sect. I was slowly dying. I thought it would be wonderful to die like this in continuous agony. But because of my lingering feelings, I couldn't close my eyes just one last time. If I could meet Brother Mak just once, then Brother Mak would appear. Master, this is the talented woman I mentioned. But how is she dying like this, training the Yang family's martial arts with a woman's body? It's natural for the body to be deteriorating due to the conflicting beliefs and principles. If you want to live, then recite the martial arts mantra you have learned. Should I call this fate? I opened my mouth as if enchanted. In that man's words, I began to recite the mantra. For a long time, the man heard all the mantras, not even half a moment. That should be enough. I will make the Tin Lin Yen Hua technique modified so that you can use it with a woman-seen energy. If you succeed, the internal injuries will naturally heal, so make sure to try hard. He is Du Cacton, the Black Snake Master. He has issued commands in Sichuan to remain loyal to the master who saved my life. He established the Tenhua gang and entered the Black Snake sect. Moreover, since Mak Nyen Shio is also in the Black Snake sect, I thought I could restore my relationship with him. But my visit to Miss Du was solely because of her talent, not for any other reason. So please don't be bound by old feelings anymore. His heart has drifted further away than I thought, but I can't blame him because I was the one who left first. But I didn't miss the chance to seek him out once more. I just suppressed my heart and hoped that one day he would understand my sincerity. Then amidst everything, news from the Tai Yit Mak sword sect came through. That day, I was determined to kill the young master of the Duong family, Duong Duyan Men. Although I wanted to eliminate him immediately, he was a master who had surpassed the transformation realm. Even my Tinlian Nianhua technique would struggle to kill him. Just endure a little longer. The Sichuan territory will soon open, and I have prepared a destruction that you absolutely cannot avoid. Duong Duyan Men is in the training room while Thankak Baksha hides behind. This monster-like guy has been obstructing his training thoughts for over an hour, and there's not even a tiny movement. Is this guy's concentration ability? Saying he's a master who has sold his soul, I would probably believe it. What on earth is this guy doing inside? Indeed, the performance of the needle has been perfected by the then Quang Tam Fapits too much. Although that day I killed 70 people with one strike, even that was in a progressively worse state and the power had halved. If the composition of the law is correct, then what I used in my previous life was a mental technique called Boy Luke. Only by training that will the laws of the needle be composed correctly. The Boy Luke mental technique has the property of weakening so ordinary people cannot endure it and die suddenly. Since I am a master born with extraordinary courage, I can naturally reach the transformation realm. And now my body has become stronger. If I train the Boy Luke mental technique, I can quickly recreate the martial power of my previous life. But I wonder if I still have any lingering attachments to the sword. But that is not the correct answer. Although things are getting worse now, I have also demonstrated the skills of the needle through the mental technique. The weak power is because the current mental technique does not match the sword technique. If I modify the Tan Quang Tam Thap to fit the sword technique, it should work. Suddenly, Duong Duyan Men woke up to see my Lu painting on his face. Wipe that off. I said, stop it, what, aren't you sleeping? I'm not sleeping, by the way, are you ready? Of course, just waiting for you there, Duyan Men. All right, let's go. Duan turned to ask my Lu. But how long are you going to treat the young master like a close friend? My Lu's fierce demeanor was apparent. Why do you have to interfere? Duyan Men hasn't said anything. Duan continued, if others see the guard behaving so casually with the master, what will happen to the reputation? Why should I care about Duyan Men's reputation? At this moment, Duyan Men spoke up. Duan is not wrong. My Lu responded while pinching Duan's mouth. Duyan Men, are you siding with her now? Isn't it unnecessary to keep an eye on these reckless people? All right, because there's no need to maintain reputation before a pile of corpses. Previously, I suffered losses, so I should return it tenfold. Hearing Duyunmen's words, My Lu felt she was wrong, so she changed how she addressed him. Duyunmen, young master. The ceremony began with melodious sounds. Du Lien went out and said to everyone, Surely you all know what the Sichuan territory ceremony is like. No need to beat around the bush anymore. This is where everyone's rights are taken away. The struggle for those rights takes place through nonviolence. According to precedent, even if it involves life and death, it's not a problem. Each person's rights are documented, stamped for identity verification, and the winner will hold those rights for 5 years. To prevent objections, our faction will notarize it. However, if this is violated, it would be seen as disrespecting the entire Black Snake, and the person will have to pay a considerable price. I'll stop explaining here. It's a great honor to have the noble hero Shang Mingri here in this Sichuan gathering. The 9 transformation sword. Everyone below is buzzing. Isn't the 9 transformation sword one of the strategic figures of the 6 sects of Black Snake? As a swordsman, I really want to meet you once. I'm so embarrassed. I am Shang Mingri. I came to this Sichuan gathering with Yangtze, the daughter of the faction leader, and I hope you will put on a good show according to your abilities. Du Yao Lian added. At this Sichuan gathering, it has been decided that Hero Shang will notarize the life and death duel. Those who want a life and death duel can request permission from the hero. Then, let's start the Sichuan gathering from now on. Ma Tianhui went down on one knee. Hero Shang, I ask for your permission to have a life and death duel with the young master of the Tang family standing over there. Shang Mingri pondered the 2 swords on the black martial outfit. That kid from the Tai sword sect. Is he planning to take revenge? Although I heard that Mo Rengxiao was attacked by the Tang family, he is also a capable person holding considerable power in the faction. This is an unexpected situation. I am Ma Tianhui, the heir of the Tai sword sect. I want to take revenge with a life and death duel against the young master of the Tang family, the one who killed my father. Hearing Ma Tianhui, Mei Lu was furious. What did he just say? The one who attacked first is in the wrong. Zheng Jing signaled her to lower her voice. He can hear you. Shang Mingri then spoke up. If that's the case, then Ma Tianhui of the Tai sword sect and the young master of the Tang family, please step up to the arena. Yangxi's eyes sparkled. That person is the young master of the Tang family. Although there are many rumors about his great martial prowess, he is really handsome. And Shang Mingri looked at Yangshi. The girl was already blushing. If that Tang kid loses in the life and death duel, the girl will surely be quite disappointed. Shang Mingri added, in the life and death duel, only the involved parties and their assistants can intervene. No one else can interfere. Moreover, all methods of attack are unrestricted and you can ignore the opponent's surrender. Do both of you have any objections to this? Both looked at each other with determined eyes, responded with a clear, no. And both were allowed to accept guards and assistants as representatives of their families. Young master of the Tang family, aren't you bringing your guards with you? I did bring them, but instructed them not to interfere. Because whether it's 1 person or 3, the result won't be any different. Shang Mingri Khan praises destiny. That's bold. I really like it. Let's get started. When they saw Mak Tianhui draw his sword energy, everyone gasped. That sword energy is the sword energy of the Mak sword sect, a special skill of the sect leader of the Mak sword sect. He has mastered the Tai twin sword technique correctly. The moment his subordinates drew the attention of that guy and noticed the opening, I will tear that guy apart directly using the twin sword technique. Suddenly, everyone shouted, what is happening? Why are the attackers falling down? Look, those guys were pinned down by Kim Long Vu in the neck. The speed of that move was so fast that even I couldn't see it. Dang Duyunmen felt tired waiting for Mak Tianhui. How long are you going to stand there? I've been waiting for you to the point where I'm about to yawn. He became furious. I will definitely kill you, tear you apart. Among those who rushed in there are 2 people from the Jingheap family who use sword energy like you. One is your father, the former family head. The other is Can Tu. Compared to those 2, you are far behind. They keep charging and claiming revenge, and yet it ends this easily. It hasn't even been half a moment. And isn't there a huge difference in strength? Is the young family head talented? Or is the achievement of the future Maxord sect lacking? This is truly more frustrating than the fact that I can't take revenge. The truth is my father and I have ended up with results worse than that bastard. Wait, it's not over yet. Mak Tien Hui's sword has been tainted with ink. I will prove to you that I am better than them. Duyan Men pulled the sword having stacked it with sword energy and still nothing happened. My Lu said to Don Don, there's nothing surprising anymore. I really can't imagine that kid losing. I intended to just face him moderately but unexpectedly, he could move after being hit by Kim Dok. Did he use the poison of hearing or did he display his enlightenment right before death? Shang Mingri nodded, very impressive. I didn't expect that, in that situation you could show the skill of Gong Thursday and Hutbok. I heard that Dang Ra used gloves to handle sharp hidden weapons or practiced hand skills. So I didn't think it would be possible to stop a sword blade covered by sword energy. In fact, it was because of the dragon scale protecting his body, but no need to state that explicitly. Indeed, there is such a thing in my family. I found it very interesting. The victory of the Dang family and the Tam Hua gang will be certified. Moreover, you can choose to continue the challenge or stop. Of course, we will continue. But if the 9 Huan Jiao sword allows all members of the Black Snake Alliance to rush in at once, that's fine too. Because anyway the result will be the same. Hearing Dong Duan Men say they can all rush in at once is fine. The Black Snake Alliance immediately said, "What did you just say? Rush in all at once? That arrogant guy, you've only defeated one person and you're so full of yourself. Just a young family head of a weakened family and you're so confident. Do I need to tell you who truly holds power in Sichuan?" Du Duanlin spoke up. Stop. Although life and death are at stake, the Sichuan Earthback is not a contest for the simple-minded. Because this is the martial arts ceremony where the late-stage Qi masters represent the sects in a serious manner. Therefore, from the standpoint of this sect leader managing Sichuan Earth, back this time I cannot tolerate any contempt for the rules and actions based on your whims. Shang Mingri interrupted Du Bangzhu. There's no need to be so rigid. I'm also curious to see how far that courageous young master can go. But considering the purpose of Sichuan Earthback, if it doesn't go well I will step in. Du Lien stammered. If the intention of the 6 masters is such, then. Shang Mingri said to Dong Duyan Men. The hidden weapon technique of the Dang family is specialized in mass destruction. A large-scale joint attack would only cause confusion. The maximum number for a joint attack is limited to 3 people. But I will grant you the privilege of naming them. If there's anything you're not satisfied with, say it now. Dang Duyan Men replied, okay. I will proceed according to those conditions. He was shocked to see Dong Duyan Men take down person after person. My prediction was wrong. If the fight were repeated several times, the method of countering Kim Long Vu would be prepared, and gradually breaking through the hidden weapon techniques could give the opponent a chance to win. In less than half an hour, more than half of the participants have died. That guy used nothing but the skills of Gong Thursday, not Bok and Kim Gong Vu. Yet those competitors couldn't become his opponents. Regarding the inner strength that I'm sensing, I didn't think it would be that strong. But what is this difference in strength? If this continues, the progress of Sichuan Earthback will become more difficult. Suddenly everyone started running and shouting, retreat, retreat. I want to. If you retreat like this, how can you win the Sichuan Earthback? I want to give up. Everyone was surprised to see Deep Tan Song unafraid, still wanting to challenge. According to the Ice Gate technique, the challenge will not require other sects' participation because I and my guards are enough. Your solo performance will end here. While the other sects were running away, on the contrary, the Ice Gate was challenging. Xiong Mingri asked Dong Duyan, young master of the Dang family, about proceeding with the life and death decision. Do you have any comments? Duan Yanming looked at Deep Tan Song, his body very peculiar. Something that didn't exist in the memories of his past life. Xiong Mingri shouted, all right then, let's begin the life and death battle. At that moment, Duan Yanming used the Golden Dragon Dance to attack Deep Tan Song and his bodyguards. But it was of no use as their skin had deflected all the Golden Dragon Dance. Mai Lu and Duan were astonished. The Golden Dragon Dance was deflected just like that. Look at that, his skin is dry and cracked just like tree bark. Xiong Mingri observed closely. The dry with divine skill, true to its name, will cause the body of the person who practices it to wither like a dry tree. The skin becomes so withered, transformed like tree bark, solid and able to block even sword energy. Moreover, the density of the bones and muscles increases and the strength of the arms becomes greater. What will you do now, young master of the Duan family? Duan Yanming used the ultimate technique. The shadow enchantment, leaving Xiong Mingri bewildered. What was that just now? I couldn't even see his figure, not even for a moment. Could it be that he has succeeded in the shadow god technique? Duan Yanming thrust the needle straight into the forehead of Deep Tan Song's bodyguard and said, "It's not at a level I can't handle directly." The next bodyguard angrily charged, "You dare." But before he could strike Duan Yanming, he was silenced. "Let's see if your tongue has been trained too." With that, Duan Yanming stabbed the needle into his tongue. "Oh man, it seems like this hasn't been trained at all." Deep Tan Song struggled. Duan Yanming felt he had gathered all his internal energy thinking to shatter it. "Your body is indeed solid, but aside from being solid, is there nothing else? You only rely on the firmness of your outer skin to charge at me. Surely you have nothing more to show, so it's time for you to die now, right?" Then he grabbed his neck and lifted him up. Deep Tan Song still tried to speak. "Who said that I am only solid? I've been waiting for the moment you underestimate me. Now I will show you the true value of the dry wood divine skill." Deep Tan Song followed the instructions of Deep Nyen. "Day Tan Song, from now on I will tell you about the true abilities of the dry wood divine skill, but this must not be known to the world. If it must be used, it must definitely destroy the opponent. Now is the time. I will absorb all your internal energy until you wither and die, young master of the Duan family." Duan Yanming kindly reminded him, "You better not do something foolish like that." In his youth, Deep Nyende wandered everywhere searching for his own value, and he met a Lama monk in Butalap. The monk recognized Deep Nyende's potential and taught him a martial art called Ko Mok Divine Skill. Although this skill is a practical external martial art for Deep Nyende, who specialized in both offense and defense with Bai Ran, it was the perfect martial art. But Deep Nyende, who was searching for true inner power, later joined the Black Snake sect and met Zuka Duan. He wanted to use the practical power of Ko Mok Divine Skill, and it was never difficult for him. All martial arts contain the essence of their names within them. It's not simply called that because it's dry and withered like a dead tree that you can see with your eyes. Because the internal power in the Dantian combined with the dry outer skin binds it like roots, turning the body into a dry tree. Just like trees absorb water from moist soil, it activates the power of absorbing essence, drawing in the opponent's internal power. Deep Ten Kong proudly shouted, "I will suck it all out and swallow it whole." But after sucking for a while, he noticed his destiny meridian was still intact. Suddenly his arm couldn't move at all. "So why are my hands like this? What the hell did you do? My body, not to mention myself." There are 3 demons known as the martial arts heroes of the dark. Just like their nickname, they use the soul absorption technique to absorb their opponent's internal energy. The 3 of them are like sworn brothers, performing the soul absorption technique without holding back anything. And 2 of the 3 have reached the realm of transformation. No one can recklessly control them. That's what Eve heard. Are these the guys? If so, then reward me. Are you planning to take on these villains all by yourself? What exactly do you plan to do? I will kill them. And by the way, test out the new sword move I invented. I heard the Chittick move isn't very effective. That was before the sword law appeared. According to the master, one of them died during the internal power absorption test because he couldn't withstand the backlash of the true chi. Ordinary martial artists can't handle the backlash of true chi with weakening properties. So it's natural, of course, I haven't trained to handle backlash yet, but that's okay. Don't the Destiny Meridian warned me to tell you not to do it. Didn't they teach you at home not to pick up and eat random things? What, my internal power is like a deadly poison anyway. My hand hurts now, so you better go. Thuong Min not noticed something was wrong and looked for a way to proceed. The losses are too great, we have to stop now. Chief Du, today's martial arts meeting ends here. Du Lin opposed and took his niece hostage to threaten. What did you say? We have to keep going. Until the young master Duong dies? You didn't expect the Du clan leader to do that. She made a demand. The martial power of the young master Duong clan is stronger than I predicted. The Nine-Ring Sword sect should personally kill the young master Duong. Duong Jinmen muttered, if this level is the standard, then there's no need to kill them all. He turned and looked toward Thuong Min Not. What's going on? Why did the atmosphere over there suddenly change like that? Thuong Min Not angrily said, how dare you take Yen Hai hostage? At worst, it's just a final resort. Do you have any resentment? What do you mean by at worst? Are you ignoring Master Mac's death? To me, Master Mac's death is not a small matter. It's something important that I must take revenge for. Even if you plan to repay kindness with hatred, handle it yourself. Is the administrator of the Sichuan region okay with this? You probably know about my Manhwa technique, right? A timid person like Miss Yen Hai just needs determination. My Lu and Duan Duan don't understand what's happening. Why are they fighting? I don't know either. Thuong Min Not went crazy at Du Dui Lin's words. How dare you do that? Do you think I can't cut your throat from this distance? She's just bluffing for the Nine-Ring Sword sect. Someone at the pinnacle of wisdom can definitely do it. If you're so eager to swing your sword and make a mistake, I worry there'll be a scar on Miss Delicate Face. At this point, Thuong Min Not had to accept her demand. You despicable scum, fine, this time I'll play with you. Just wait, after killing that guy, I'll kill you too. Du Lin sighed, as long as you eliminate that young master, you can kill me and I'll be satisfied. Everyone started whispering, what's going on? Could it be that the Nine Lords are stepping in directly? Step onto the arena, Thuong Min Not said to Dung Dien Men today. I don't intend to fight you, but since things have come this far, I apologize. I know this is shameful, but there's no other way because this child is someone I must prioritize over my own life. So I hope you understand this choice. So I'll try to finish this as quickly and painlessly as possible. Suddenly, unpleasant music started playing. Playing music at a time like this, Du Lin, what are you doing? Using sound martial arts. Even unrelated last resorts, you want to push them into possession. Huh? Does that matter? I'm helping you right now? It won't affect Miss Yen Hai, so don't worry. Thuong Min Not shouted. How far do you want to embarrass me? I don't need this evil technique, so order it removed now. If you want to stop now, it hasn't even really started. Shouldn't that guy suffer like Makangwin Kyo, to be fair? Don't be scared of death, hurry and cut the young Master Dung's throat, damn it. Dung Dien Men said, too noisy, I guess he'll have to lower the volume. He used chaotic meditation to dispel the unpleasant sound, surprising Du Lin and Thuong Min Not. Then when the music stopped, he smiled and said, my apologies. Since the noise is settled, let's continue with what you planned. Dung Dien Men's action shocked Thuong Min Not. What kind of martial art was that just now? The rules really focus on the Dung style and mass destruction. And that level is the martial power of the young master performing martial arts effortlessly. If that guy is doing it clearly, he's reached a higher realm than me. I have to personally kill this talented final stage Chi Thursday. What a pity, Thuong Min Not asked. What are you doing now? Are you going to duel me or not? Seeing Dung Dien Men silently watch him for a long time, does this guy not understand his own stance? Even using special skills isn't enough at this point, he replied. My martial arts hidden weapons are just ordinary tricks compared to the sword. I want to learn a move from the senior swordsman. Thuong Min Not exhaled, this kid, you're unbelievably bold. But I like that attitude, I'll let you attack first. So come on. The white snake sword appeared on Dung Dien Men's clothes. He asked, you plan to unleash it? Yes, because my opponent is a master of the Hoakan realm, so here I come. Dung Dien Men made a move, his inner power creating a strong gust of wind. Du leaned and everyone else panicked, unable to believe it. Is that really inner power a human can have? No, this is the realm beyond humanity. The scary truth is I can't even sense the reality. That kid hid this even a little bit. He has far surpassed my realm. Dung Dien Men stared at him. Then I'll show you a move. The most often wondered, how did that kid reach such a realm? Isn't this overwhelming pressure exactly like facing the Lord? Seeing him quickly draw his sword, Dien Men asked, what are you doing? Clearly, didn't you just say you'd let me attack first? I did say that, but I didn't know you were hiding your strength. If I retreated, Yen Hai, someone more important than my own life, would die. And if we fought at full power, one of us would definitely die. So I couldn't just stand there and take the first hit. Forgive me, a battle that drains internal energy like that is sure to lose, so it had to end in a short, decisive fight. According to the technique I learned from the sect leader, this is the transformation of chi energy naturally entering the body. It's definitely different from the image the sect leader showed. In the end, you finally broke through the wall of your innate talent and reached the transformation stage. Congratulations, although you still have some old flaws in your meridians, you still have scars on your face. But for someone of low innate talent, I have to be grateful for this level. Isn't it very masculine and impressive? The sect leader laughed. I still remember what you looked like, threatening others with a weak and fierce face. Are you talking about a few years ago? I thought you came to congratulate me. But you're here to tease me. How could that be? Because you've transformed your bones and flesh. I will now guide you to the new realm. The transformed sword technique you use so skillfully clearly has limits. Because you gained thorough skill and a strong body through bone and flesh transformation. From now on, I will pass on the powerful sword to you. Strength calms, softness controls, strength originating from softness, enlightenment through transformed sword is the sword. Not yet fully combining the skill of softness and transforming it into the powerful sword. I haven't trained for long, so the sword flaw technique isn't complete. I can only decide the outcome in one strike. Since it's a spear sword, Eve mastered the transformed sword recklessly. But do you think I would just casually perform the powerful sword? How did you manage to use the powerful sword? Seeing Duong Dain Men make a move, he was surprised. Impossible, I haven't perfected the sword flaw to perform the powerful sword yet. That guy is using the fully formed powerful sword so skillfully. Sword techniques since ancient times among skills are breaking, scattering, and dazzling. Choosing one to become the ultimate sword. Using strength among those to become the extremely rare ultimate sword. Because an ordinary body can't handle even their own full sword technique. Strength also has a way to draw it out from softness. But that's what ordinary people do. If the body is weak, martial arts are very difficult. Because the extra force you trained aiming for strength depends on your body. So strength must reach the extreme of reduction to become the true extreme strength. Even though my body is different from my past life, the memory of performing the powerful sword long ago still lingers before I could perform it again. So adjusting the power will be a bit difficult. Hopefully you can withstand the increasingly fierce battle between Duong Dain Men and Thuong Min Not. This afternoon I sensed a strong energy from the Tam Hoa Bang side. Maybe it's the peak of the Sichuan seismic activity. I heard that the sword sect's 6-ton came to watch, so this must be his energy. It's not like he's showing off his power with a performance to motivate the late-stage fighters, right? That would be a bit too much, wouldn't it? At this range, sensing that kind of energy isn't a big deal. Just drink up. After all, the Sichuan seismic event lasts at least about 10 days and nights. Everyone happily raised their glasses, but then, put down your drinks, there's a massive energy gap outside. Du Cat Tuan, who was sitting and drinking, suddenly sensed something wrong and shouted loudly, "Brother!" Snow was falling everywhere. 6-ton let out a roar. Even the wild grass in his mouth fell out moments later. He coughed up blood. 6-ton stood frozen with a long horizontal wound across his chest. Before dying, he mumbled, "Yen He, you must protect Yen He." But Miss Yen Hai, eyes red and stunned, stared at her uncle, his body covered in blood. Even Du Bangchu was equally shocked. The noise from the disciples fell completely silent. What the hell just happened? Thuong Min Yut, the great hero, his sword in 6-ton's hand, was broken in half. Was the sword sect defeated? A masked man shouted. Why did this happen? The old man standing nearby was also panicked. Du Bangchu, who did this? Du Bangchu observed up close and shouted. The junior master of the Duong family killed. The many below from the Duong family were stunned. Is that the guy who massacred the Tien Chan Bang and Mac Kim sect? Another said, that kid, not even 20 yet, killed the sword sect's 6-ton. Du Bangchu was holding Miss Yen Hai tightly. Loudly, he said, the sword sect was murdered while trying to protect Miss Yen Hai here. If you can't avenge the great hero and protect the young lady, The alliance leader will be furious as he finished. A dark atmosphere covered the crowd. The Black Snake Alliance was angry. So kill that damn junior master immediately. The people below sweated in fear. They all shared the same thought. Something's a bit off, but if what he said is true, we can't keep our lives either. The crowd finally rushed forward. Since he defeated the sword sect, his martial power won't be ordinary. Everyone charged. The guy with the sword and blade ran wildly into the arena, ready for a real fight with Duong Dain Men. My Lu and Don Duan gasped in shock. How many people are there? In the sky, countless people rushed to surround Duong Dain Men. He slowly drew his sword from its sheath. Duong Dain Men glanced over there. If you hadn't followed your subordinate's advice, I probably wouldn't have come this far. He gripped the sword tightly. What a pity. Even though that was an excellent sword technique. Because victory or defeat based on the refinement standard of steel energy was basically already decided. He flew forward holding the sword. But the fact that you didn't drop your sword and collapse was truly the moment of a swordsman. Duong Dain Men recalled that moment. And even though he was an opponent, he had great respect for an outstanding swordsman. I will make sure your path to the other world won't be boring. Right now, Duong Dain Men still held his head high, facing the incoming crowd. When the moment was ripe, he raised 6 tons sword to the sky, breaking through the crowd, injuring many people. What is this broken sword? Shards? The crowd screamed as countless shards stabbed into them. Turns out it's some cheap trick. You think this can stop our more than 2,000 troops? Duong Dain Men calmly replied, of course not. I only need one strike. He kept talking big. It's just a shard. Don't be afraid. Then his face was slashed with a long cut. Next, others were caught in the fierce whirlpool he created. 2 old men shouted from below, stop. That definitely was Duong's energy release in that whirlpool. 2,000 troops were nothing compared to Duong Dain Men. One by one, many were injured as well. Ma Shuyuan Huayu, the old tree spirit, had his energy fully unleashed in combat. How could the dragon next to Duong Dain Men be mistakenly manifested? Is this Ma Shuyuan Huayu? What a bunch of pathetic guys. Clearly things they've never seen in person. My Lu. Duong Dain Men glanced downward. Although it'll stop those guys from getting close to you, some will slip through, so can you handle those? My Lu nodded. Of course, gotta live up to being your bodyguard. Don't worry, I won't get in your way. My Lu shouted to reassure Duong Dain Men. Don't worry about us. Just fight with everything you've got. He mumbled, all right, even if you don't say it, the bigger you get, they'll fight with everything I have. The voucher was unreachable. A subordinate got slashed by him. The sword technique was too fast. Duong Dain Men used his hands full of hidden skills to strike even harder. He hit hard into that whirlpool of 2,000 troops. The subordinates screamed in pain. This is not our match. One of them was still talking big like that. Below, a few subordinates surrounded My Lu and Don Don. There were also some dressed in Tang uniforms here. My Lu recalled when Duong Dain Men comforted her, you don't need to smile. I'm fine. Though it's a bit inconvenient, it's not life-threatening. Duong Dain Men turned away and said, it's not just because of that. He continued, My Lu, you've developed to a level matching the Forbidden Guard, despite not being able to sense the Absolute Meridian yourself. That's proof that you have outstanding martial talent. If the blocked Absolute Meridian and Energy Meridians can be treated and cleared, then that standard is truly. Remembering that, My Lu felt even more motivated to fight this time. A subordinate had a needle suddenly plunged into his forehead in an instant. At the same time, My Lu slashed a sharp knife across his neck. Well, become stronger, according to the standard matching an elder of a family. My Lu murmured, wow, these guys are strong too. What exactly are these guys? Don Don beside her watched in alarm. At first, just by looking at her childlike appearance, I doubted her strength, but she's even stronger than the successors of the sect. My Lu shouted back, don't come out from behind me. Protecting others is pretty exhausting. Don Don began to tear up. The girl blamed herself. I regret not taking training seriously before. I can't help it all now, just standing and watching from behind. Don Don hid behind and watched My Lu fight alone against the countless subordinates, powerless to do anything. Below, the old man shouted loudly, we have to stop that guy's wind pressure. No matter how high his level is, his internal energy is limited, but even if it costs us, we have to surround him. He flew up, blocking the wind in front. Don Don was confused, but didn't care if his body would split apart. The group put all their effort into blocking the wind, shouting to each other, all right, his wind pressure is decreasing. He still stood calmly watching. Even if I owe him, there's no need to risk my life like this, right? After all, what exactly does the sect leader think of these guys? Don Men gripped his sword tightly. Now is not the time to stay quiet and think. A stab and another barrier was created. Don Men stood inside the barrier, swinging his sword in a bloody rain. Looking chaotic, Haxaline was also panicked. Looking up. Half of the 2,000 soldiers were killed by that guy in the blink of an eye. His overwhelming of a top-tier master with one strike wasn't luck. The number of people in front of this man means nothing. Haxaline intended to use his trump card, shouting, "Everyone stop!" He turned back and glanced at them. "You can't fight him, so retreat and save your lives. Sorry. Miss, she let go of Yen. I will definitely pay for today's sins." Then she told him she would stop playing around like this. "I am the young master of the Sichuan sect, because no matter how many lives, even thousands, can't stop me." Her expression started to darken. "If I want to kill you, I can only use the alliance leader, although I don't want to use that method to see people die." But her eyes burned red, tears streaming down. "That's the only way." Don Men frowned. "What are you talking about?" Tiklin Manhwa flared up a fierce flame around Yen. "Miss Yen," he screamed loudly. The people below were stunned from the moment. "Miss Yen, he died, but none of you here will survive to return. Even if I am the first to die, I don't care." She laughed loudly. "I'm waiting for the day I meet you as a dead man." He frowned. Don Men watched Black Snake Lien burn Yen. He in blazing fire. The people below shouted angrily, "What are you doing now? Aren't you afraid of the consequences?" Dudu Lien smiled, but tears kept streaming. "The consequences only matter if I can avenge Mak Nankiu. Then I can do even more. It's just a pity I can't do more, because I have no strength left." Du Bangchu pulled a dagger from his sleeve. "I regret not being able to witness the death of the young master of the Duong family directly, but she is satisfied." Holding the dagger, he stabbed straight into his neck. "I believe the alliance leader will take revenge right now." A kick came flying, cutting off Dudulien's hands. She was startled and realized it. She screamed loudly when she found she had lost both hands to a sword from Don Men. He frowned, waved his hand, absorbing the flames surrounding Miss Yen. He raised his hand to block the attack, then sucked all the fire into his palm. Finished. He glanced sideways at the woman curled up on the ground. "What you just did not only harms innocent people, but also dishonors the honor and sacrifice of the sword sect." He grew even sterner, because even in a life-or-death fight, you trampled on the pride of those worthy of respect. "So you'd better not think about dying peacefully." Dudu Lien coughed up blood and pain onto the floor. "I said that, but I think it's better to hand this over to the alliance leader, not me, because it can't get any worse." Dudu Lien still defiantly replied, "You think the alliance leader will spare you?" "No, absolutely not," she stated firmly. "No matter what tricks you use, little Master Duong, it's useless." Du Bangchu shouted. "Today you will definitely be killed by the alliance leader." Duong Men was annoyed hearing her nagging all this time. "I guess I have to tear that mouth of yours apart." Suddenly, a loud noise echoed. An unusual figure appeared from somewhere. He frowned and glanced back. Both Mai Lu and Don didn't dare make a sound. "Finally, you have arrived." Dudu Lien was overjoyed. Duong Men stared at the newcomer. "Alliance leader?" she shouted. The newcomer's face deeply examined the 6 corpses on the battlefield and the dead lying on the ground. 1-2. His face was pitch black. "This man is the Black Snake Alliance leader." Apparently, the reason the subordinates chose to fight to the death wasn't just out of loyalty, but because they thought dying fighting was better than enduring such rage. Right below, the subordinates hung their heads in fear. The dagger in Mai Lu's hand clattered to the ground. She held her shoulders trembling. "What is that? Is that person even human?" Duong Men clenched his jaw and gripped his sword. He prepared for a life-or-death battle ahead. By Don Duan and Mai Lu's standards, they couldn't handle that spirit. "If I have to fight, then he'll have to handle it alone." Yet Duong Men just passed him by never taking his eyes off that man. "At some point beyond that matter, is he looking down on me?" On the floor was the face of Miss Yen Hai, gasping for breath. Du Hillian beside her added fuel to the fire. "The alliance leader is him. The young master Duong killed the sword sect and harmed Miss Du Hai. Alliance leader, don't you hear their hatred? Hurry and kill the young master Duong." She was surprised. The alliance leader took off his cloak through Yen Hai's body and then held her tightly. "Alliance leader, what are you doing?" she growled. "Fighting, isn't he the enemy right in front of you?" But he kept walking without looking back. "Where are you going, alliance leader?" She behind couldn't understand. The alliance leader finally replied, "All this is pointless." Du Hillian lost control of her emotions. "Pointless, this is revenge." The alliance leader kept walking through thousands of subordinates holding Miss Yen Hai tightly. Where are you going? Alliance leader, come back and kill him. She hadn't finished when Duong Duyan stepped on her back. He shouted loudly. Stop talking, my patience has limits. He looked clearly annoyed. Shut your mouth before I cut your tongue out. On the floor lay countless fallen subordinates. Things are more serious than I thought. Although I planned to kill the successors in Sichuan, lure attention to me and stop them from moving north so the Donggong sect could conquer the demon sect that was all under the guise of a life or death fight. He thought, silently tying Du Hillian up tightly with a rope. The death of the Lien clan leader's daughter is a different matter. It has spread beyond just a battle of loyalties. Duong Duyan glanced back. Where are you going? Mai Lu asked, trembling. You're not planning to chase after the Lien clan leader, are you? Duong Duyan behind him was about to burst into tears. He nodded calmly and said, yes, if we just go back to the Duong family now, disaster might strike. Both beside him were stunned. Duong Duyan paid no mind. He slung the rope over his shoulder, dragging Du Hillian along. He continued from behind, I have to see this through. You two go back first. Wait for me. Mai Lu tried to stop him. Don't go. If it were you, wouldn't you have already sensed what's going on? That person's Black Snake clan also overwhelmed Tai Hu Chun Yun. His eyes dulled. I'm not going to fight. If the Lien clan leader had reason, she wouldn't kill before talking. Mai Lu was still worried. She hesitated and added, but if it comes to fighting, what are you going to do? What else? He suddenly clenched his fists tightly as the young master of the Duong family. If there's a threat to my family, of course I have to fight with everything Eve got. Great Lien clan leader, the royal doctor in the mansion said fearfully, please forgive me. I did everything I could to treat the young lady. But he hesitated and didn't finish the sentence. The fire toxin didn't just invade the outside, but also the inside. Because the young lattice meridians were already weak. It pains me deeply to say this, the old man stammered in fear, but the young lady has passed away. Yen Hai Min, not brother, and Ngoc Thursday Lin. All of you listen. If I die, you must lead the Black Snake sect and our Yen Hai. Raise her like she's your own daughter. Don't let her grow up fatherless. You're the one she can rely on. He recalled that moment when he was entrusted with this. The third Lien clan leader covered his face, hiding his pain. Since then, I felt like something inside me was breaking apart. The pain of loss made me stronger to overcome it. Because I thought if I got stronger, I wouldn't lose anything important again. The Lien clan leader recalled old memories. I led my brothers to the realm of transformation. There were loyalties born from the desire to learn martial arts and expand our influence. But it all turned out to be useless. In the end, things like this still happen somewhere beyond my sight. Yen Hai, when the straw doll with the 7 knots was found broken. It wasn't until today that I understood your feelings. I cried all day that day. Cat Tuan's eyes shone through the tears streaming down. The sorrow of losing a child is like the sky being torn apart. But what really makes me angry is that I didn't know anything while you were suffering. He looked at his hands and felt even more pain. What meaning does regret after loss even have? It must be a useless feeling. What matters is not repeating the same mistakes. The imperial physician was startled and fell to the floor. That's right, I have to kill them all. Anyone who can harm my people. The Tuan's anger blazed deep in his eyes. I will kill them all. At this moment, Duong Duyan was dragging Du Hu to the Lin Chu mansion. The great Tang Lin Chu. Duong Duyan held a rope in his hand. Then appeared behind Tan Kok Bacsa. Kid, do you believe dragons really exist? He glanced back and mumbled. What a sudden question. Duong Duyan frowned. Dragons are creatures from legends. At the same time, he thought to himself, I don't believe in stuff like legends. Then he added, usually it's a nickname given to talented martial artists in their later stages. Tan Kok stuck out his long tongue and replied, that's not just a nickname for humans as a species, it refers to actual dragons. Duong Duyan frowned. What are you trying to say? Tan Kok slowly answered, the name Black Snake Lin Chu is not a human. To be exact, that existence is called a dragon. Duong Duyan stopped walking. His expression obviously showed disbelief. Dragons aren't born looking like dragons from the start. The energy of heaven and earth gathers to create a human dragon. It looks like a child that experiences life and then is reborn as a dragon. Usually mature dragons enter hibernation for hundreds of years. But when one awakens and causes chaos, it means its power is enough to easily topple a nation. Duong Duanmen found it strange and asked, so what exactly is the basis for saying Lin Chu is a dragon? If it's just because of an overwhelming aura, isn't that just baseless speculation? Tan Kok Bacsa replied, you're no different from a fool. You're standing right in front of the energy of Dui Mi Mang and denying the existence of dragons, but he only paid attention forward. He muttered irritably, fool, have you already forgotten whose true god I am in the past? Duong Duanmen was still tilting his head, listening. You think why did Violin Catch bring me along? Because humans have different basic innate energy which can't be classified. On the other hand, I am Dui Mi Mang Luong. Of course I can distinguish the energy of dragons. That's why Violin Kok used me as his true god. He and I went hunting black dragons that harmed the human world. Duong Duanmen thought in surprise ancestors hunted dragons. He pursed his lips and looked ahead. Though it became harder to believe the more he heard. Since this was the word of a 1,000-year-old Dui Mi Mang Luong, it wasn't entirely unbelievable. What level must a martial doctor be to hunt dragons? If I could perfectly master the sword style of a past life, could I face a dragon? Duong Duanmen started to believe as he understood more. So because they're dragons, they must be destroyed at all costs. Tan Kok Bacsa shook his head. Of course, not all dragons are evil. There are dragons called blue dragons that become immortal dragons, which are very rare. But it's the blue dragon's role to suppress the evil dragons. However, at that time, Violin Kok knew nothing about dragons. He judged the blue dragon to be dangerous and killed Tan Kok Bacsa, then continued to clash with the Phuong Si who were allied with the blue dragon. They captured the evil dragon, and only then did Violin Kok realize his mistake and decided to replace the blue dragon in hunting the evil dragons. Duong Duanmen stroked his chin thoughtfully. So that's why he had a connection with the Phuong Si. Speaking of which, Tan Kok Bacsa smiled and added, at that time they even made me a true dragon. No, that was before the alliance. Duong Duanmen frowned strangely. He thought it sounded too far-fetched and the boastful tone was odd. But suddenly he realized what he needed to say. Anyway, that's not the point. As I said earlier, when dragons are born, they don't realize they are dragons. They live like humans, coexist and bond with those around them. When they live with the humans they bond with and develop their personality. If influenced positively and raised well, they become immortal dragons like the blue dragon. But Tan Kok's expression grew even more serious. If opposite feelings become the main current of their personality, they become evil dragons. At this part, Duong Duanmen frowned. Become evil dragons because of opposite feelings. Could it be that Tan Kok was serious? He replied, yes, the Black Lin Chu is a dragon. Because he lost his daughter and sworn brother in an instant, he's about to awaken as an evil dragon right before our eyes. At this moment, Lin Chu was sitting in the main hall. A subordinate reported, Lin Chu, young Master Duong is here requesting an audience. He said he came to clear up a misunderstanding. Lin Chu's arm crushed the armrest of his chair. Let him in. The door was thrown open. Lin Chu spoke first. You say you came to clear up a misunderstanding, right? Duong Duanmen stared at Lin Chu. Let's see how you handle this because it seems you're sincere. His face looked very intimidating now, like someone coming from hell to beg. Looking into his eyes, Duong Duanmen recalled what Tan Kok had told him. Is the true form of Master Lin not a human but a dragon? He replied, first of all, I want to express my regret about what happened in the Four Springs land. Back when Master Tam Hoa Bang was in charge. The person responsible for protection kidnapped your adopted daughter as a hostage. And threatened to delay the education sword, forcing him to go through a life-or-death duel with me. He gathered strength in his hand and tightly grabbed the rope binding Duong Hu. Lin threw her to the side. She shouted loudly, Master Lin. Master Lin's eyes looked terrifying. He replied, you seem comfortable. He pushed Duong Bang. Master. She shouted, Master Lin, please listen to me just once. You don't need to be one-sided. His eyes shone brightly. Are you afraid of what I will do? Yen Hai must have been so scared that she couldn't say a word. Black Lion Master squeezed her neck and cast the Manhwa technique, then threw her to the floor with a powerful flame. Do you think this seat doesn't know the remnants of the Manhwa technique left on Yen Hai's body? You must have taken Yen Hai hostage and used Ming Rit to take revenge for the of that brother of yours, right? He glared at the rising flames. This is not the end yet. You must die in the torment that Yen Hai endured many times. Dao Duanmin sweated while observing the scene before him. He had guessed the situation through the circumstances. But how to talk it out now? Just as he finished thinking, he frowned and turned to Dao Duanmin. Next is your turn, little Duan Master. Do you know why I have spared the Duan family until now? He slowly stepped down the steps. Yen Hai is different from ordinary outsiders. She has a terminal illness and cannot learn martial arts. She had just gotten familiar with the mental technique and had already coughed up blood. Dao Duanmin listened silently as he spoke. The medicinal ingredients brought from all over the world and the so-called famous doctors were useless. Therefore, I believe that the poison of the Duan family was the hope. But because of Yen Hai, the one who had to treat her illness has died. So there is no reason for me to spare the Duan family anymore. He frowned and asked again, even knowing the situation. You still have no intention of withdrawing. How can following this flow be any different from acting like the leader of the Manhua gang? He smirked. You want to say that I am being swept away? Indeed, a young horse. Didn't you bring me to Manhua to escape my wrath? The Lien Master laughed even more. Your attempt to avoid the situation with such words is really amusing. Don't Duanmin, he frowned. What? Regardless of the process, all the righteous factions are involved in the deaths of those important to me. He lowered his voice. Losing an important person in the past is one thing. Today is too. It is no longer intact. This resentment will only be relieved when I kill all those related to this, including you. At this moment, the Lien Master awakened what is called resentment. What happens from now on is not the punishment of Lien but personal revenge and the beginning. That is the way out. Dao Duanmin sighed. In the end, I still have to fight. He gripped the hilt of his sword. He kindly reminded, you better hurry up. Because not long ago, all the forces of the Black Snake Lean, including the Snake Path 6 other masters, have headed towards the exit. He was stunned for a moment. If I handle you, I will catch up with martial arts. Dao Duanmin rushed into a loud explosion in the Great Hall. If what that guy said is true, then my family is in danger. I have to win quickly and return. Dao Duanmin was surprised when he blocked his sword with one hand after losing his elder brother. From the righteous faction. For the reason of expelling the Thantin sect. I, Tame Sin Avy, have personally eliminated the righteous faction who admitted the death of my elder brother. That was just the way out. But this time it will not end at the way out. He gritted his teeth. Because I will eradicate all the martial arts forces in Zhongyuan and uproot the future troubles. So from now on the world will have to bear my wrath. At the Duan family, the lady of the Duan family was sipping tea. She sighed. Is the kid Duanmin doing well? Suddenly a subordinate rushed in to report, Master, it's a big deal. She looked at his panicked face in surprise. Martial artist Vientone, what happened? He replied in a panic, we are being ambushed. The lady of the Duan family was shocked. A large number of martial artists from the Black Snake Lean have stormed the Duan family. A bloody scene is unfolding. The lady of the Duan family was scared. Duanmin in the Great Hall. Master Lean, both sides are still fighting. But for now the situation is still leaning towards the Black Snake Lean Master. Even with 2 eyes it is unbelievable. He gripped the hilt of the sword using lethal techniques. I have poured all my deadly moves with the strong sword. But Tao Duanmin kept rushing forward. A long sword strike cracked the stone behind. The hands of the Tuan Lean Master were also cut. He sighed. Indeed very worthy to face Mingrit. More compatible than the incomplete sword I taught him. Internal energy and physical strength can attack continuously there. Don't worry, Duanmin. He is countering all of my swords. Moreover, in this situation he is still analyzing and predicting my incomplete sword. He then became more aggressive. Then I will fight at a speed that he cannot react to with the naked eye. The Tuan stood still and did not evade. He gripped the hilt of his sword tightly and charged again. The eyes of Black Serpent Master suddenly turned bright red. He sensed the speed at which Tao Destiny was rushing towards him. Such a strike could only force him to stagger back. "Can't you stop all of it?" He looked at his bleeding shoulder and asked. "But no matter how you think about it, it's still quite strange. I feel like the sword path is optimized to eliminate the opponent." Tao Destiny pressed his lips together looking at him. Had he grasped the sword path from that distance? At that age you're displaying a sword technique like this. Saying that he charged forward while Tao Destiny had yet to react. Could it be related to the techniques hidden in those eyes? His fingers seemed to reach Tao's eyes. Tao Destiny swung his sword upward. He used all his strength, gritting his teeth to endure. He reacted back as well. Tao Destiny thrust the sword down to lean on it. His body was knocked back, but he stepped forward, not giving Tao Destiny a chance to recover. He realized instantly as he charged to tear him apart. Tao Destiny firmly grasped the hilt of his sword, reaching back to create a perfect sword strike. Each strike hit directly at his empty hand. A scene unfolded before them, and then the hall exploded. The power of the two clashed. At this moment Tao Destiny still held the sword, chasing after him while teasing him. He continued to raise his sword to fight. He also counterattacked. A terrifying scene appeared, causing the hall to explode and scatter. Tao Destiny fell back about 10 meters. The chaotic scene unfolded and the master's domain turned into ruins. "That's quite surprising," he raised an eyebrow. "I didn't think it would come to this, and still no winner or loser. Even calling you Sword Master, that sounds fitting, right? However, I feel there's nowhere to fully understand and reach the principles of martial arts. Perhaps I need to think differently." Tao Destiny was also bruised all over. He smiled and continued. "If it were you, you would surely become an excellent stepping stone to elevate my own realm." Tao Destiny felt increasingly challenged. Although it was hard to believe his talent was indeed real, overwhelming enough that he was both countering and observing everything as if discovering something fascinating. "It seems I am starting to get a bit interested in this situation." Tao Destiny still couldn't think of a satisfactory solution. The longer the fight dragged on, the more disadvantageous it would become. He had to end it as quickly as possible. But since the sword energy of the unique technique Qingguang was in play, my power couldn't push any further. He is starting to feel exhausted. We have been continuously fighting fiercely, so the sword is overworked. Even though the sword has held up until now, he looks at it wearily, wondering how much longer it can last. The opponent is angry to see Duong Duyanmen not paying attention to him. "How arrogant are you, ignoring me right in front of you?" He raises his hand and grips his face tightly. A loud explosion rings out and he spits out a mouthful of blood. His body is also hit by several blows from techniques. The Black Serpent Master and the Black Serpent Leader continue to charge forward. He uses his bare hands to shield himself while the sword is pointed at him. Yet he grips the blade of the sword in his palm. Then Duong Duyanmen strikes back with a long sword, move his gaze becoming sharper. He swings again and Duong Duyanmen suddenly realizes that his protective gear is now just his cloak. He has vanished. "I am sure you won't comprehend with that inferior martial art. I just had a pretty good insight," so he points a finger straight at him, wondering how you will accept it. The recovery divine art, a powerful force comes crashing down from the sky. Indeed, even you cannot withstand it. The recovery divine art is to be expected because it is a martial art that envelopes the essence of true energy. So there is no way you can endure it. What is this? The true energy's flow is amplifying, gradually calming down. Why has Duong Duyanmen finally appeared in the sky? His opponent stunned, looking up. Duong Duyanmen, not a scratch on him, stands tall before him. He swings the sword powerfully, sending it towards the Black Serpent Leader. The leader is stunned, mouth agape, as a brilliant force appears, piercing straight towards him. What is this? He kneels, clutching a long wound from his shoulder. What was that sword technique just now? Duong Duyanmen lands perfectly on the ground. I have gained enlightenment. He smiles, realizing the sword technique, how it has come to this before the brink of death. The Black Serpent Leader frowns in annoyance as Duong Duyanmen repeats his words. Do you see me as a stepping stone to reach a higher realm? What a pity you won't achieve it, because today you will die here. A mountain splits in two. Duong Duyanmen grips the hilt of the sword, surveying everything. This is a method I recalled on a whim, but I have succeeded. If it is the realm of transformation, applying strong intent and changing the nature of things, then the essence of true energy may also change. He also realizes that the fundamental internal strength exceeds the internal structure of the human body, causing problems. Thus, if the nature of the metal enveloped in internal strength is changed with poison, then you can perform the techniques from your past life without worrying about weakening your bloodline. The Black Serpent leader grinds his teeth, becoming angrier. You think you can kill me? Duong Duyanmen is on guard. He stomps his foot, beginning to unleash his inner power. Duong Duyanmen glances down at the trembling ground. He is furious. Right in front of me, someone like you. The Black Serpent leader is filled with rage, daring to say that he will kill me. He brings a terrifying dark power, a frightening explosive scene. He also begins to activate his vision technique, charging to fight the Black Serpent leader. But his strength this time is stronger than ever. Duong Duyanmen is buffeted by the backlash, struggling to approach easily. He begins to see the Black Serpent leader launching formidable attacks directly at him. He quickly draws his sword to defend. The Black Serpent has transformed into a massive form. His power is overwhelming. Duong Duyanmen is knocked back, barely managing to hold on to the sword to withstand this fiery rage. But still he cannot withstand it. He is thrown far away. He spins and manages to hold on a bit thanks to the sword as a support. The Black Serpent leader continues to advance, raising a palm to gather strength. Duong Duyanmen panics and falls backward. He thrusts those hands straight down into his chest. Do you think that with a bit of enlightenment you can defeat me? Nothing will change. You will die here. He smiles. Today your family will be completely exterminated. PFT, are you laughing? He becomes even angrier. Duong Duyanmen smiles at him. I think you underestimate my family too much. My family's warriors are not weak. On the Duong side, the warriors are fighting back against the Black Serpent leader with sharp sword moves. Because I have thoroughly trained them since I became the young master. And besides, you are not the only master of the transformation realm. The image of the lady of the Duong family appears in his memory. She risked her life to fight for me. The lady ordered to hold on until the young master returns. Let them see that the Duong family is no longer weak as before. Duong Duyanmen grits his teeth and responds. What is collapsing today is not the Duong family, but you, saying that he sweeps the Black Serpent leader with a sword strike. He widens his eyes and the two rush into battle, continuing to fight. He is increasingly suspicious of that disgusting name. The Black Serpent leader screams. What right do you have to push my brother to his death? Even if you have the ability to save Yen Hai, it is a matter for the Serpent faction, and I have considered overlooking it. But you dare say you will take my life? And he shouts, if you can, then try it. He uses all his strength to strike hard at Duong Duyanmen's chest. He cannot help but fall backward. An explosion erupts. Duong Duyanmen spat out a mouthful of fresh blood. Hey kid! Wake up! Tan Kok by SA appeared, calling out his name loudly. You damn kid! He panicked with no other way left. He blew a stream of emerald green air into his mouth. If you die, then I, the one bound to your soul, will also die. Suddenly he opened his eyes wide awake. Above, Black Snake Ruler was about to make this final deadly move. Could it be him? By SA panicked? I sensed the ability to weaken the opponent from your sword's summoning technique. So that's how you use it. Try to counter it once. He rushed toward Duong Duyanmen while the Black Snake Ruler's subordinates were at a disadvantage. They were being taken down by Lady Duong's daggers. At this moment she was up high, controlling the power. Half of the family warriors were holding their ground and supporting the fight very well. But she observed from above to assess the situation. The enemies caught in her aura were just over double. Moreover, the battle was far from over, the pressure from afar closing in. Slaughtering the warriors, she was at a level equal to or higher than me, one of the 6 major factions. She was worried. I must step in before the family warriors suffer further losses. Suddenly she looked back, gripping the hilt of her sword tightly. A muscular warrior in the distance, a powerful force spreading this way. That direction must be where the Black Snake Fortress is. She worried, is Duong Dain Min fighting? But that really is the standard among people. Please stay safe, Duong Dain Min. At this time Duong Dain Min was severely injured. Duong Dain Min gritted his teeth, breath coming in gasps. The sword move just now was definitely deadly, and its power was no less than my extermination move. Even if he is a dragon unaffected by weakening, how could he analyze and execute an extermination move during the fight? Cat Tuan remained indifferently gazing at him with a look of disdain. Duong Dain Min worriedly thought to himself, if I don't kill him now, he will become a monster that no one can stop in the future. Cat Tuan spoke up, I am always looking for strong opponents to improve my martial arts and create new techniques. But even if I understand martial arts, it all means nothing. He clenched his fists, remembering the death of his brother, Mai Not, and the sorrowful words of his daughter Yen Hai. Even if I create new martial arts to protect my loved ones, it will be useless. They will still die at the hands of someone stronger in this martial world. The strong taking from the weak is the natural order. In the end, Cat Tuan decided, I will not stand by any longer. I will become the strongest so that none of you can stand in my way. I will restore order. This throne belongs to me from now on. I will become the master of the martial world. Cat Tuan has completely transformed into a dragon in human form. He has a tail, horns, bright eyes, and black scales covering his body. The sunset scene looks quite peaceful. But suddenly a light flashes from afar, accompanied by an explosion that shakes the ground. Cat Tuan slams Destiny to the ground, sending him flying a long distance. Destiny grits his teeth, trying to use his sword to withstand his strength. Suddenly he feels weightless as Cat Tuan throws him away like a ball. Destiny gathers his strength, using the sword to brace against the ground to avoid being thrown too far. When he opens his eyes, a source of power from the demon-suppressing divine art appears. A beam of light glides across the rock where Destiny was just thrown, splitting it in half. Destiny is astonished. What his martial arts have surpassed the ordinary level. Looking back at the cut, he silently thanks his ancestors for their protection. If he had dodged a moment slower, he would have lost his life. Destiny bites his lip, thinking that his techniques are too powerful. Now he needs to find a way to counterattack quickly. But when he looks up, Cat Tuan has vanished. Fenjack quickly speaks up, he's up there. Destiny looks up and sees Cat Tuan floating in the sky. He raises his hand and a small black snake crawls up Cat Tuan's hand. Introducing, this is the Black Serpent Staff. Cat Tuan proudly raises another snake, his voice full of pride. The ultimate technique left to me by my brother is truly extraordinary. Then he swings both snakes into the air. Once they are in my hands, they can unleash their full power. The two snakes soar upward, piercing through the dark clouds. Cat Tuan's voice is full of pride. After days of hard training, the Black Serpent Staff has lived up to my reputation. Destiny listens to every word of his with a tense expression. Cat Tuan's self-satisfied laughter echoes across the gloomy sky. Just as the laughter ends, a gigantic snake dives down from above, tearing through the clouds. Destiny looks in shock at the fierce snake baring its fangs in front of him. He wonders how a person can reach this level. Cat Tuan looks down at Destiny with disdain, saying, Black Serpent Staff, full moon break. This is my signature move, brace yourself. Both snakes lunge toward Destiny simultaneously. Thanjak quickly warns, be careful. If you get hit by this move, even a deity would struggle to survive. He urges Destiny to dodge quickly, but Destiny calmly replies, don't worry, I have a plan. He grips his sword tightly. Thanjak shouts, are you planning to take this hit? Destiny answers, if that power strikes the ground, the people of Sichuan will all perish. I have no other choice. Then he asks Thanjak, please transfer your internal energy to me. Thanjak looks at him with doubt, but still follows his instructions. All right, just do your best to survive. Destiny furrows his brow, thinking to counter this extreme technique, relying solely on my own internal energy is not enough. He calculates carefully, one strike won't be enough. I need to use a powerful sword thrust straight into the core of the energy to shatter it. He glances at the sword in his hand, telling himself, it's all up to you, the lives of everyone depend on you. With confidence in the demon-slaying sword, Destiny grips the sword tightly. Having mastered the sword technique, he decisively unleashes a brilliant sword strike aimed directly at the two snakes' thinking. This is the perception I have awakened based on the meaning of a sword like the powerful light of the sun. A blinding light erupts as the two forces collide. Cat Tuan stands high above, observing everything with intense focus. Suddenly a memory floods back into his mind. It is the call from a small village where he once was the leader. The image of a skinny, bony child sneaking food, startled by a loud shout. "We've caught the food thief. Did you take the food to share with the villagers?" The leader yells angrily. This kid is still small but already has a stealing habit. He's really incorrigible. He raises his hand threateningly. "Now take one of my punches," but suddenly a guy behind stops him. "Wait, big brother." He tells the leader, "Look at that kid's body. He's so skinny and shaking behind that pillar." The leader looks at the poor child in front of him for a long time. The blonde guy laughs. "He's just too small. He's not worth you getting involved." The leader sighs, "Oh," then turns to the child. "Hey kid, if there's anything, come with us." He approaches smiling, extending his hand. "You look so pitiful. I won't let you suffer from hunger." Even kindly asks, "What is your name?" The child is deeply moved by this act. Cat Tuan remembers that was the name the leader gave him when he had no name. "You became family, became kin. He taught me many things." The image of Yen Hai appears in his mind. "Before she passed away, she entrusted the girl to me. I also wanted to become someone she could rely on like the leader." But then he becomes pensive. "But now I have no face to meet my brother anymore." His eyes gradually become fierce. "Now in my mind, there is only one thought left. I will destroy everything, leaving no one alive." He suddenly looks down and sees a powerful light emanating. Cat Tuan is slightly surprised. How is that possible?" And before he can think further, Destiny uses the heaven-piercing demon strike, aiming the tip of the sword straight at him. He only sees a flash of light and one of Cat Tuan's arms is severed. He glances at the severed spot, utterly shocked. Thanjak stood behind Din Men, astonished by his technique. Can he really pierce through that defense with just one strike of his sword? What kind of sword technique is this? Why can't I recognize it? Din Men looked at the sword in his hand, now shattered into many pieces, thinking to himself, "Is this your limit? Thank you for helping me so much." Slaying demon sword, he thought further. "I've only managed to take one of his arms. I still can't defeat him. To take him down, I only have one chance left." He raised his hand toward the broken sword, knowing he just needed to buy some time. Slaying demon sword. Din Men rushed toward Cat Tuan, pulling out a dagger from his purse and saying, "Help me." Cat Tuan stood still, his cold gaze following Din Men as he charged toward him. A powerful gust of wind slammed down to the ground, causing the earth to shatter, and dust to rise everywhere. A sudden beam of light enveloped both of them. Without hesitation, Din Men swung his hand to attack, thrusting forcefully through Cat Tuan's remaining arm. Cat Tuan looked at him with a confused expression. How can such a mediocre sword strike penetrate his strong aura? He gritted his teeth in anger. Blood dripped from the corner of his mouth, his heart filled with rage. "I cannot fail. I haven't taken my revenge yet. How can I fall?" Din Men noticed the opening in Cat Tuan's fury. He quickly closed in, delivering a strong chop that severed Cat Tuan's other arm. Cat Tuan stared down at the wound in shock, but Din Men didn't give him a moment to react. He continued swinging the dagger, his eyes full of killing intent, thrusting hard through Cat Tuan's body. He howled in pain but still struggled to remain standing. Din Men worried. With one arm gone, his strength was still like this. How could I penetrate his strong aura, or else I would fail? Cat Tuan yelled with a voice full of resentment. "This isn't over. I can't fall yet." Din Men calmly replied, "It's over. Black Lotus Lord, you must pay for what you've done." With that, he used the poison-breaking technique to pierce through Cat Tuan, creating a large hole. Time seemed to freeze. Thanjak curiously asked, "Did you just create a new technique?" Din Men nodded, recalling how he combined Fire Dragon Tiger and power-breaking True Chi to create Poison Steel. Putting away the dagger, Din Men said to Cat Tuan, "Time's up, Black Lotus Lord. You shouldn't have attacked the exit." Cat Tuan, despite being on the verge of death, still forced himself to reply. Do you think you have the right to say that? But as soon as he finished speaking, he collapsed. His eyes remained fixed on Din Men's back, filled with hatred. Can't die. I must kill you to appease the souls of Din He, and my brother Din Men didn't notice Cat Tuan's unusualness, focusing instead on checking his own injuries. Luckily, I'm not seriously injured, he told himself. Suddenly, he turned to Thanjok. Give me more poison. Thanjok snapped. Do you think my poison is water? Eve already drained it, but Din Men didn't care whether it was still there or not, just asked directly. Do you want to go back to that shell? Thanjok immediately changed his tone. I didn't say I wouldn't let you. He sighed. Oh, my fate is really miserable. How did it come to this? Din Men grabbed him by the neck coldly, ordering, stop talking nonsense and hurry up. But both of them were unaware of a dragon with sharp teeth charging straight toward them. Suddenly, Din Men felt something was off. As soon as he turned around, he was slammed to the ground by the dragon. He used all his strength, gripping the mouth that was about to swallow him. Astonished and questioning, you have surpassed both Vatican and Werong. Din Men gritted his teeth, realizing, no, it seems he hasn't completely transformed into a dragon yet. Damn it, I still haven't gotten the poison from Thanjok. If it continues like this, we're in big trouble. The dragon transformed by Khotun became increasingly ferocious. Roaring, I will kill you. Thanjok spoke up from behind, his voice full of disdain. You're about to die. What are you still struggling for? He transformed into a giant form and shouted, surrender and get out of here. But as he prepared to attack, Khotun Din Men quickly stopped him. Wait, Thanjok, stop. Then he said, he's reached his limit. Sure enough, Khotun collapsed completely. Before he breathed his last, his remaining consciousness still thought of Din He and his elder brother. Din He, elder brother, I'm sorry. Din Men stood frozen, watching Khotun slowly fall, both the man and the beast witnessing his body gradually vanish. Din Men cautiously asked, is it over? Suddenly something fell hard on his head. Thanjok looked at Din Men, who was holding his head in pain with disdain. He uncomfortably looked at what had just fallen on his head, mumbling, damn it, what now? He was surprised to realize it was a dragon horn. Thanjok said, dragon horn, be careful with it. It contains the essence of the dragon and can be used to forge weapons to combat both strong forces and poison. Seeing Din Men, silent, Thanjok glanced at him and asked, why are you so quiet? Din Men replied, oh, I think if we had met in another circumstance, we might have become friends discussing martial arts together. Thanjok doubted. What, are you feeling sorry for him? Din Men said, hearing those words, I can't help but feel guilty, recalling when Khotun said, you had the ability to save Din He, but you just stood by because it was a matter of the evil sect. Din Men candidly expressed his thoughts to Thanjok at that time. I didn't investigate the story thoroughly, simply thinking they were in conflict and that taking weapons to save the child was easy. The sect leader wasn't there for the same reason. He trusted his subordinates and thought that I could handle everything easily. It was that complacency that led to the death of an innocent child, and everything spiraled out of control. Thanjok snorted. Do you think you can be friends with him? You don't know that Deng Jia and Hokta Lin Chu are sworn enemies. Din Men sighed. I know, but if I stay vigilant against Manhua, the one controlling Manhua. Thanjok cut in, don't bring up the past anymore, everyone makes mistakes sometimes. Then Thanjok recounted an old story to Din Men. Do you remember the story of Vio and Kok, your ancestor? He judged solely based on what he saw and ended up killing Tan Long, a benevolent dragon. Though accidentally, the death of Tan Long could plunge the entire continent into flames. Therefore, Vio and Kok took it upon himself to eliminate the evil dragons. Learning from past failures is good, but don't dwell on it forever. What's important is what kind of person you will become after this failure. Din Men listened and wondered, what kind of person will I become? Suddenly, he called Thanjok while chastising him. What were you doing just now? If you had helped me sooner, everything would have been easier. Thanjok immediately retorted, are you blaming me now? He angrily told Din Men, I used all my strength employing all kinds of toxins to save you. Unexpectedly, Din Men responded indifferently, oh really? Thanjok became even angrier, you're unbelievable. At least you should say thank you. Din Men then said, "Thank you." Thanjok held back. "Oh." Din Men said to him, "When I was knocked out by the sect leader, I vaguely remembered you sharing your poison with me." He looked at him seriously and said, "Without you, I would have been seriously injured. I intended to thank you later, but the situation then finally," he concluded with, "Thank you sincerely." Thanjok was taken aback by these words. "I thought you were a rigid person." Ungrateful in his memory, he had once told him, "Don't expect thanks from me. You're just a tool for me to distinguish dragons." He suspiciously asked him, "Are you feeling dizzy?" Din Men threatened him again, "Do you want me to lock you in a jar?" Thanjok Ten said, "Oh, I was just joking." Then he thought, this kid doesn't seem so bad after all. The scene shifted to the martial arts school where Dongjichu was still fiercely battling Boktanboy. Both sides fought intensely, neither willing to give in. Dongjichu was dealing with her opponent while anxiously glancing around wondering where the other 6 lords were. She thought she had to deal with them before they arrived. Suddenly, Boktanboy swung a fierce sword strike at her angrily saying, "Do you dare to be distracted in front of me?" Dongjichu wasn't prepared and was knocked far away. Boktanboy coldly said, "If you're worried about those 6 lords, you don't need to. They're busy breaking the formation and can't get here. Once the formation is broken, the enemy's numbers will double. Moreover, the sect leader is also on his way here. Today, the Duong family will be wiped out." He raised his sword, his eyes filled with killing intent. "And I will be the one honored for killing the Duong family head." The Duong family head had no strength left to resist, so he closed his eyes and braced for impact. But nothing happened when she opened her eyes. She saw Katrung standing in front of her using his body to block Boktanboy's sword strike. He even lost an arm. She was astonished. "Katrung, are you a warrior?" Boktanboy was also surprised. "What, this little shrimp?" He angrily grabbed Katrung's head and raised his sword. "If you want to die, I will grant you that." Katrung was not afraid at all, just telling himself, "This is enough." He closed his eyes, thinking, "I have served those useless old men for too long, which has caused the Duong family to be looked down upon. Today I will reclaim my honor before I die." But suddenly Boktanboy stopped. He felt something was off. "What is it? Is there something behind me?" Everyone stopped fighting and turned to look. It turned out Dain Man had returned just in time. Boktanboy looked at him in shock, a multitude of questions filling his mind. Didn't my Noyet kill Duong Dain Man already? Why is he here? Why isn't the Lin Chu here? As he pondered, something fell in front of him, leaving him stunned in front of everyone's astonished expressions. Dain Man coldly said, "I heard the evil sects are fighting. Call them the 6-tone. You throw their heads on the ground and see if anyone is missing. I have killed all the ones trying to disrupt the Duong family's formation. But I want to kill you all right now. But I will give you a chance just like I did with them. Lead your troops to retreat. If you refuse, I will send you down to the Golden Stream to reunite with the Lin Chu." Boktanboy seemed unable to believe his ears, skeptically asking Dain Man, "What did you just say?" His face gradually turned ugly. He quickly realized the truth. That terrifying aura was from the battle between the Lin Chu and that kid, and the Lin Chu had been defeated. He then shouted, "No way, how could that kid?" He hadn't finished speaking when Dain Man interrupted. "Chan Han Ta Trung." Boktanboy immediately fell silent. Dain Man continued, "His ultimate skill was indeed very powerful, but in the end, I still won and ended him." Boktanboy still couldn't accept this reality. The Lin Chu had truly been defeated. He then lowered his sword and ordered his subordinates. Everyone stopped fighting. The subordinates looked at him in surprise. Boktanboy calmly said, "The Lin Chu has been defeated by the young master of the Duong family, and has passed away." Everyone exclaimed in shock. "Passed away? How is that possible?" The Tun Chu of the evil sect was defeated by a kid from the Duong family. Boktanboy continued, "He survived after hearing the name of the Lin Chu's ultimate skill. Moreover, he killed all 6 Tun except for me." He asserted to his subordinates. "He definitely has strength comparable to the Lin Chu." Then he ordered again, "This is the final command of Bok and Sun. Everyone drop your weapons and escape. Take care of your own life." The subordinates quickly left upon receiving the order. Dain Min asked him, "Aren't you going to run away?" Boktanboy with tears in his eyes thought, Whether the leader truly loses or not, I have no chance of defeating him, he spoke up. My brothers are dead. His hand holding the sword trembled. My daughter was also killed. Angrily, he pointed his sword at Dain Min and shouted, I must take revenge for them. Dain Min went along with him, drawing his knife and getting into a ready stance. He gestured, come here. Boktan Boy recalled his sacrificed loved ones and comrades. What meaning is there in living alone? I owe my existence today to all of you. He charged towards Dain Min, silently thinking, I will join you soon, you fools. Everyone present was stunned, witnessing the scene before their eyes. Clearly, with just one move, Dain Min could easily split Boktan Boy in two and send him off to join his friends in the afterlife. The dominance of Hak Ta Lin in Sichuan collapsed overnight, and the main reason was one person, the young master of Dung Jia in Sichuan. Things gradually returned to peace. In the study, Kutrung came to see Dain Min. Hearing that Dain Min wanted to see him, Kutrung nodded in confirmation. Dain Min inquired, how's your arm doing? It must be very inconvenient, right? Kutrung touched his wound and replied, I'm used to using both hands, so it's fine. Dain Min rested his chin on his hand and said seriously, is that so? I called you here because I heard you saved my mother. I want to thank you. The incident Dain Min referred to was when Kutrung had used his whole body to shield Dung Jia Chu from an attack. Kutrung bowed his head humbly and replied, I was just doing my duty as a Dung Jia warrior, expecting no reward. Dain Min smiled lightly, is that so? But I am very surprised we aren't that close. Kutrung quickly denied, not at all. Dain Min continued, anyway, I must reward you. Do you want to learn swordsmanship? Kutrung asked in surprise. Swordsmanship? Dain Min explained, with one arm you can't easily use hidden weapons or poison. Now I will teach you Ta Thursday Kim. If you practice diligently, I guarantee you will be even stronger than before. Kutrung was so moved he nearly cried, quickly thanking him. Thank you, young master. Dain Min replied, no need for formalities, I should be the one thanking you. Then he added, right now I have a lot of work to do. After you recover, we will start the plan. Kutrung nodded in obedience. The scene shifted to Thung Thun, who was sitting dazed in one spot, crying and complaining. It's really exhausting, all because of that young master. Just as he was about to speak ill, suddenly men appeared behind him, startling him and nearly giving him a heart attack. Thung Thun jumped up, stammering, young master, you're back. I'm so glad you're safe, Dain Min casually replied. No need for formalities, Thung Thun sniffled. I spoke out of turn. Dain Min continued. Lin Lin and My Lu have told me everything. You risked yourself to maintain the formation, preventing the enemy's advance. Thung Thun chuckled awkwardly. Ha ha ha, that's what I should do, but in his mind he was recalling that moment. In fact, he had intended to run away. At that time, Lin Lin had repeatedly persuaded him to take advantage of the chaos to leave. Young master, in a critical moment you must strengthen relationships. She had also used examples of everyone's helping actions, including Miss My Lu, and others who risked their lives to buy time for the formation to activate. Thung Thun expressed his concern, but if the young master has gone to find the leader, surely he will. Lin Lin shouted, he will definitely come back. She looked at him with determined eyes. I believe the young master will return in reality. Thung Thun thought it might not be necessary to recount this matter. He said to Dain Min, thank you for your help. After that, Dain Min placed a hand on his shoulder and nodded lightly. Yes. Thank you for keeping your promise. I also promised him to help the families recover quickly. Thung Thun was surprised, stammering, thank you. After saying that, Dain Min quickly turned to leave. Well, I'm off, let's cooperate happily, but Dain Min's actions made Thung Thun suspicious. Life was unexpected. The young master, whom he had always respected, spoke to him so friendly. Dain Min was completely different from before. Suddenly, Dain Min turned back and added, oh, and don't try to run away next time. Thung Thun replied, trembling, yes. He was so scared he nearly lost his beard. Thinking to himself, do you already know? Dain Min walked away while thinking. Fortunately, the family isn't too damaged and everything has been resolved smoothly. The remaining task was in 2 days at the underground tunnel below Hak Ta Lin Thun. A group of people was slowly moving. Veen Tran observed and marveled. I never expected there to be such a place beneath Hak Ta Lin Thun Dien Min led everyone to a huge, sparkling pile of treasure. Everyone couldn't help but marvel at this wealth. The family could sustain operations for several years. What a massive fortune! Veen Tran looked at the enormous wealth and wondered, did he really hoard so much? I don't understand why Hak Ta Lin only operates in Sichuan. Dien Min looked at the gold before him, thinking, although the leader rules over the dark sect, he has not expanded his influence, only staying in Sichuan. He pondered. When recruiting subordinates, he used martial arts as a condition to exchange for wealth. But with the leader's character, he is not greedy. Dien Min guessed that he surely only wanted to recruit those who craved martial arts, which is why he set such wealth conditions. Then he turned back to Veen Tran and said, Veen Tran, you stay here to tidy up and move this wealth back to the family. I will go check around. Veen Tran immediately accepted the order. After that, Dien Min went deeper inside. The surroundings were filled with cobwebs. He was curious. I didn't expect there to be such a place deep in the tunnel. He stood in front of a bookshelf, wondering, seems to be a study, but why are there no books? Suddenly, Dien Min noticed a few red books in a corner of the cabinet. You picked up a book to take a look, surprised. Did Master Lin write this? You then opened the book to read. Inside it recorded the words of the masters. Life is a series of days of gratitude and vengeance. I have lived in Sichuan and always remember the saying, repay kindness, double take revenge tenfold. I resonate deeply with that saying and keep it in my heart. That's why I eradicated the martial artist from the Tauntaun faction, who killed my elder brother, my second father, and along with Tauntaun, I also destroyed Diem Tuong and Namai, the sects that sheltered Tauntaun. To prevent them from recovering their martial arts and coming back for revenge, I researched and nullified their techniques. This is my mockery and disdain for those who have vanished. Dien Min, after reading, fell into deep thought. Did he really manage to study and record the ways to nullify all martial arts with just over 10 books? An image of a massive bookshelf filled with all kinds of books appeared. You thought that before the Hak Ta Lin was built, this place was the territory of the Tauntaun faction, and surely many secret techniques were stored here. But Dien Min realized that even though the martial arts of the major sects were renowned, he decided to discard everything and only keep his own books. You sighed in lament for his excessive confidence. After reviewing it once more, Dien Min suddenly wondered, could that really be all? Not enough 10 books of the self-important condescending orthodox sects, but their actual strength only stopped at that level. After the battle with Hak Ta ended while Deng Ra was busy restoring order in Sichuan, a fierce battle between the Ma Jiao and Kan Luan was taking place in Tanhai. Kan Luan, under the leadership of the elder Ma Tian Siu Sivan, a master of Hoa Kan, played a key role in stopping the Ma Jiao with ruthless tactics. However, the forces of Ma Jiao were overwhelmingly strong, almost like the entire orthodox sect combined, and the situation gradually became unfavorable for Kan Luan. At that moment, reinforcements from the Kung Dung faction and Deng Ra arrived just in time. With the appearance of Tai Hu Chun Yun, a master of Hoa Kan, along with the strong forces of Kung Dung Ti Ma Jiao, had to temporarily retreat. The collaboration between Kan Luan Ma Tien Siu Sivan and Fuk Ma Kim Tien Tai, who gradually turned the tide, but on the side of these orthodox sects. No one expected that just because of a malicious person among the reinforcements from Deng Ra, everything would change completely at that moment. An elder gritted his teeth, lying on the ground, cursing, "You bastard, what are you doing?" The shady actions of Deng Dantan had thrown everything into chaos. He smiled warmly. Unfortunately, like a pack of wolves, there can't be two alphas in the forge. The sound of metal clashing echoed. Nguyen Thiet focused entirely on his work, reflecting back when he was stunned, pointing at himself. He asked, "Do you want me to be a blacksmith for Deng Ra?" Yen Ming stood opposite, unconcerned, and replied, "Yes." Rentai hesitated. "For me, it is an honor," but Yen Ming interrupted, looking at the empty space on Rentai's waist. But where is the demon-slaying sword? You hesitated to answer, it's broken. Rentai exclaimed, huh. Yanming was confused, scratching his head, repeating, broken. A random breeze blew, dropping the last leaf, which was also a tear at the corner of Rentai's eye. When the guy dazedly said, huh, he thought to himself while continuing to hammer blow after blow. Though I'm very sad that my master's relic was destroyed, the demon's lair has fulfilled its mission. It killed the dark evil Master Lin, he smiled proudly. At that moment, Dying Man reached out to comfort him. Because you forged such a famous sword, I personally came here to invite you. I have something I want to show you. Can I come into your house? But in the forge, Nanthiat was stunned looking at the strange object on the table. What is this? He stammered. Dying Man calmly replied, long story short, this is the horn of a spirit beast. Hearing that, Nanthiat was shocked and exclaimed, a spirit beast. Dying Man continued. I asked the blacksmiths of Duong Ra to forge it into a sword. But no matter how much they raised the forge temperature, it wouldn't melt. I thought maybe you could do it. Suddenly, he noticed Nanthiat's strange expression. What's wrong? Why does your face look so pale? Nanthiat quickly replied, I'm just thinking. Sorry. Then he started analyzing. Spirit beast horns contain spiritual energy, so they can't be forged by normal methods. I think the approach has to change. Oh, change the method? Dying Man asked curiously. Nanthiat explained, use cold energy instead of heat energy for forging. It sounds weird, but a spirit beast is a living creature, right? The more I hear it, the more it makes sense. If frozen, they might react like they do when burned. That's reasonable. Everything is part of the 5 elements and yin-yang. A realization flashed in his mind. If you can use yang heat energy to forge iron, then you can use yin cold energy to forge the horn. Dying Man just pointed at the horn and said, let's give it a try. Bringing in cold energy isn't hard. Suddenly, he remembered I absorbed a lot of cold energy when treating Miss Mai though. Speaking of which, I still haven't visited her since I came back. In his mind, the image of the girl with a gentle smile appeared. Once everything is settled, I'll go visit her. Tang Juk Jin Ming channeled cold poison energy into the horn. A chilling cold air burst out, covering the entire forge. Within the thin layer of ice, Nanthiat suddenly shouted, what is this? Why is it? Tang Juk, who was eavesdropping, cut in, looks like it's working. By now the horn was wrapped in a pure layer of ice. Yan Ming instructed, try hitting it with the hammer. Be careful not to touch the skin. Nanthiat followed through with a strong hammer strike, bending down. He widened his eyes and shouted, it's deformed already, I can do this. Yan Ming nodded. Then let's wait and see. Suddenly realizing, Nanthiat said, but this horn is a bit small, not enough to forge a sword. Apparently anticipating this, Yan Ming replied happily, it can only be forged into a short sword. To me, the length of the sword doesn't matter. Nanthiat focused on his work. Determined Master's demon-slaying sword has fulfilled its mission. Now it's time for the sword I forged to take its place. He poured all his energy into each hammer strike. In Xinjiang, Huin Dain enjoyed a strong cup of wine with a relaxed expression. He turned and complimented, Mai, you are truly captivating. I'm starting to understand why Emperor Huintong was so obsessed with Yang Guifei. Bak Tu Duyan wrapped her arms around his shoulders, sweetly said, you're too much. Why compare me to a woman who caused the downfall of a country? Yes, my heart belongs solely to the sect leader. Both my body and soul belong to you. Huin Dain burst out laughing. Indeed, I spoke out of turn. That comparison was really rude. Here I have a favor to ask you. You know the sect is fighting Kunlun, right? Tu Duyan nodded. Yes, that's the checkpoint we must pass to enter Central Plains. Huin Dain continued, exactly, but we still can't break through. Not just because Kunlun's defense is solid, but also because Kunlun's demon immortal Kwok Van and demon-slaying sword and Shen Tai Su from the Void Sect have just arrived to reinforce. Those two have stopped our advance. He suddenly remembered Duong Dan Tan. But there was a silver lining. An elder from the Duong family arrived with the Void Sect and secretly contacted us. He wants your help. Tu Duyan asked in surprise. My help? Huin Dain replied. Yes, your medical reputation has spread all the way to Sichuan. Do you remember Van Kim Thuong, the head of the Van Kim Thuong Guild, the biggest merchant guild in the world? He spent thousands of gold but couldn't cure his son's terminal illness. Yet you cured him overnight. Thanks to that, the Van Kim Thuong Guild became an important financial source for us. Duong family wants you to heal their patient. Tu Duyan winked in agreement. If the sect leader asks, I'm ready. So who do I need to heal? Huin Dain explained they want you to treat his grandson. His name is Van Tun, and apparently his arm has been crippled. Tu Duyan tilted her head. Curious. So what's our payment? He answered. A poison worth trying. Hearing this, Tu Duyan's eyes widened in surprise. They said they'll give us the Duong family's 10 poisons. Her expression changed instantly. Is that all? Huin Dain waved it off. Of course not. 10 poisons mean nothing to us. Actually, we won't just get the 10 poisons, but also have to poison the demon immortal and sword immortal, then hand over their bodies to the Duong family in exchange for passage into Central Plains. Saying this, a cunning smile spread across Huin Dain's face. In Hubei, the cat family erupted with a curse so foolish. Is there anywhere in this world that is safe for him? Even in the territory of Wudong, he is too reckless. The floor was now littered with corpses. Trung Kek, his whole body covered in blood, sat down to drink a cup of wine and said, I just remembered I heard that Black Talion Chu was killed. The one who killed him was a kid from the Tang family, right? Quang Tien replied, according to rumors, he is skilled in poison techniques, dark energy, and swordsmanship. He can even use hard swords. Hearing this, he smiled slightly. Hard swords? Huh? His martial arts are quite impressive. Then he glanced over his tone, challenging, but that alone is not enough to defeat the Lin Chu. Could it be that he has reached the level of a strong sword like me? He set his wine cup down on the table, pondering for a moment. Or maybe I have overestimated the Lin Chu. A truly pathetic death. His gaze turned cold as he looked at Quang Tien. I want to kill the Black Talion Chu myself. But anyway, this is good. His eyes became frightening. A danger has been eliminated. Now I can continue cleaning up the trash. He turned to Quang Tien and asked, where is Mak Dongjia? They are disguising themselves as merchants, secretly growing their power. Quang Tien lowered his head, remained silent for a moment, then spoke. God bless. Something is getting closer. Trunkek replied indifferently. I can feel it too. They are moving pretty fast. This energy is from Wudong. Just as he predicted, the Wudong people had appeared. The old turtles are quick to arrive. I will go greet them. You just focus on dealing with Mak Dongjia. Trunkek looked up at the bright moon, his voice full of determination. Father is coming soon. The era of the demon path is approaching. But somewhere else, Lin Lin was diligently practicing. Her arms trembled, her muscles felt like they were about to tear, but she couldn't let go. She recalled the argument with Thungtun when Thungtun had asked in surprise, do you want to learn the martial arts of the family? Lin Lin nodded, yes. She thought to herself how hard it was to convince someone to teach her martial arts. At the Sichuan Grand Tournament, I could only stand by and watch. I don't want to feel that way anymore. She gritted her teeth, feeling overwhelmed with helplessness. Then she opened her eyes wide, determined to try again. She continued to practice diligently until someone called out, Lin Lin. Thungtun appeared. Aren't you busy today? Uncle? Why are you here? Lin Lin asked. Thungtun placed a hand on her shoulder, his voice lowering. Lin Lin, please calm down, listen to me. She didn't understand what was happening, but Thungtun continued. Hobak has been attacked, the clan has been wiped out. Lin Lin felt frozen tears welling up in her eyes. Thungtun recounted the situation. Ma Quang Tien Master Yen Trunkek has destroyed 3 out of the 5 major clans. He has returned, and the situation in Hobak is becoming chaotic. The Swordmaster of Vadong has taken action to prevent Ma Quang Tien from attacking Jia Katjia. But he said, if I take one more step, Vadong will also be wiped out before the sun reaches its zenith. After confronting Ma Quang Tien, we have no choice but to abandon Jia Katjia. Yes, Dain Man thought to himself. So we couldn't do anything against Ma Quang Tien. Thungtun choked up tears, brimming. Lin Lin was right. If we had escaped from Hactalion that day, we would definitely have been killed by Ma Kuang-Tien, he continued, trembling, so I think we are very lucky to be alive. But I am not reconciled. My clan has been destroyed. He shouted in despair. But Dain Man spoke up to comfort him. You haven't lost everything yet. The people of Jakat Jia who are at Dung Ra are still alive. As long as you are alive, you can still restore your clan. I haven't fulfilled my promise to help you. I will do my best to help you rebuild your clan. So don't give up hope. Hearing this, Thung Tun felt somewhat soothed, nodding lightly. Yes. Then Dain Man raised his hand to stroke his chin, thinking, what is happening? I need to prepare. Just then someone walked in, interrupting his thoughts. Young master, Dain Man replied, what's the matter? The person announced. There's a guest from Viodang who wants to see you. Lin Lin gritted her teeth upon hearing this, turning to look at Dain Man, her eyes wide, thinking Viodang, at this time? Then he spoke. Let him in. After that, he stood up, saying to Lin Lin and Thung Tun, you both must be very sad. Please go rest. I will see what they want to say. He said to himself seriously, Viodang, it seems I need to be careful inside the room. Dain Man asked, you come from Viodang? The other person replied, yes, I am. Tan Van, I am here to ask for your support. He continued, do you know that the situation in Hobak is very chaotic? Dain Man answered, I heard that Ma Tien Trung Kek has returned. Tan Van nodded. That's right, in a short time Jakat Jia and Mak Dung Jia have been wiped out. We heard that Dung Jia has destroyed Hak Ta Lin, who are people of the righteous path. Please help us, we beg you to help us eliminate Ma Tien Trung. Dain Man sighed, his attitude cold. The attitude of those who come to ask for help is really unpleasant. I refuse. Tan Van stood there confused, then shouted, why, young master, wasn't Dung Jia also harmed by Ma Tien Trung? According to the clan rules of Dung Jia, you should take revenge tenfold. Dain Man spoke softly but with a cold gaze. Be careful with your words. A swordsman of Viodang stood by and watched Dung Jia get wiped out and dares to mention the clan rules of Dung Jia. Tan Van saw the look on his face, horrified. Stepped back. Dain Man continued his tone, mocking, I have no intention of letting Ma Kuang-Tien go. But when Jakat Jia was wiped out under the protection of Viodang, you didn't dare confront Ma Kuang-Tien directly, right? Your attitude really makes me uncomfortable. Tan Van was sweating, stammering, what we mean is that the martial arts world of Trung Nguyen is in chaos. Vio Lam Min in Ho Bac has collapsed, and Ma Kuang-Tien has taken its place. A demonic force is brazenly operating right in the midst of Trung Nguyen. The main reason is that Ma Kuang-Tien attacked Vio Lam Min at the same time that Hak Ta Lin destroyed 3 major sects. Dain Man thought to himself, the righteous sects only care about protecting their own territories, leading to this situation. Even if they eliminate Ma Kuang-Tien, who will lead the righteous sects, your house burning isn't my house. Can we take over the remaining land? If there's no one in charge, it will surely be ours, right? If there are no enemies, the righteous sects will again fight for power. Saying this is even worse than Hak Ta Lin. I just want to live a peaceful life. But why are there so many troublesome matters like this? Thinking of this, he angrily exhaled. Then, as if coming up with an idea, he opened his eyes wide. What if I lead the righteous sects myself? Thinking this, he said, first, we need to find a new leader for the righteous sects. Tan Van hearing this was overjoyed. Yes, you mean you will cooperate with us? He slammed his hands on the table. Not yet. The top priority is to assist the non-demonic sects and Miss Luan to defeat the demonic sects, and then we will deal with Ma Kuang-Tien. But we need someone to grasp the situation and command. Tan Van asked in confusion. Yes. So please. Dain Min continued. No, the center will be Sichuan. I will establish a new Vio Lum Min here under the direction of Thuong Tan. Everyone quickly builds the infrastructure for Chin Tien Min after the young master's announcement. The establishment of the second Vio Lum Min quickly proceeded under Thuong Tan's direction. The constructions were underway. Thuong Tan held the blueprints, urgently directing and supervising the construction process. Thanks to the quick-wittedness of the steward in acquiring land prices in Sichuan skyrocketed. The steward couldn't stop smiling as land prices soared. Father and son Lu Li grinned widely as they saw gold coming in, wearing golden crowns on their heads. and thus the second alliance of the righteous sects with a blue roof intricately carved and a building with a dominant green and yellow tone stood tall under the warm sun. Qin Tianmin was born shortly after its establishment. Qin Tianmin began to recruit talents on a large scale. The recruitment notice said heroes and warriors from all over come to Qin Tianmin in Sichuan. Yuan Ming's eyes widened in surprise. Are these people here to apply to join the alliance? Shang Chun, standing behind, respectfully bowed his head and replied, "That's right." Yuan Ming looked at the thousands of people crowded in the square, exclaiming in astonishment, "I didn't expect so many people to come." Shang Chun explained, "Not just the 6 major sects and 5 prominent families. Even smaller sects are here because of the young master's reputation. He is the one who helped the Tang family defeat the Black Evil Alliance, becoming the central force in Sichuan." The old man continued, "Even people have given the young master a nickname." Hearing this, Yuan Ming asked in surprise, "A nickname?" The old man said, "Dark Poison Sword Dragon." Although a bit embarrassed, "I think this nickname suits you very well. It really is the image of a green dragon holding a sword. And the young master of the Tang family in green attire. Yuan Ming is quite fitting." Hearing this, he chuckled, "Dark Poison Sword Dragon. Huh? Not bad." Shang Chun turned back to discuss serious matters. "It's time to announce the leader. You are the founder of Jing Tianming. If you accept this position, everyone will definitely agree." Yuan Ming immediately retorted, "Not necessarily." Although Jing Tianming takes the demon guardian path as its principle, he glanced at the crowd from various sects, including Hua Jing with the Hua Mountain sect, Shui Wen, leading the Central South sect, along with representatives from Wudong and Shaolin. He continued, "Do all the people here share the same goals? Surely there are those who came here with different intentions," he firmly stated. "So first I must show them my strength." The gates of Jing Tianming stood silent under the blue sky. Thousands of people registering to join Jing Tianming silently watched the transformation realm master from Shaolin facing Yuan Ming. Standing between the two was Shang Chun. The old man anxiously glanced at him, exclaiming, "Young master, you guessed it right. It's as if you knew everything in advance." He recalled a few minutes earlier, after completing the joining procedures, representatives from the major sects had come to find the young master. Ziyun, a master from Shaolin, raised a hand to greet Yuan Ming and said, "Young master, your reputation spreads far and wide. We know that you have impressive martial skills, but no one has witnessed you defeating the Black Evil Alliance leader. So we would like you to prove it through a duel." He shot a sharp gaze at him. "I want to compete for the position of leader." Shang Chun was so worried he was sweating, thinking, are they using that as an excuse to grab the leader position? How ridiculous, because the forces of evil are growing stronger with endless wars throughout the Central Plains. Only Sichuan, under the control of the Black Evil Alliance leader, remains peaceful. But after the Black Evil Alliance leader died, Sichuan has become a delicious morsel that everyone craves. If they become the leader, they can not only seize the legacy of the Black Evil Alliance leader, but also control all the sects that have joined the alliance. Shang Chun looked at the 4 representatives of the 4 major sects, silently judging them. The old man sighed in frustration, thinking that this would only make them braver. Hopefully after this duel they will know their place. The Shaolin master continued to introduce himself. "I am Ziyun from Shaolin, a master of the transformation realm." Shaolin Taishan Beidou Ziyun, he spoke evenly. "Consider this a life and death battle. You are called the Poison Blade Dragon. So use all your skills, your poisons, and your sword techniques. Don't regret it later." Upon hearing this, Yuan Ming smirked slightly. He replied frankly, "Thank you for the advice, master, but I will only use my sword. I don't want any unexpected events." The old man frowned slightly, feeling irritated. He raised an eyebrow and asked, "Unexpected events? Then let's begin the duel. Are both of you ready?" Ziyun nodded. Yuan Ming also nodded in agreement. The two faced each other, their gazes sharp like blades. Shang Chun announced, "Now I declare the duel between Taishan Beidou, Ziyun, master of Shaolin, and the Poison Blade Dragon, Yuan Ming, young master of the Tang family, for the position of the leader of the Ming sect begins." Before starting, Ziyun turned to Yuan Ming, his voice cold. "Unexpected events, huh? Although I acknowledge your martial arts are formidable for your age, you are too arrogant. He stomped his foot on the ground, causing it to crack. The spectators gasped in awe. That was the signature martial art of Shaolin, the indestructible diamond. Ziyun was enveloped in a golden aura, ready to attack. But then someone quickly realized that this was not the ordinary indestructible diamond, but a secret technique, the indestructible diamond body, which had never been broken by any master of Shaolin. Ziyun's whole body was like fire, but his voice was icy cold. "Do you think you can poison me?" he said to Yan Ming. "Even if you are the poison blade, you cannot break the indestructible diamond body." He was provoking, wanting Yan Ming to give up the leader position. A few people noticed this. Seeing such a bloodthirsty opponent, Yan Ming reached into his chest pocket to take something out, not expecting to have to test it so soon. He recalled a few nights ago on the way out, Lu Li's father asked Yan Ming if he still wanted to set the League's headquarters at Qingqing Mountain. Yan Ming confirmed yes after the collapse of the Black Evil League. "That place has been abandoned and is very suitable." He said that we should buy up the entire area. But before he could finish, a voice interrupted, "Young master," drawing the attention of all three toward the source of the voice. Upon seeing the person, Yan Ming was surprised it was Mo Rintai. He hurriedly said, Sorry for interrupting the meeting." He smiled brightly, showing his white teeth. He held out a black box with both hands. "But I couldn't wait any longer. I have to show you this." Shang Chun looked perplexed at the object emitting a white light before him. Even Lu Li's father had to adjust his glasses to see clearly, and commented, "A beautiful short sword." Yan Ming asked Rintai, "Have you named it yet?" He replied, "Yes, it emits a white light and is forged with cold energy, so I named it Dragon Armor Snow White." "That's the name of the short sword." Yan Ming drew it from his chest. Below the stage, people whispered among themselves, "A short sword? Is he planning to use a short sword to face the indestructible diamond body? Is he really only using a short sword?" Ziyun felt his pride was insulted, got angry and became stubborn. He charged like a gale toward Yan Ming. His massive fiery golden figure appeared before Yan Ming. "I will make you taste suffering." His strike was indeed powerful, crashing down on Yan Ming. A whirlwind arose and the onlookers could only admire the might of that punch spreading beyond the arena. Even masters of the transformation realm would find it hard to withstand the power of Master Ziyun's strike, but everyone suddenly froze in surprise. Yan Ming had blocked Ziyun's blow with that short sword. Ziyun could not believe what was happening before his eyes. "What?" Yan Ming quietly observed, silently assessing. "Is this the internal power of Shaolin? Indeed, there is a difference. A stream of pure yang energy." He decisively slashed, causing Ziyun's hand to bend back toward him. He stared in shock at the hand that had just been cut, gradually breaking through the golden layer. "What?" "My strong energy was torn apart." Yan Ming recalled what the League leader had written in his book. To break the martial arts of a sect, one must break its foundation. Yan Ming gripped the short sword tightly, contemplating. Shaolin martial arts are of the Buddha school, based on the principle of following the flow. Then I just need to cut off the flow of vital energy to break it. With that thought, he decisively struck down. Ziyun was caught off guard, only able to raise his hands to shield his face from Yan Ming's fierce attack. The crowd below gasped, unable to believe that the indestructible diamond Buddha's strong energy could be overwhelmed by a short sword. Among the crowd, Rong Hui, a member of Mo Rong in a black robe covering himself, looked on in disbelief. How could this be? That sword technique. Ziyun knelt down on the ground. He knelt and admitted defeat before Yan Ming. I admit defeat. I lost." Behind him, Rong Hui and two others whispered. So the indestructible diamond body of Shaolin was so easily broken. It seems the rumor that the young master killed the Black Evil League leader is true. Rong Hui was shocked, no longer doubting. But how could that be? How? Young master. Yan Ming looked down at Ziyun. "Speak. Master, please stand up." In the large courtyard, Yan Ming stood outside admiring the moon. A soft voice called out, "Leader." He turned around immediately. Yan Ming coughed lightly. "Hearing people call me leader feels a bit strange." Shang Chun helplessly replied, "You have proven your strength in front of many people. From now on you will often hear this title, so we have to gradually get used to it. The old man immediately asked, by the way, there are people from the Macdung family who want to meet you. Do you know about it? You doubt it. The Macdung family, one of the clans destroyed by Ma Kuang Tien. How could I know them? The old man rested his chin thoughtfully. Is that so? They said they have urgent matters to discuss with you right away. The sword demon's strength body and the break force mind method. You were surprised. What? In the study Dine Man faced Deng Hui. You want to see me? He calmly said. Yes, I am Mac Deng Hui, a member of the Macdung family. He clasped his hands sincerely. I have something to ask the leader, so I dared to come here. The sword technique you use today is similar to the martial arts of the sword demon who was hailed as the #1 sword in the world 200 years ago. Where did the leader learn that martial art? Dine Man's eyes flashed with caution. Do you know about that? How do you know about the sword demon? You're not the strength body yet. You can still practice the break force mind method. Deng Hui was astonished. You can recognize my mind method in an instant. You must be related to the sword demon. He panicked. The sword demon is a part of our Macthagia family. He is the illegitimate son of the family head. So he was looked down upon by the entire clan. However, before reaching adulthood, he had mastered all the sword techniques of the family, astonishing everyone. The clan began to divide over the position of the young master, and the sword demon, who had no affection for the family, decided to leave. After that, he became famous throughout the world with the title Sword Demon. Some elders sought him out to persuade him to return, but he said, my swordsmanship is not yet complete. That was his last words, and then he vanished from the martial world. However, the Macdung family continued to search for the whereabouts of the sword demon, and eventually found a tomb with the inscription, Tomb of the Sword Demon. Since then, the people of the Macdung family, including me, have begun practicing the break force mind method based on records from the tomb. Dine Men was confused. You know that if it's not the strength body, you would die before reaching great success, yet you still practice. He clenched his fists. Though it's dangerous, the speed of cultivation is very fast, so I can't give it up. Moreover, I believe the sword demon left behind a way to remedy that flaw. But before I could find out, Ma Kuang Tien attacked the Macdung family. His voice trembled. They didn't touch the property but interrogated everyone before killing them as if they were searching for something. Then they took everything related to the martial arts of the sword demon. This statement shocked Dine Men. Darkness covered everything. Trong Kok stood in the middle of the courtyard and said, long time no see. Has it been 10 years? Among all the places Eve attacked, only the Nam Kung clan remains undefeated by me. But today will be different. Prepare yourself. Sword King Nam Kung Trong Tien, he stood high above looking down with a smirk. Looks like you still haven't forgotten your defeat back then. Last time you used your fists, but now you're using a sword. He said confidently, thanks to you I realized the subtlety of swordsmanship, and not only that, Eve gained a new martial art. He sighed. So after just over 10 years of sword training, you want to face me, the Sword King? He said confidently, yes, the Sword King is the worthy opponent. I want Sword King versus Sword Demon. I want to see whose swordsmanship is stronger. Trong Tien took his stance, and their two forces clashed. They were evenly matched, making it hard to tell who would win. Back at the Tien Min mansion, Dine Men rested his chin on his hand, deep in thought. His eyes followed Ma Kuang Tien, the one who had stolen the sword demon's martial art. Why would he do that? Could it be that he wants to train on his own? As the deputy leader of the demon sect, Ma Kuang Tien definitely holds the heavenly demon divine skill, the supreme martial art of the demon sect. So why would he need to seek the sword demon's martial art? Deng Hui interrupted Dine Men's thoughts, awkwardly hesitating. Sorry for disturbing you, but may I ask again, what's your relationship with the sword demon? Dine Men sighed. Eve never met him. It's just that when I was a child and got bullied, a phantom sword suddenly appeared before me. That was the beginning of everything. Deng Hui frowned, his eyes full of doubt. Dine Men continued, maybe it was one of the martial arts the sword demon left behind. It was just a coincidence anyway. I saw the illusion of that sword and learned the sword demon's martial art. Deng Hui still looked confused. As you said, if you're not a brave body, you can't cultivate it. Could it be that the sect leader is a brave body? Dine Men shook his head. No, I'm not a brave body. I used the Tang family's mind technique to perform the swordsmanship. So it's not the complete version, but in the battle with the Black Evil Alliance leader, I realized that the Tang family's mind technique could be harmonized with the breaking force mind technique. And because Eve surpassed the transformation state, I was able to do it ordinary people can't follow. Dain Men looked straight at Deng Hui. His tone serious. It seems you came here to find a way to counter the weakness of the breaking force mind technique, but I advise you to give up that mind technique. Deng Hui felt disappointed, his voice dropping. Is that so? Dain Men pondered, memories flooding back, thinking back in my previous life. I didn't know much about my master. I never expected to learn my master's background like this. He grasped Deng Hui's hand. Before I wielded the sword, my life was truly meaningless. So I was left as the sword demon, but you still haven't found your own path. He called me Deng. He named me, but never said his own name. Until he died, he never revealed his identity or background. Do you know the sword demon's name? Coincidentally, his name was also Mak Deng Dain Men. Deng Hui bowed politely. I take my leave. I will give up this heart technique as you advised. Dain Men spoke firmly. Wait, after all, we are connected by fate. I can't just let you leave like that. You want to master the destructive heart technique to avenge Makuang Tian, right? The Chinthian Ming was established to destroy the Ma sect. So why don't you join Chinthian Min and learn swordsmanship from me? Dain Men smiled, eyes encouraging. Join Chinthian Min. I will help you achieve what you want. Meanwhile, the Nam Kung clan was destroyed and left in ruins. Trung Tien lay motionless, struggling to take his last breaths, weakly saying, "That day I shouldn't have let you escape." Trung looked at him, dying, a cold smile on his lips. I held back because I didn't want to kill you with my fists and feet. After all, the Sword King is still the Sword King. You resisted longer than I expected. He turned away, cold eyes. The biggest wall blocking my path has fallen. Now the demonic forces are closer than ever. Nam Kung clan, once a powerful force in Anhui, was wiped out in one night. This news quickly spread everywhere, from Hoa Sun to Trung Nam, from Vio Dong to Thu Lam, making all remaining righteous sects alert. When the news arrived, Thuong then rushed back in panic to report to Min Chu Dain Men, who was training and took notice of the situation. He gasped for breath and said something that immediately made Dain Men's face serious. Even Chin Tien Min couldn't help but worry. In the meeting room, the elders sat discussing the situation. The Jia Cat and Mak Deng clans were wiped out, and now even the famous Nam Kung clan couldn't escape the same fate. Someone speculated that the forces might have allied together. Besides Ma Kuang Tian Chu, there are other masters who have reached the extreme demon level. From what we know, all extreme demon masters of Ma Kuang Tian are deployed in the 3 demonic sects. These 3 demonic sects are 3 clans Ma Kuang Tian Chu established after defeating other noble families, or more precisely clans that voluntarily submitted to him. Especially the Shan 11 clan has 2 extreme demon masters, probably stationed there to guard against Trung Nam and Hoa Sun. Counting Ma Kuang Tian Chu, there are at least 5 extreme demon masters. However, Hak Ven believes Ma Kuang Tian Chu hasn't allied with anyone. He explained that the Sword King is a master of gravity. Anyone entering his range is suppressed, unable to move, whether they are transformation masters or extreme demons. Moreover, he is the world's top swordsman, not easy to defeat. In other words, only Ma Kuang Tian Chu can single-handedly defeat the Sword King. After hearing this, Dain Min pondered deeply. At least 5 extreme demon masters plus Ma Kuang Tian Chu defeating the Sword King. No one can be sure that's their full force. The situation is really critical. Their initial plan was to support Song Dong sect and Kaol Wan to defeat the Ma sect, then join forces to eliminate Ma Kuang Tian. However, if the front line stalls, maybe they should attack Ma Kuang Tian first. But can other forces hold out while they fight Ma Kuang Tian? If they attack first, things might spiral out of control. How to allocate forces reasonably? Everyone in the from outside. Something big happened. The person bursting in stunned everyone. His clothes clearly marked him as a Song Dong sect Taoist. The battle against the Ma sect is still ongoing. Why did you come here? Dain Min asked. The Taoist struggled to say, "Is the leader of Chin Tien Min here?" Dain Min reassured him, "Yes, stay calm and speak slowly. What happened to Song Dong sect and Kaol Wan?" The Taoist sobbed and shouted, "Please save Song Dong sect. Master Tai Hu and Kaol Wan, the demon immortals, have been poisoned." Dain Min was startled, panic rising inside. He suddenly remembered giving Kalen a bag of pills. Kalen asked, "What is this?" He explained, "This is one of the 10 deadly poisons neutralizers. I heard the Ma sect also has those who reached extreme demon level. You all should be careful but keep it secret from the 2 elders and 5 elders." Kalen panicked. "What? Why?" He turned away and said, "Though they are quiet now, they're definitely plotting secretly. I trust those elders because I promised them. But the other elders forget it, so don't let the 10 poisons fall into their hands." Dain Min angrily growled, "What happened? What's the status of our troops supporting Tsongdong sect?" His commanding aura filled the room. Kalen panicked, sensing the terrifying killing intent. Tanjak climbed onto him, reminding, "Young master, your killing intent is too strong. Are you trying to suffocate people to death with it? Calm down. If they came here asking for help, it definitely isn't good news. Let's listen to what they have to say first." "Yes." Dain Min calmed down, took a sip of tea and said, "Sorry, can you tell me more details?" Kalen stammered, "Yes, the thing is, Thien's son has treacherous terrain easy for ambush. The Dung family was in charge of the rear, but suddenly they lost contact. We went there to check and the entire Dung family troops were wiped out. Only a Kuk Ma master could have done that." Dain Min's face darkened, his sharp eyes furrowed. "See, you have to listen to the whole story." He clenched his fist, thinking, still suspicious. "Stay calm and verify again." He asked, "So you mean Kim Tien and Ma Tien were poisoned?" Kalen continued, "After the Dung family was wiped out, the Ma sect launched an attack. 2 Kuk Ma masters, the left and right protectors of the Ma sect leader, went into battle to deal with them. Tai Ha senior uncle and Colin Ma Tien personally joined the fight. The pressure from the Hoa Khan and Kuk Ma masters made everyone stop. Both sides were evenly matched, or to be more precise, thanks to senior uncle's Fuk Ma sword technique, we slowly gained the upper hand. But just then something unexpected happened." Dain Min frowned. "Something unexpected?" Kalen continued, "In the fierce battle between the Hoa Khan and Kuk Ma masters, suddenly someone charged and he called himself Tiadak Ma. The 2 seniors were poisoned by him at Kolin. Before the battle between Kung Dong and the Ma sect broke out deep in the underground of Tien Ma. Then Zhao Van Tuan was tightly bound. He panicked, wondering where he was, even though he clearly came here just to heal the wound on his arm. Could these Ma sect people be using the conditions with his grandfather to scheme something else?" Footsteps echoed. Catching his attention, a woman appeared in front of him. Her voice hypnotic. "You're the Dung family kid who wants to heal your right arm, right?" Van Tuan. "Ah," she smiled seductively. "Pleased to meet you. I'm the one who will heal you." Van Tuan was surprised. "You're the famous Ma Yi. I didn't expect you to be such a young woman too." Duyan sat down and touched his arm. "So you don't trust me? Don't worry. Big Sis will take good care of you. Your meridians are completely destroyed. In this state, normal methods won't work. If people hate you this much, you must have made enemies." Van Tuan suddenly remembered. "Hatred. I'm the one who holds the grudge. Someone took the position that was rightfully mine. As long as this arm is healed." Tuduan's voice cut through his thoughts. "No way. Just cut it off. Just cut. Then it'll reconnect the meridians and restore your martial arts. But your talent is a bit weak. If you just patch it up carelessly, you'll never get stronger. Cutting it off is the best way." Van Tuan panicked. "No way, Eve, come all this way." His voice trembled. "Is there no other way?" Xiaoyuan squinted. "It's not that it doesn't exist. If you learn demon kung fu, not only will your arm be restored, but your poor talent can also improve." Van Tuan immediately objected him from the righteous Tang sect. "How could I learn demon kung fu?" He whispered. "You say just by learning demon kung fu my arm can be healed?" Xiaoyuan smiled. "Of course not the ordinary kind of demon kung fu. It's the immortal demon kung fu. If you learn it, you'll have terrifying regenerative power. Even if your head is cut off, you won't die. Not only will your arm be restored, but your body will become stronger. This kind of demon kung fu isn't for just anyone. Even in the sect, only the chosen ones qualify." He awkwardly asked, "What must I do?" Xiaoyuan replied softly but firmly, "Give up the Tang sect." He trembled. "We've already abandoned the Tang sect long ago." Xiaoyuan interrupted. "No, I'm talking about you. You must cut all ties with the Tang sect, even your father and grandpa. The sect can't allow anything that might shake your resolve. If you don't want to, now we'll take you home. Make your choice." He was shaken, trembling as he asked, "Will it really heal me?" Eve endured until now for the day of revenge. The chance is right in front of me, he shouted. I've abandoned the Tang sect, so what's left worth holding on to among my family? I will abandon all the screams coming from those huts. He looked at his arm that still wouldn't heal, thinking the hidden energy in that attack from the one called Taihua is blocking my recovery. Usually I would have regenerated and returned to the front line by now. But if I don't take the immortal peace pill, this painkiller, the pain during regeneration will break my spirit and could even lead to madness. The blood from my severed arm is enough to poison top-tier experts, but sadly I can't do anything more. Van Tone chewed his medicine, telling himself, I have to become even stronger. Until the day I kill Duong Duyan men, I will achieve greatness. And regain the honor he trampled on thanks to immortal demon Kung Fu. Xiao Yuan's eerie voice rang out, carrying congratulations, your arm is completely healed now. I didn't expect you had the talent to learn the demon sect master's Kung Fu. No wonder you were allowed to practice immortal demon Kung Fu. He looked at the iron bars restraining him, filled with doubt. I really can't believe a martial art like this actually exists. Is this really immortal demon Kung Fu? He turned and asked. Thank you, but why are you keeping me here? All right. Xiao Yuan turned back, her voice implying meaning. I told you your talent isn't enough. Immortal demon Kung Fu might suit you, but stopping at this level won't get you anywhere. The real strength of this martial art lies in transforming the body without worrying about side effects. You know, you founded this martial art, immortal demon Kung Fu, and at one time you were unbeatable in the sect, even daring to challenge the sect leader's position. What I want to say is you need to change your body, surpass all your current limits. She paused, then continued. Oh, and one more thing, don't ever dream of copying immortal demon Kung Fu. In the end, he was still killed by the sect leader. He looked confused. Didn't they say once you reach mastery, even if your head is cut off, you won't die? How could that be? Xiao Yuan explained. Immortal demon Kung Fu, after all, is a martial art that uses demonic energy. Before the sect leader who can control demonic energy, this martial art is useless. He looked at her sitting beside him, cheeks flushed. So what exactly do you want to do with me? Xiao Yuan held up 2 vials of poison, her voice cold. Right now your immortal demon Kung Fu only allows you to reattach severed limbs. In this state you're nothing more than a puppet taking hits for someone else. He stared at the poison, stammering. Isn't that my grandpa's ancestral fire poison? What do you intend to do with it? But Xiao Yuan smiled. I told you it'll help you change. Then she stuck 2 needles into his acupuncture points. His mouth couldn't close. She explained, the fastest way to train immortal demon Kung Fu is to get seriously injured repeatedly, even close to death. It'll also help you improve your weak attack ability. She opened the poison vial, biting her lip. Doesn't your Tang sect have something called the Poison Man realm? Reaching that realm, just 1 breath of poison or a drop of blood can kill dozens. Now I will start giving you this poison. Even if the pain is unbearable, don't worry, you won't die. By repeatedly being poisoned and regenerating, your body will gradually adapt and transform to have poison-like properties. She slowly poured the poison into his mouth. Hang in there until you become an immortal poison man. His throat filled with blood and he spat out a mouthful. The blood was so poisonous it corroded the ground beneath. He thought, damn it, my body still hasn't fully adapted to the poison, or maybe it never can. Each time I spit out this poisonous blood, the gut-wrenching pain never gets easier. A henchman ran over, calling him Lord Poison Demon. He turned around. What is it? The henchman reported thousands have been captured by them. We caught some members of the beggar sect and disciples of Kaolwan trying to escape. How do you want to deal with them? He frowned. Beggar sect prisoners or Kaolwan disciples will all be exterminated and wiped out. There's nowhere left for them to go, no point calling them prisoners. He ordered decisively to kill them all. Those who oppose us aren't allowed to have any hope of survival. In the vast forest, the disciples of the Kungdong sect struggled to carry their burdens, while the 2 masters hurriedly fled through the dense tree canopy. Shouts rang out urging them to run faster, because if they were caught there would be no way to survive. The pursuers stuck close like leeches, making them worry that if things continued like this, they would be captured. One person in the group gritted his teeth, thinking of the name Chiu Dukma. Just his presence completely turned the tide of the battlefield upside down. He hoped the news would reach Sichuan in time. Suddenly he saw a shadow flash ahead. Someone behind shouted, "Hero Huin Tu, why did you stop? They're chasing us." That person signaled, "I'll hold them off." Senior brother and Taoist Ko Luan, keep running. Huin Tu tearfully called out to junior brother Dian Men. A figure dashed past and a flash of light gleamed, slashing the necks of the pursuers. Someone yelled, "Wait!" That flash of light. Huin Tu turned around and suddenly realized, "Finally you've arrived." Dian Men stood among the pile of corpses and asked, "Are you all okay? Our guards have arrived." Cuc Van and Tai, who lay sprawled on the ground gasping for breath. Dian Men assessed the situation and said, "The two seniors are in critical condition. I have to deal with it immediately. Fortunately, aside from the poison, they aren't seriously injured. They'll start detoxifying right now." Huin Tu breathed a sigh of relief. Thank goodness, the one who came to rescue is the young master. He muttered, "Please stop them until I finish." An Yen realized those two bastards leading the chase are the left and right envoys of the demon sect. Dian Men turned away and said, "I need about half an hour to detoxify. Please buy me some time." Huin Tu panicked, "Is it just the two of us?" Tone Tai gritted her teeth. "The detoxifier really is from the Dung family. But do you think we'll give you time?" She condensed demonic energy into a blade and shouted, "All of you die." Huin Tu yelled, "Half an hour, risking my life for that." Dian Men spoke softly, "Thank you, I'll rely on the Earthmaster." A figure rushed and grabbed the two envoys tightly, and said, "In half an hour I'll do my best." Before Dung, Dian Men set off for Xinjiang at the main headquarters of Tianmin. Someone asked, "Aren't you going to send troops to Xinjiang?" Dian Men nodded, "Yes, dispersing our forces will put us at a disadvantage. Think about it. If we send troops to Xinjiang, will we have enough people to fight against Mekwang Tien?" The messenger knelt down worried. "So we'll just abandon the Kungdong sect and Kolwan." He stood up firmly, "No way. The Kungdong sect and Kolwan both have peak-level masters. Losing them would be a huge loss both mentally and materially. So I will personally go to Xinjiang," he instructed. While Imaway strategist Jakat will command all of the Tianmin forces. Hakvan worried, "But if the alliance leader leaves the battlefield, the morale of the alliance will drop." Hoa Qin agreed, "That's true. Besides, the alliance leader is the strongest among us." He pondered, "This is the best way to deal with both enemies without spreading our forces thin. Moreover, the two elders have been poisoned. I must go there to detoxify them," he added. Tu Van spoke up, "Then I will go with you. Although the alliance leader's martial arts are advanced, we need to be cautious in the detox process." Right now he used the diamond body technique to block two strikes from the left and right envoys, forcefully pushing them back. They retreated a distance suddenly. This is the diamond body technique of Shaolin's true body. Tun Tai smiled, "Indeed, the great northern star of Mount Tai. His reputation is not unfounded. Half an hour isn't easy." "Huh?" Truong Tien frowned seriously. "Not only that, the Kongdong faction and Kaoluan who are retreating are fighting back desperately. It's as if they believe that young master can detoxify the two elders." He turned and said, "First we must break the diamond body technique. Buy me some time." Left Protector said, "I will practice the demon energy enhancement." She asked confusedly, "You plan to use it now?" "All right," Tu Van shouted, charging at them, "Don't mess around." She immediately activated the Hell Demon Claw technique. He narrowed his eyes, the demonic energy around thickened. She provoked him to come here. "This old man will burn them all to ashes." Dian Min placed his hands on the two elders. "I have absorbed all the poison using the poison herb pure energy technique. But since the poison has been inside them for so long, their meridians are seriously damaged. Especially Tai Hu Master. He won't be able to return to the battlefield for a long time." His face turned pale. "And this poison, I hoped it wasn't this one. But it's the disinfecting flower, one of the 10 poisons of the Dung family. If I recall our promise, then the fourth elder cannot possibly betray us. Then could it be them? So who exactly is the poison exorcist? I've heard even the blood from the severed arm of Tai Hu Master is filled with poison." He frowned. "Could they have colluded with the demon sect to create the poison man? I have a bad feeling. I need to quickly treat the two elders. Then assist Grandmaster Tu Van." The demonic energy surged fiercely. He suddenly looked over. This was Grandmaster Tu Van standing firm. A terrifying evil aura rose from within him, like the breath of a monster carrying the cursed energy of the black fierce demon sword. Trung Tien roared. Eve pushed the demonic energy to its limit. This sword now holds the power of a fierce god. You think your diamond body technique can withstand it? He gritted his teeth. Tun that took the chance. Launched the Hell Demon's spiked whip. Both attacked Tu Van from two sides, making little protector Tu Van struggle to hold firm. But Trung Tien rushed forward with the black fierce demon sword. Dien Min froze. He shouted desperately. Grandmaster in his heart, he cursed. Damn it, the treatment is almost done. If I stop now, the two elders' lives will be in danger. Everyone is risking their lives fighting for me. How can I just stand by? Tu Van reassured him. Keep treating them. Alliance leader, defend yourself. I only lost one arm. I can still endure. They mocked. Just one arm. Why do you talk like that's enough to stop you? They shouted. That arm is only the beginning. Next we'll burn you alive and tear you apart. Tanzak hid his doubts deep inside. Could I be mistaken? Isn't he Fuang Si? Yet I sense a terrifying demonic aura emanating from his sword. Huin Thu panted. Half an hour. Why does it feel so long? Looking at the crowded people before him. 7 gods. I don't see their numbers diminishing at all. Grandmaster Tu Van, even with one arm, is still standing strong. But it looks like he's about to reach his limit. His hand trembled. Everyone is exhausted after a night of non-stop fleeing. Even his grip on the sword is unsteady. He gasped for breath. Half an hour until noon. Can we hold out until we detoxify Master Ba and Ma Tien? Din Min stepped forward. You should step back from now on. Ill handle this. His eyes welled up. Young master, could it be Master Ba and Kok Van? He calmly replied, I've successfully detoxified both of them faster than expected. He clenched his sword tightly. All thanks to everyone's spirit to hold on. So now just leave the rest to me. Tu Van blocked Trung Tien's strike with his hand. He was excited, losing an arm but still holding firm. This long. I truly admire you. As long as I kill you, the righteous force will completely collapse. Din Min swung his sword behind Tu Van. Trung Tien panicked. What was that just now? All my subordinates were wiped out with one move. Tun Tut gritted his teeth. Are there masters of that level among them? He warned. Left envoy, be careful. He calmly stepped forward. I've arrived late. They panicked. Tu Van immediately asked, already finished detoxifying? He replied, yes, it's all thanks to you. The conversation between the two made their faces darken. Tu Van smiled faintly, his eyes calm as he looked at his lost arm. Even if I sacrificed an arm, I have no regrets, he thought to himself. Din Min suddenly recalled his words. A deep, indescribable shame rose in his heart. I spoke harshly to the young master. It's not right to call you just the young master but the true leader. From now on, I will atone by eradicating the demonic path from the true heavenly alliance. He pondered, looking at Tu Van filled with admiration. He's a man of great character and incredible strength. Yet he lost an arm before the battle with Quang Tien even began. What a shame, he thought. The demonic aura couldn't compare to the Grandmaster's power. So they must have something that can neutralize Shaolin's Buddhist energy. Din Min blamed himself for judging the enemy too quickly based only on their aura. I swear I won't make that mistake in judgment again, he muttered. He condensed his poison energy, his gaze cold and determined to avenge the Grandmaster's lost arm. He gripped his sword tightly, filled with killing intent. Taking 2 lives still wouldn't be enough compensation. Suddenly, many streaks of light appeared in the forest, as Din Min pressed forward with continuous attacks. Tun Thut panicked, unable to believe that the strongest members of their sect were in danger just because of this kid's short blade. Truong Tien struggled to defend, shocked that there was such a master within the righteous faction. They shouted in unison, who exactly is he? Din Min delivered a deadly strike, but they quickly dodged. Tun Thut breathed heavily, realizing she couldn't use ordinary moves against him. She had to use a secret technique to decide the outcome. She shouted, let's see if you can handle this hell's demonic flower hand, demonic flower son. Truong Tien looked back in horror. Left master, don't you think this whole place will be wiped out? Din Min watched carefully, thinking if that move hit this area, it would be total chaos. He swung his sword, the sword energy pierced through and quickly shattered her magic. Truong Tien was stunned, unable to close her mouth. Meanwhile, Tun Thut was beaten until her body was shattered. Who exactly are you? So even among the righteous, there are people this strong. He looked over him once more, a rare genius born once in 1,000 years, the young master. Din Min squinted even though it wasn't necessary to tell you soon-to-be guys. I'll make it clear. I am the young master of the Sichuan Tang family and also the leader of the True Light. He was stunned. This guy is the dark poison sword dragon. A slash flashed by his head was cut in half. You turned back and asked, Tu Van, is your hand still okay? He smiled broadly. It's fine. Eve already stopped the bleeding. Anyway, I really can't respect your actions. He smiled. You've defeated the left and right envoys, significantly weakening the cult. Losing an arm for me is nothing to regret. Then Din Min looked at him with regret, thinking he should have been more careful. He comforted you. Don't blame yourself too much. Protecting the lives of the two elders is more important. Even though he lost an arm, it was wrapped in a ring of light and a spiritual arm had appeared. Before wiping out all the evil, your spirit didn't weaken at all. Din Min smiled, feeling much steadier hearing those words. Even though strength has declined, luckily there's still someone like Master Tu Van. He looked toward the two corpses and noticed that the strange energy hadn't died down at all. Normally, when life ends, that energy should dissipate. Din Min glanced over. Clearly, though dead, the killing intent still lingered. He decided that no matter what, he had to eliminate that energy before leaving. You asked Tu Van, can you do it? Tu Van cheerfully replied, Shaolin's method of purging energy holds the power to cleanse impurities. I can easily eliminate these ordinary evil energies. He knelt, placed his hand on the saber and said, Come on, let's finish this quickly and head back. Suddenly Tanjak appeared and warned, Brat, stop that old man. Before touching that powerful energy, the energy didn't come from the corpse, but from the sword. As soon as the words ended, the dark energy surged, aiming to swallow Tu Van. Din Min quickly grabbed his shoulder and pushed him away. He slashed the broken sword into the evil energy and anxiously asked, Master Din, are you okay? He stammered, Thanks to the leader, the loud noise made you turn back. Even wielding the sword with innate true energy. But that energy still didn't disappear. Tu Van panicked as he channeled Buddhist true energy into the blade. That evil energy swallowed my true energy. A strong source of resentment. The power of Buddha's wrath. What on earth is that thing? Suddenly the energy kept shifting, making the two panic. That thing was taking shape. Tanjak appeared and said, No matter how you think about it, it makes sense now. I'm sure. Din Min asked, What is it? It explained, Simi Vong Lung. These monsters aren't ordinary. If a grudge accumulates over a long time and takes shape, that's a normal Simi Vong Lung. It has gathered hundreds, even thousands of years of resentment into one and sealed it into the sword. In other words, this Simi Vong Lung was created by humans. Except for special cases like you and the shadowless assassin. Those who control Simi Vong Lung like the spirit consciousness are usually Fong Si. Even those Fong Si are forbidden from forcibly creating Simi Vong Lung. However, sometimes there are those who break the taboo and accumulate grudges to create Simi Vong Lung. Min confused said, So that means Tanjak is certain that someone in the demon sect is continuing the bloodline of that Fong Si, someone who breaks the taboo and is willing to use any means. A rebellious Fong Si. Din Min faced the demon. It laughed eerily. Hee. It lunged at him, letting out a roar, but he managed to block it in time. He tightly gripped the sword, striking multiple blows at the demon's body. Looking at its body, he suddenly realized it really didn't feel any pain. Maybe that's because its soul is made up of grudges. Moreover, even though it's not hurt by physical attacks, it can still counterattack with extremely powerful moves. Tanjak climbed up and reminded him, It's obvious you can't hurt that monster. A demon is just a mass of grudges. Or let me handle this guy, he asked. Confusedly, You have a way. Tanjak smiled slyly. Looks like you forgot. I'm a demon who's lived over 1,000 years. Everyone around panicked. The thick fog obscured their vision. The demon became more mysterious than ever. Men ordered. There are many watching. Let's finish this quickly. Tanjak looked at him and nodded. All right. Tanjak's eyes were cold and sharp. Though you were just born, your fighting style is pretty good. Better than ordinary demons, but still not on my level. I've cultivated for over 1,000 years. I will absorb you to turn you into nourishment for myself. Then Tanjak opened his mouth and swallowed the demon easily. Thuvan and Dain Min shielded Tanjak, who was uneasy behind them. Everyone anxiously asked, "Leader, are you okay?" He replied, "I'm fine." Everyone praised him. That fog is really the young master's secret technique. He scratched his face. Something like that, Thuvan asked, confusedly. By the way, what exactly did the demon sect create? I've never seen a creature so terrifying, he calmly explained. Maybe this isn't all of it. So to be safe, master, can you lead everyone back first? He suddenly asked worriedly, are you really planning to storm the demon sect's lair alone? No, leader, we've already dealt the demon sect a heavy blow by killing the left and right protectors. That's enough, he continued. That creature is a demon. It can't be defeated by normal attacks like you saw. I have to use my secret skill to beat it. Looks like someone in the demon sect is making demons. Someone stammered. So if there are many demons like that, he answered, the demon sect's forces are still very strong. Besides, we still don't know the true identity of Tuduk. If he's really connected to the Dung family, I'll handle it myself. He went on. It sounds reckless, but now that the demon sect's core forces are weakened, this is the best time to strike a fatal blow. Tuvan then slammed his fist. He gets it, leader. But even though your martial arts are strong, you're the main leader of Tianmin. Be careful, leader. He turned and smiled. I'll come back with good news. Saying that, he leapt and disappeared. Tuvan laughed. Even if I advise him, he probably won't listen. So who in the demon sect could harm the leader? Let's take care of the wounded and head back. Even so, he's still worried. Not just the demon sect's leader, but many other powerful extreme demons as well. But I will trust and wait for the leader to return safely. Xian Zhang, the demon god. Sect's headquarters. A piercing shout echoed. Little poison demon has arrived. Van Tuan confidently entered the main hall. Atuduyan praised and congratulated him on his great achievement on the battlefield. He recognized Ma Ai smiling. Now you really look like a demon. Even the demon poison master Dung Jiachu is very proud of you. Oh wait, shouldn't we call you father now? A few days ago, after Dung Van Tuan reached the level of the poisoned one, Ma Ai took him to meet Dung Jiachu. Say hello to your father, Ma Ai said. This is Dung Jiachu who's sponsoring the sect. From now on, he will protect you. Dung Van Tuan bowed. Dung Van Tuan pays respects. Thank you, sir. Yes. Dung Jiachu immediately stopped him. No, didn't you renounce the Dung family? You can't keep the Dung name anymore. I will adopt you from now on. Your name is Dung Van Tuan bowed. Yes, father. Dung Jiachu laughed heartily. Good. I never had a son before. Now I have a strong son like this. I'm really happy. Dung Van Tuan lowered his head. Thank you for adopting me, Ma Humph. That answer is pretty bland. A demon like this with 9 great achievements, the leader will surely reward you. What do you want? Dung Van Tuan said solemnly. I want to learn lightness skill. Quan Luan's lightness skill is truly amazing. I want to join the pursuit team and make more achievements. Ma Wai squinted. Lightness skill is good. But why not try something else? The lightness skill manuals in the cult's library are countless. For example, the original version of the rebellious blood demon skill. Dung Van Tuan narrowed his eyes. I've heard of the rebellious blood demon skill before. It's the martial art that Ma Tan Quang Tien used when attacking Dung Ra. A type of demon skill that can unleash hidden potential and multiply strength many times over in a short time. But it's very dangerous. If your inner power runs out, you'll either die or go crazy. Ma Wai smiled. For ordinary people, that's true. But you've successfully mastered the immortal demon skill. What if you combined the two? How would that turn out? Actually, I'm curious too. What would happen if you combined 2 different martial arts? At that moment, the strategist appeared. I came here to check on the troop deployment. He spoke. Hakvan sighed. You've worked hard, Jia Cat added. Thanks to your quick arrangements, we were able to mobilize over 200 people in just a few days. Dung Ziechu asked, by the way, Have you met the leader and Master Tu Van yet? I mean the people of Kol Wan? Hak Van looked down deeply. I don't know, I just hope they arrive in time. If the leader can heal and help those two seniors recover. Ba Jia Cat continued analyzing. Qing Tian Min will have 6 masters reaching the spirit transformation realm. Meanwhile, Ma Kuang Tian only has 5 extreme demons. If we can maintain our current forces, the pressure will significantly lessen before the leader arrives. We should just focus on holding back Ma Kuang Tian and preserving our strength. However, the families and merchants had no idea that not only would it take a long time before meeting Deng Duan Min again, but he also caused a shocking event right at the demon cult's stronghold. Xinjiang Tianshan Heavenly Demon Cult Van Tuan stood below listening attentively as Tu Duk Ma spoke. Your contributions along with those of left and right deputies are great. Thanks to you, our sect has taken a step closer to the Central Plains. Huin Dayin sat on the patriarch's chair surrounded by a dark energy aura and said, Achievements must be rewarded, that's only fair. His eyes flashed. Speak. What do you want? Van Tuan nervously wiped sweat. It was his first time meeting the patriarch and Huin Dayin's appearance was far from what he imagined. Yet even unconsciously, the demonic energy radiating from him was terrifying. Van Tuan said, I want the original copy of the rebellious blood demon skill. Huin Dayin was shocked, his expression hardening. The original rebellious blood demon skill. He shifted his position, resting one leg on the chair and then lying down, fully propping his chin with his hand. The original source, he sighed. Someone with the martial skill of the immortal demon, like you, searching for the rebellious blood demon skill can't be by chance. It seems Munji told you something. Do you really think that with an immortal body, you can ignore the consequences of the rebellious blood demon skill? He bared his teeth in a grin, his eyes curious and sly. That curiosity is exactly what makes Munji so fascinating. Alright, it'll be straightforward. The original source of the rebellious blood demon skill doesn't actually exist. Van Tuan froze, eyes wide. Huin Dayin continued. The rebellious blood demon skill is just a martial art that uses a portion of evil blood to channel demonic energy, triggering potential power. If you recklessly use all of the evil blood like the immortal demon, then that's the real origin. Van Tuan anxiously said. But from what I've learned. Before he could finish, he suddenly sensed something and panicked. A terrifying pressure weighed heavily on his body, freezing him in place. He panicked. This must be the heavenly demon divine skill Munji mentioned. Bah! Huin Dayin raised his hand. Are you scared? I think it's better for you to experience it firsthand. He snapped his fingers, compressing the demonic pressure into Van Tuan's stomach, causing him pain. Van Tuan coughed violently, while Huin Dayin remained calm. Your demonic energy has been easily exposed by me. If you keep going, you'll suffer demonic madness. Bah! Van Tuan writhed under the pressure, tears and saliva flowing uncontrollably, his muscles tensing painfully. Huin Dayin explained. The heavenly demon divine skill is a secret martial art that controls demonic energy. When mastered, the practitioner can control all demonic energy around them, thus holding the lives of all demons in the sect. Suddenly, Van Tuan heard something that startled him. There was one who escaped the control of the heavenly demon divine skill. That was the immortal demon. Yet his body was never harmed. Even after unleashing his power, he became an uncontrollable immortal monster. Van Tuan struggled to stand and wondered, so what happened to the immortal demon now? According to Munji, the current sect leader killed him. Huin Dayin spoke. I haven't fully explained this to her. He overused the rebellious blood demon skill, pushing the potential of the immortal divine skill to its limit. In the end, he couldn't control his regeneration ability and destroyed himself. He continued to warn. If you master the immortal demon skill and push the rebellious blood demon skill to its limit, you will possess the original source of the rebellious blood demon skill. But you can't unlock all the evil blood by yourself. If you want power equal to the immortal demon, you have to go through the same demonic possession process as him. For him, someone who hasn't fully mastered the immortal demon skill, only death can come close. Do you still want to learn it? Yes, respected master. In his heart, he thought, If I can become stronger than now, I will take revenge on that person. Even if I have to risk my life countless times, I won't hesitate. Van Tuan smiled wickedly. Please grant me the original source of the rebellious blood demon skill under the sunlight shining on the huts. Jia Cat Thuong frowned, sensing something strange. He looked at the map where the area Ma Kuang Tien had attacked martial families for a short time was marked. But recently, there had been no signs of activity. The old man rubbed his chin, musing, could it be that Ma Kuang Tien was seriously injured in the battle with the Sword King? If not, then why the sudden silence? At that moment someone rushed in. Master Strategist, there's big news. The old man was surprised, not understanding what was happening. Why was Ngoc Dung so rushed? Hoa King stood outside the door, panting. There's movement from Ma Kuang Tien. The old man was stunned, eyeing Hoa Kin. Are they attacking Shaolin? The group of monks stood before Shaolin, facing Trong Ka, the man holding a sword. A monk nearby said, how dare you violate this place? Do you think that touching Shaolin, protected by the Huang Seven, will let you live? Trong Ka smiled. Leading the heavenly demon, the monk continued to warn. If you continue to be arrogant, this will not only be a crime against martial arts, but a crime against the nation. Trong Ka cut in gently. Do you really think so? He puzzled over it, then raised his sword proudly and said, I see our great emperor values benefits and safety more than faith in Buddhism. Huh? He held the person. What did you say? One slash from Trong Ka left all the Shaolin men mutilated. He said calmly, Huang Si and Min martial arts have no forces coming to help you. He smiled wickedly. Even if they come, it's useless. From today on, no monk will survive to see the moonlight. The subordinates shouted in unison, kill them all. The inviolable Quan Vu, the old man holding the paper, trembled with anger. Has the imperial palace really decided to abandon Shaolin? He turned and shouted loudly, Nok Dung, gather the troops immediately. Even if late, we must go to Shaolin. Nok Van stepped in and said, that's impossible. The old man looked at him suspiciously. Master Hok Van, who is standing beside you? Kim Tung stood next to Ngoc Van, responding coldly. Kim Tung, you should be at Viedang. Why are you here? Tong then replied, Jia Cat Trung Tun, he is Min's strategist. Yeah, I repeat, we cannot dispatch troops to Shaolin now. Jia Cat angrily questioned, what did you say? Could it be that even Tien Min tells us to abandon Shaolin? Tong then shouted back, I don't want that either, but it's not just Ma Kuang Tien. Acting, the demonic forces from Shan 11 have also begun to move. Both were stunned. Shan 11? Could it be he confirmed their suspicions? Yes, Ma Kuang Tien and 3 demonic sects stand behind him. The Shan 11 Hua family has announced troop deployment for the big main demon battle. In the lavish mansion, the voice of the madam echoed mysteriously, signaling that the long-awaited moment had finally arrived. She calmly poured tea, preparing for the upcoming grand battle of the demon sect. Beside her, the demon sect's eldest son listened intently to every word she spoke. Mutachild has been looking forward to this day for a long time. He believes that only by achieving a great accomplishment will his father truly pay attention to him. The madam narrowed her eyes slightly. This battle isn't just a fight to the death, but also a chance to determine the heir among the 3 sons of the demon sect. She spoke these words with a hint of worry. The bodyguard took a sip of tea, his confident gaze fixed on her. That inheritance position definitely belongs to my son, right? As the right hand of the sect leader, I have supported him with all my might. Is that still not enough to reassure you, madam? She smiled, her voice gentle, but full of depth. It's natural for a mother to worry about her children. I just want a sincere answer from you. The 3 bodyguards answered straightforwardly. The Earth Son has the strongest ability among the 3 sons of the demon sect. If he achieves a great accomplishment in this campaign, his position as heir will become even more solid. Still worried, she asked, but what about the merit? Eliminating the righteous Shangxi sects, specifically the Huashan and Southern sect, is the path for the eldest son to become the next sect leader. The bodyguard replied coldly, Ma Guangtian attacked Shaolin, while Huang 7 declared non-interference in martial arts. Meanwhile, the Hua family of Shangxi, one of the 3 demon sect families, is holding a troop induction ceremony. The martial world falls into chaos once again. Reading this, the strategist couldn't help but sigh silently. All of this really happened in just one day. In this situation, where should we start responding, young master? No, Supreme Leader, you must return immediately. The heavenly light is in great need of you. Meanwhile, Jianmin was hurrying across the desert. Is this Xinjiang? No water, no trees. This is truly the harshest land Eve ever seen, Tanjak commented. Yes, this place is called Top Kilak Makan. It's a wasteland no different from the realm of death. In the past, the Jia family and the shadowless assassin eliminated the evil dragon and DB dragon. Those who once occupied this land. The aftermath of that battle turned the whole area into a desert. Whether divine dragon or evil dragon, all possess innate spiritual energy, allowing them to manipulate the 5-element qi. The blue dragon controls lightning and thunder, while other evil dragons rule the remaining elements of the 5 elements. The earth dragon, ruler of the earth element, absorbed almost all the land's energy during the battle with the shadowless assassin. To stop it, the mages set up a formation to redirect the earth element's power elsewhere. The mage's spell still resonates. Without interference, it would still be active to this day. One question arises: if Earth Dragon has been destroyed, is it still necessary to maintain that formation? Tanjak also looked confused. I'm not sure either. But one of the mages opposed dismantling it, saying it would directly affect the lives of the people. A mage from the demon sect named Njich Tien. Even though he's from the demon sect, his strength surpasses that of the contemporary mages. You could say he single-handedly deployed the entire magic technique so much so that even Von Kock didn't dare oppose him. However, he took a different path from the orthodox mages, and definitely has his own agenda. Unlike other mages who level up through magic, he uses demons and monsters as subordinates to train and gain power. With such a high rank, he can act against morality and still avoid heavenly punishment. In other words, he can use forbidden magic without hesitation. So if you detect a formation created by him, be extremely careful. Tanjak angrily bit the boy's head. I'm not worried about you, I'm worried about myself. If you die, my soul bound to you will die too. The boy said, enough with the peacemaking, fine, let's just say that. He grabbed him by the collar, crossing the vast sand dunes, wondering why this desert is so huge. A figure stood in front of him, ordering, slow down. Huin Dain glanced sharply and warned, I'll say it again, be careful. Don't stray more than 3 steps away from me. He kept looking ahead. I followed the sect leader many times to search for Daikuyet Makung, so we must be entering the edge of the desert. At some point, everything around became distorted, and now he didn't even know where he was. He anxiously looked around a cliff. Could this be a formation? Huin Dain's dark voice echoed, we're almost there. He turned and was stunned by the sight before him. A massive door stood tall. He looked up and asked, a door like this in the middle of the desert? Huin Dain gently reminded, it's still too early to be surprised. From inside his cloak, he pulled out a talisman and stuck it right in the center of the door. Immediately, the talisman burst into flames. The heavy door slowly opened, sending a shockwave through the desert. Van Tuan looked inside. The blinding light made him squint. Beyond the door was a completely different world. Strange plants he had never seen before gradually appeared before his eyes. Though he had studied poisons and recognized most herbs on the way out, these plants still amazed him. Huin Dain led him inside. Let me introduce, this is my training ground. Hundreds of years ago, the first sect leader created this place to realize his path of enlightenment. He turned to Van Tuan, his tone serious. Only the blood heir of the first sect leader has the right to open and close this door. That means no one here can interfere with your training. So focus on your cultivation here. When you, the right mentor, and the left mentor reach the ultimate demon realm, the power of the righteous sect will grow even stronger. Van Tuan kneeled, bowing his head in gratitude for the supreme favor. Huin Dain smiled proudly. then ordered, "All right, appear." Immediately, a tall figure appeared before him. Huin Dain happily looked at the two figures, his tone familiar. "Long time no see, Feng Luck." Feng Luck bowed gently to pay respects to the Supreme. Van Tuan stared in shock at the scene before him, thinking, "What is that? What is that?" Huin Dain explained. "That's the Void Moon Mask." Feng Luck lowered his head. "It seems I will help him cultivate the lunar calendar." Huin Dain turned back to remind Van Tuan, "During your training here, Feng Luck will take care of your daily needs." He came close and asked one last time, "I'll ask you again, you still haven't changed your mind, right?" Van Tuan confirmed, "That's right." Huin Dain nodded good. Immediately, he unleashed the demon chi of the heavenly demon divine art, channeling demon energy into Van Tuan's body. Van Tuan cried out in pain, tears streaming down his eyes, squinting his whole body, tensing. He thought, "What the hell is happening? This pain is nothing compared to the last sudden surge of demon energy." His body began to distort, screaming in agony before collapsing. Huin Dain laughed joyfully at his twisted body. "If the immortal demon god could endure it, I believe you will get through it too. I hope you achieve good results." He stepped outside, sealed the door with a talisman, then closed it. Huin Dain walked away without looking back. Meanwhile, another figure, the divine dog, leapt up from a deep pit and stopped in front of Thanjok. Its large claws dug deep into the ground. From above, it looked down at Thanjok with a challenging glare. "Do you dare to set foot here? Don't know how you found your way here." The growl of the divine dog and its fierce face created an invisible pressure, but intruders must be eliminated. Thanjok narrowed his eyes, sensing the presence of a supreme powerhouse. The divine dog suddenly halted its gaze, full of suspicion. "Wait, you look familiar. Aren't you Thanjok, the white snake subordinate of Von Kak?" Thanjok was annoyed. "You recognize me?" The divine dog mocked. "Yes, back when Von Kak was rampaging I met you. Thought he was dead and you would disappear along with him. Never expected you to still be alive. Just another one of his tools, yet you dare come here alone. What exactly is your purpose?" Thanjok angrily snapped. "A tool. You dare look down on me?" He wrapped his strength tightly around the divine dog, voice full of rage. "You dare call me a tool?" Thanjok clenched his body tight and howled in fury. The two massive creatures fought, but Thanjok looked down on the divine dog, seeing it as nothing more than a gatekeeper. "Now I can go back to find my daughter." Dain Min then asked more about the strange village he was staying in. The village looked poor, but they treated him with such respect. Could there be another reason? Trung Xian not stammered. "Maybe it's because of the divine pills. They're a kind of drug distributed by the heavenly demon cult. The more valuables you offer, the more pills you get. People addicted to these pills often have pale bluish skin and a dazed look. These pills are extremely powerful once addicted. You can't quit," he went on to explain. "The villagers think you're a high-ranking son of the cult. They believe if they flatter you, they can get more of these pills. In such a remote place, sometimes cult members show up for that purpose." Dain Min listened thoughtfully. Even though this is a wild area unreachable by the martial world, someone still dares to traffic addictive, harmful drugs to the common people. Then he continued, "Anyway, if you want to pretend to be a cult son." Before he could finish, a noise from afar caught their attention. "What's that sound?" It was the ringing of a bell. Xian Not calmly explained, "That's the village alarm bell. If it rings like that, it means bandits are approaching." In the distance, a group on horseback was riding toward the village. Dain Min frowned. "Bandits here in this place?" A panicked voice called from outside. Sir, are you inside?" An old man pointed anxiously toward the distance. Fear in his eyes. "Sir, you heard the bell too, right? There are about 50 thieves heading this way." He glanced at Xian Not in surprise. "Xian Not, why are you here too?" Dain Min stood up. "I just called him here to ask about the bandits showing up." The old man hurriedly said, "Yes, the village has a place to hide. Please, sir, come with us." Dain Min angrily replied, "You think you'll run away from a bunch of bandits?" The old man panicked. "No, that's not it, it's just that Dain Min glared and ordered, "Lead me to them right now." Dain Min stepped forward, shielding the villagers. The bandits sneered when they saw him. "He's not from the village. Where did you come from?" Dain Min calmly stared at them. Meanwhile, the villagers, some scared, some resigned, also looked up, remembering Xian Yat's warning when they left. "Sir, if you fight the bandits, say you're from the Ma Dak Duong family." Dain Min was puzzled. Ma Dak Duong family? Xian Yat explained. "It's a family that specializes in poisons within the demon cult. If you use poison, no one will suspect you." Dain Min nodded. "I see, then let's do that." He turned and declared to the bandits, "I am the Ma Dak Duong family's son." The leader looked confused. "The Ma Dak Duong son shows up out here in the middle of nowhere." The guy taunts, pretending not to believe. "If that's true, then show me the divine pill. Let's see if you're really Ma Dak Duong Jiao." Dain Min awkwardly fumbles inside his robe. With no other choice, the leader secretly feels pleased. "Looks like luck is on our side. Well, take him hostage and force the sect to hand over the divine pill." Just then, a noise from behind startles him. Turning around, he sees his men lying motionless on the ground. He panics. What the heck was that? Dain Min drops this poison vial, muttering, "That's strange." The village chief is flustered. "I clearly said we need to rest to gather our energy. Yet one trouble after another keeps coming. And it just so happens to be when the bandits show up." Dain Min's imposing aura frightens the bandits. He says sternly, "Who exactly tipped them off? If you don't want to suffer, you better tell the truth." Jun Yat looks at the scene pale-faced. "Those bandits wouldn't even know what just killed them." "Sir, how did you do it? Even though I know your martial arts are extraordinary, I didn't expect it to be this powerful." The leader grits his teeth in anger, veins bulging on his forehead. "I never intended to kill anyone." Dain Min instantly becomes cautious. Could it be he's hiding his true strength? The man suddenly drops to his knees, banging his head hard on the ground, shouting, "Please spare my worthless life. I will confess everything." He begins to confess, "Sir, just as you suspected, someone tipped me off." He points directly at an old man standing behind the village chief. His face goes pale. The people around whisper among themselves, "Could it be the village chief?" Did he shout, pointing at the bandit? "Tan Ming? That's unjust. How could I do such a thing? Kill him." "Silence the one who dares slander me." The bandit refuses to back down, arguing that, "Cunning old man, you're the one who told the sect that a young master just arrived here plotting to kill him to seize his treasures and the divine pill, aren't you?" He continues to spill everything. "Sir, I have a close relationship with the village chief. In the past, we often looted sect followers this way. Whenever a trade caravan or merchant passed through the village, the chief would tip us off. We'd steal the goods and then split the spoils with him." Who would have thought the village chief was such a greedy old man? If he had used some of those treasures to buy food and supplies, the village wouldn't be in such misery now. If you don't believe me, just search the chief's home. I guarantee it's packed with loot like a mountain. He's been exposed but still tries to argue. "Ian Dunkyet, how dare you?" The villagers start interrogating the chief. "Is it true? You knew the village was so poor all along, didn't you?" The village chief stands frozen among the villagers. They unleash all their anger on him. "Why have you been lying to us all this time? Were you behind the deaths of those young patrolmen at the hands of the bandits?" They are furious, grinding their teeth. "You deceitful scoundrel! How many times have you led the bandits to loot us?" No, the chief is terrified, tears welling up. "No, it's not true." Not only that, a poison needle suddenly pierces his head. The moment he snaps his fingers, he still tries to justify himself. "I only wanted to keep this village alive." He collapses to the ground. Dain Min is disgusted as the village chief's withered body quickly deteriorates. The speed of the hairpin thrust is so fast it's impossible to follow with the naked eye. "So it was that thing that took down my men." The bandit panics, realizing too late. "But since when does Ma Duk Dung use hairpin thrust? Wait, could it be him?" Looking up in fear. "Are you really one of Ma Duk Dung's men?" His face hardens, but before he can finish, a needle pierces his head and he falls to the ground. Dain Min eyes him, threateningly sharp as ever. But it's better to pretend I don't know anything. Dain Min's voice confirms the bandit's confession is true. He stands beside Xian Not, his gaze resting on the huge pile of treasures in front of them. Turning away, he puts on his coat calmly and says, "This wealth is enough for the villagers to relocate." Xian Not stammers. "Huh? But sir, you just wiped out the bandits." Dain Min breathes out. Relieved. "Forget it, I don't need any of this," he thinks to himself. "There's way more gold and jewels in Black Talin City, no need to take a cut here." Watching the villagers hurriedly pack up, he wonders, "Hey, are all the villagers really going to move?" Xian Not nods yes. If Black Talin City is gone, well, buy land in Central Plains and keep farming. He adds cheerfully, "All thanks to you, sir, thanks to you. I can go back and find my daughter." Dain Min hands him a red pouch. "Take this, I prepared poison and hairpin thrust in case you run into other bandits on the way." Xian Not looks at the pouch, overwhelmed. "You're so thoughtful. I don't know how to thank you." Suddenly, he calls out, "Sir, are you from the Sichuan Dung family?" And Dain Min replies immediately, "Yes, I'm Dung Dain Min, young master of the Dung family." His answer makes Xian Not thoughtful. "I guessed you weren't ordinary, young master." And the White Sands evil aura swirls around Dain Min. He looks suspiciously into the distance. Why hasn't that guy come back yet? I trusted him to handle it, but what if something went wrong? Dain Min looks ahead, determined. No choice. I have to go check it out. An ear is violently thrown aside. The head is nearly destroyed, lying motionless on the ground. White Sands stands there, his eyes full of killing intent, staring at it. The sharp spirit is slowly losing reason, the soul being the link between master and servant spirit. It allows the destiny and the spiritual awareness to connect as if their souls were linked. But it also comes with a side effect that neither of them expected. When the distance between the master and the spirit is too great, the spirit will lose its sanity. Meanwhile, deep inside the Void Empire Kong, where the reverse Jawind dragon formation is still active, the ancient demons sealed there all looked up at the sky at once. They sensed the death of the Furied Divine Dog, the guardian of the Void Empire Kong. Shortly after, they felt a powerful energy descending. Deep in a dark cave, a demon snake was losing its mind, spraying venom everywhere. The low-level demons above were instantly destroyed just by touching its poisonous gas. They realized that dying at the hands of that snake was only a matter of time, so their only choice was to eat each other to increase their power. This is the survival rule all demons must follow. The monsters lunged and tore at each other, creating a chaotic scene. A black Keelan stomped hard on a giant toad and then moved on. It angrily released a killing aura and growled, "I won't let you get stronger." It looked upward, thinking it never expected the Furied Divine Dog to be killed. How strong is that snake? No, now's not the time to think about that. This is my chance to escape. If I swallow this guy, my power will increase. Then a noise from the cliff caught its attention. A black tiger stepped forward, commanding, "Stop, that's my prey." It glared at the black Keelan with annoyance and growled, "Let go of that toad and get lost, it'll give you a quick death." The black Keelan refused to back down, replying, "If you can try me." Suddenly a voice echoed throughout the pit. The ground shook violently, rocks began to rise as if something terrifying was about to emerge. The monsters panicked and looked up, then a head with sharp teeth emerged from the ground. It was the Saint Chengnu, a supreme demon. The black tiger stepped back a few paces, baring its teeth and growling. The power gap was huge. It didn't expect there to be such a monster sealed beneath the Vodkang. Saint Chengnu, a creature born from the fear of the deep sea, possessed terrifying and immeasurable power. Though it had been captured by many mystics and sealed with spells, the first mystic of the Ngixthian sect still didn't dare keep it inside the Ngichanfong Long formation. Instead, he sealed it in the deepest place of Vodkang and cast spells so it couldn't escape as long as the Furied Divine Dog was alive. Saint Chengnu's voice was low, countless eyes flickering blue light. It spoke. "The time has finally come. I will break free from here." It opened its mouth full of sharp teeth and shouted, "I will swallow everything, including the Ngixthian mystics who sealed me and all humans." Its presence made everything, including Baksha, stop. No one could move. The pit fell silent for a moment, then a loud explosion shattered Vodkang. The Black Jilin was confused. What was that roar? The Black Tiger panicked. Vodkang has been broken. I can see it in the sky, it calmly called the Black Jilin. Look, the sharp eyes of the Black Tiger, a swarm of ghosts is hovering like a flock. It reminded it where the Tan Chungnu had passed. The grudges of the low-level monsters still remain. If we absorb them, our power will increase significantly. The Jilin muttered, instead of fighting, it's better if we divide those grudges between us to absorb, increase our strength, then escape together. The Black Tiger glanced at it and grunted, though I don't like it, fine, just this once we'll form an alliance. Tan Chungnu surged upward along the ley line. I sense a powerful energy. I saw Baksha and glared, Saki, you're the one who killed the furry divine dog. Why do you deserve to be swallowed by me? It opened its mouth wide and roared. I will swallow you, then break this seal. The seal was broken by a strong force. Baksha turned to look at Tan Chungnu and they both stopped as Tan Chungnu departed. Other demons continued fighting over grudges. Some high-level demons noticed the change in the sky. The Black Tiger and Jilin looked up, thinking it's impossible that Gichhanfonglong formation was broken. Tan Chungnu, sweating heavily, thought, who could break such a powerful formation that could imprison even dragons? Could he still be alive? It recalled the one who sealed it. Dianmeng descended from above, full of mystery. It was fearful thinking. He's here, the Jichthian mystic who sealed me, not him, not Tan Chungnu, but the young master of the Dung family, the poisonous sword. Dianmeng gripped his weapon tightly. Why haven't you finished yet? He glared at it. You're too lazy. Tan Chungnu froze, sweating. What kind of technique is this? Seeing the formation split in two, it was stunned. Wait, the formation isn't broken but is expanding. It gritted its teeth in frustration. No need to break the ceiling with this kid, we can easily escape. Dianmeng looked at it, confused. What's wrong with that guy? He raised his hand. We'll deal with that later, come back here. Tan Chungnu was pulled upwards by a strong force. He held Tan Chungnu tightly. Good thing you're not hurt. He sighed. You're really troublesome. His low voice caught attention. Hey you, Tan Chungnu glared at him with hatred. Dianmeng looked at its appearance, wondering if that giant fish was talking to him. It blinked. Expand the formation this small, I can't squeeze through. He turned to look at the formation, asked again. What do you want me to do? Confirmed yes, expand it right now. If you do, I won't interfere with your business. Dianmeng turned back, eyes scanning with suspicion. That's not hard, but your tone is really annoying. What if I refuse? Listen, the formation is open. This is our chance to get out, kill that kid, and we'll leave together. Watching the monsters rush in like a swarm, Dianmeng couldn't help but sigh. That fish is huge but cowardly, really strange. He sighed quietly, at least 1,000 of them. Then all my training has been for nothing. He clenched the sword tightly, eyes cold as he stared at the monsters. Fine then, I'll test the technique I created to deal with them. Dianmeng swung his sword, instantly creating a swirling vortex. Tan Chung muttered in fear, the pressure is terrifying. That guy know his sword is gathering an enormous amount of inner power. Dianmeng looked down deep in thought. Not good enough yet, I have to be precise if I want to finish this in one strike. Master once said this technique attacks the opponent's spirit. It was created to counter martial arts and magic based on shockwave principles. He thought further, in other words, it can damage the soul. If I combine it with breaking the energy flow, creating shockwaves. Dianmeng then hurled the sword down, the force so strong even demons couldn't withstand it. Tan Chungnu was confused. What is he doing? Is he throwing that sword away? The sword shot straight down below. Dianmeng watched the sword's path, muttering the sword technique. Gather shockwaves into one, enhances power with strong energy, creating shockwaves that spread from the pit below, sweeping away all the monsters within its range. Tan Chungnu, panic at his body, was defeated too. The formation shook violently, then exploded. The monsters turned into lingering resentments floating around. Tan Chungnu was unwilling, muttering, no way, I endured for so many years, finally freed, and then die this easily after the shockwave. Thousands of monsters were now just resentments left in the pit. Tan Chuk. Dianmeng shook him hard, calling out repeatedly. Wake up, Tan Chuk. He flicked him sharply in the face. Wake up now, Tan Chuk startled and opened his eyes. Dianmeng, why are you here? He suddenly remembered and hurriedly asked, wait, where are the monsters down there? Tan Chuk's eyes widened, looking at the resentments floating all around, filled with panic. Why are there so many resentments? Could it be Dianmeng wiped them all out while I was unconscious? He looked at Dianmeng, muttering suspiciously. You're so confident, yet you were unconscious enough not to even notice me. What happened? Tan Chuk turned back, stammering as he explained. I fought the guard here, but I don't know why just as the fight started I fainted. Sorry about that, Dianmeng sighed and replied gently. It's okay as long as you're not hurt, let's go, we've stayed here too long. Tan Chuk suddenly panicked, shouting. Wait, before leaving let me absorb this resentment. If I absorb it we will. Dianmeng cut him off angrily. Hey, pinching Tan Chuk's cheek hard, her voice full of irritation. I used up a quarter of my inner strength to destroy them and you want to waste time absorbing resentment. I don't want to stay here any longer. Aren't you ashamed? Tan Chuk's eyes sparkled with a pitiful look. Dianmeng asked coldly. Why are you looking at me like that? You think acting cute will work? Tan Chuk panicked and quickly said. Then I'll give you something else, I'll teach you a special skill. Dianmeng looked puzzled. A special skill? Tan Chuk confirmed. Yes, the MANHUA VU technique. Dianmeng narrowed her eyes suspiciously. How do you know that technique? Tan Chuk continued. Before the shadowless guest sealed me into the urn, he taught me the MANHUA VU technique. He whispered that if anyone frees me I should teach them MANHUA VU, and become their spirit servant, serving them wholeheartedly. Even if you don't want to, it's the only way for you to survive, Tan Chuk calmly explained, and I've been trapped in the furnace for over 1,000 years. Dianmeng looked at him attentively, nodding. You finally became a spirit servant just like the ancestors said. But why didn't you tell me about this technique earlier? Tan Chuk's eyes welled with tears. I wanted to use it to buy my freedom. I didn't want to be a tool forever, then locked back into a shell for the next generation. He suddenly spoke passionately. But I accept my fate. I will keep helping you just this once. Dianmeng asked. How long will it take? Tan Chuk blinked. You agree? Dianmeng gritted her teeth and said. I should have told you to absorb the resentment quickly instead of listening to your story. Tan Chuk puffed himself up, grew bigger, and confidently replied. Not long, a moment, just a moment is enough. He flew over, gathered the resentment, and absorbed it into his body. Dianmeng said calmly, though a bit late, you've helped me a lot, and I don't see you as a tool. Tan Chuk smiled faintly, full of gratitude. Thank you. Tan Chuk's body began to change color. Dianmeng quickly noticed Tan Chuk's scales turning black. What's going on? Tan Chuk turned to him and said, I've absorbed enough, no need to stay here anymore, let's go. Dianmeng looked puzzled. Your scales have all turned black. Should I call you Black Tan Chuk Snake now? Tan Chuk shook his horns lightly, saying firmly, my horns stay the same color, just call me Tan Chuk. His large body bowed respectfully. Thank you for accepting our destined bond. I will forever remember this kindness. Tan Chuk suddenly recalled his past life. When I was Tung Lu, a demon who drained life force and spread misery, the shadowless guest captured me along with other sorcerers. They created a bone filled with deadly poison, not just poison or poisonous insects, but a demon carrying lethal venom. Over 100 demons were trapped together, forced to eat each other to survive. And I was the last survivor, becoming the poisonous bone. Since then, by absorbing resentment, my form changed. And I became known as Tan Chuk White Snake. Dianmeng listened, full of doubt, like Vajang reaching a transformation stage. Tan Chuk narrowed his eyes, sort of, but with some differences. Demons who cultivate are creatures born against the heavens. More precisely, it's like a demon person cultivating dark arts to quickly increase power. When a demon person reaches the highest realm, they become an extreme demon. He looked puzzled and said, but I don't feel you're as evil as an extreme demon. Maybe it's because you absorbed resentment, he firmly replied. Yes, the more resentment I absorb, the purer I become. Do you know what you're called after surpassing extreme demon? They go beyond demonic nature and become pure and noble beings. Dianmeng looked at him thoughtfully, huffed, then turned his face away and cleared his throat. If I let you keep absorbing resentment, will you sever the spirit-servant bond and run away? Then I shouldn't let you absorb resentment anymore. Hey, White Snake looked at him confused. Didn't you promise not to think about that? Spiritual bonds aren't something you can break just by gaining power. He turned around. Even if I could, I don't want to break the bond with you anymore. Back to his small form, Tanjak grinned slyly. So let's go, you said there's still a lot to do. Dianmeng smiled. Maybe because of you I'm wasting time. You run fast in the dark, I have to go back and forth in a day. I'm about to hate this desert. Dianmeng suddenly noticed something and stopped. Tanjak looked at him puzzled and asked, What's wrong? A village what? Dianmeng was surprised. This must be where I rested after the wind dragon battle. He looked at the quiet village thinking, didn't the villagers all migrate away? So why do I still feel people living here now? Zhuanyut came out and panicked when he saw him. Master, you've returned. Dianmeng looked at him and asked, Zhuanyut, why are you still here? He stammered, no, this isn't the time to talk about that. He pointed inside this village and alarmed the villagers. He led him running in to check the situation. Dianmeng was shocked by the scene in front of him. The villagers who had lost their lives lay in rows in the yard. Zhuanyut trembled as he recounted after the Lord left. They started foaming at the mouth, fell down and screamed in pain. The young people who were lucky to survive like the elderly and children Dianmeng muttered, searching for the cause. There has to be a reason. Zhuanyut hesitated and guessed it might be a side effect of the divine pill. Before leaving the village, Dianmeng looked at the pile of pills in Zhuanyut's hand and asked suspiciously, What is that? Zhuanyut replied, That's the divine pill. I found it in the village chief's house. Most of the villagers drank this divine pill. In other words, they were all poisoned. I hope you can help. Dianmeng thought over the signs he had noticed. Indeed, the villagers' bodies contained toxins. At first, he thought it was from the lack of food in the desert. Then he confidently said, No problem. Gather everyone together. Zhuanyut cheered happily. Really? Thank you, sir. He looked at the corpses deep in thought. I used the weak Qingguang energy toxin to draw out the poison. So why the side effects? Fanchok sighed at this moment. That divine pill is truly evil. The toxin isn't strong, it only causes hallucinations, not death. But detoxifying it causes a big problem. Dianmeng was startled and asked what. Fanchok calmly explained. What if the senses that were numb suddenly become active again? They would have to endure pain they couldn't feel before. And even the slightest touch would hurt like a burn. They would slowly die from the poison or from the side effects after detox. Who created this evil poison? Fanchok looked at Dianmeng's darkened face, noticing the panic in his eyes. Kid, I've never seen you show an expression like that. Dianmeng stepped closer to a corpse and lifted the cloth off its face. He stared, thinking silently, I only wanted to help them. Dianmeng reached out to close the eyes so they could rest in peace. Yet I caused their deaths. He ordered Zhuanyut take the survivors to Sichuan, the route to Waikat, and meet Duongditoan. Show him the divine pill. Daitone will find the cure. After saying this, he disappeared. Zhuanyut looked on in confusion, quietly calling out, My lord. Dianmeng recalled what he had once heard. The cult calls the place where they research poisons the demonic Poison Yang family. His face darkened, eyes filled with killing intent. Once I reach the cult's headquarters, I will destroy the demonic Poison Yang family first. In the divine cult, the demonic path, the prestigious sect, demonic Poison Yang family. The masked people kept working with bottles of medicine and poisonous plants. The poison tree herb isn't enough. Bring more here. Someone remind me who's in charge of this. The endurance grass hasn't been processed yet. He continued, focus on this. Don't you know the value of this divine pill? The master is about to arrive. Rookie, go grab more materials quickly. A voice shouted from outside. The master of the house bowed respectfully. The person had arrived. Master Duong smiled with satisfaction and nodded, looking at his busy subordinates. You've all worked hard. Was there any problem with refining the divine pills? He asked with a concerned tone. No, thanks to your care, everything went smoothly. The poison ritual master replied. Master Duong nodded, slightly unable to hide his satisfaction. The poison ritual master's words became increasingly skillful. The master didn't feel annoyed, but inwardly, he was pleased thinking about the recent good fortune. The demand for divine pills was growing, and he had been entrusted with more responsibilities by the sect leader. Van Tone, his adopted son, had just achieved a great feat by defeating two peak experts. This made him even prouder. However, he also realized that the Ma Dak Duong family's power was still weaker compared to clans with left and right protectors. But if they kept making achievements like this, it wouldn't be long before Ma Dak Duong became the strongest clan in the demon sect. Thinking this, he smiled triumphantly. The poison ritual master asked, "Is young Master Van Tone doing well?" Master Duong proudly replied, "Young master is personally taught by the sect leader." Seems like the sect leader is very pleased with his achievements. He furrowed his brows, curious. "Why do you ask about Van Tone?" The poison ritual master stammered. "If young master is fine, that's good. But it's been a long time since he came to get the pain relief pills." Hearing this, Master Duong's expression changed. Pain relief pills reduce pain and suppress sensation, and divine pills are just a simplified version of those. He rolled his eyes thoughtfully. "Van Tone couldn't endure pain without the pain relief pills, that's why I adopted him. Could it be that he found a way to replace the pain relief pills?" He said he'll meet with the demon healer to discuss this. But before he could finish, loud noises suddenly echoed outside. Shaking the entire house, he raised his eyebrows and asked, "What's that noise?" The house shook harder, causing him to panic. Turning around, another tremor hit an earthquake. A subordinate rushed in, shouting, "Big trouble. Someone's broken in." Master Duong's face went pale. He stormed outside, yelling, "Who dares to barge in here?" But when he saw the scene before him, he couldn't help but widen his eyes. A young man stood amid the wreckage, drenched in blood. He panicked, thinking all the guards have been killed. At that moment, the young man said loudly, "I've been searching for you since early morning, Ma Dak Duong family. You who created the divine pills that bring misery to the common people." Dain Men narrowed his eyes accusingly and asked, "Are you the master of the Ma Dak Duong family?" Master Duong's face turned deathly pale. Dain Men glared at him full of murderous resentment. He stammered, "What did you say? You came here to see us?" He looked him over and thought silently. His clothes bear the emblem of the righteous. Isn't he from the Zhang Tianming? Why would someone from Zhongyuan be here? Dain Men fixed his cold gaze on him, speaking firmly. "You've poisoned the common people on this barren land, pushing them into misery and draining their very blood and marrow. I'm here to end your crimes." He was startled, his face pale. "What?" But then Master Duong took a deep breath to calm himself, speaking with contempt. "What nonsense! Who do you think you are to meddle in Xinjiang matters? You, someone from Zhongyuan, have no right to interfere here. The people here are all followers of our sect. Life and death decisions belong to the sect leader. Who are you to talk about destroying our sect? Our sect has never harmed Zhongyuan." Dain Men sneered slightly. In his hand appeared a straight-edged saber. Instantly he asked coldly, "You started the war with Kowloon and Qinghai. Wasn't it to enter Zhongyuan and establish the demonic rule? During that, your divine pills play a key role in spreading your influence. Just one pill and people become addicted, forced to depend on it. In the end, they can only submit to the demon sect." He swung his saber, his aura condensing into a sharp blade. Eyes fierce, "I will never let that filth spread into Zhongyuan. As the leader of Zhang Tianming, I will destroy you." He paled upon hearing this title. Leader of Zhang Tianming. Could it be the dark poison sword Long? Duong Duyan Men. Though the distance between Zhongyuan and Xinjiang is far, rumors have spread. The Dark Alliance leader, once famed for commanding storms in Sichuan, was defeated by the dark poison sword Long of the Duong family. It was that dark poison sword Long who established Zhang Tianming, the new righteous alliance of Sichuan. Even though shocking rumors kept arriving in Xinjiang, no one wavered because Yan Zhongji, the young sect leader of the divine sect and demon realm lord, had appeared. They believed that no matter how strong the Zhongyuan sect leader was, he couldn't influence Xinjiang. Immediately he looked at Duyan Men's aura full of suspicion. But why was he here? Wait, if he's here then. He stammered, could it be you've encountered the left and right envoys of our sect? Duyan Men recalled the two who blocked his path. They were the left and right envoys of that old new group. He calmly recounted, they're all dead, there are a few like that. Demon sect experts killed my men, so I have no reason to spare them. He shouted, what? Duyan Men's face went dark, decisively asking, just answer. Even if you stall, the outcome won't change. Suddenly he felt a strong demonic aura approaching rapidly from behind. Military Institute Master Dung smiled smugly. Daring to cause chaos in our sect's territory. Surely other clans have sent reinforcements for you. Daring to rush in alone, you've got some nerve. The old man pulled out 4 pills from his robe. Threatening to kill the left and right bright envoys of our sect, you've crossed the line. You must have taken a wrong turn since you haven't met us yet. Then he threw the pills and shouted, they'll turn this place into your grave. The pills exploded as soon as they hit the ground. Duyan Men watched the red smoke spread and thought to himself, poison. It won't work on me. But suddenly a sharp pain tore through his mind. The spiritual power around the blade weakened and Duyan Men clutched his face in panic. Thangjack looked at him worried, what's wrong with you? Is it poison? He was confused, thinking that Duyan Men was immune because of his poison-loving Qingguang energy. Could Master Dung be overconfident? That's the Bingen pill. Our sect made it as a kind of painkiller. You're from Sichuan, surely you've heard of it. The Bingen pill isn't poison, it acts like a harmless medicine to the body. On the contrary, it increases sensitivity when circulating energy, which is why users feel dizzy. He glanced aside and exclaimed, oh wow, you've arrived. The elite of our heavenly demon sect, a group of people skilled in lightness kung fu arrived. They landed and shouted, Master Dung, we heard the commotion and came to assist. Leave the rest to us. Black-clad figures appeared everywhere. There were thousands of them surrounding Duyan Men. Master Dung arrogantly said, you're busy with so many things and still came, much appreciated. Just in time, Eve held back the intruder. He looked at Duyan Men and shouted, he's the leader of the true Heavenly Bright. They looked confused. The leader of true Heavenly Bright? Why is he here? Aren't you still busy dealing with the Ma Kuang heavenly forces? And the old man regained his confidence. Whatever the case, he admitted his identity himself. Just capture him and confirm the truth. Before you arrived, I made him inhale the Bai Nan pill smoke. Bai Nan pill is supposed to relieve pain, but because he inhaled it while fully healthy, his feelings became chaotic. A mysterious demonic power suddenly flickered in Duyan Men's eyes. Sensing the moment had come, the crowd surged forward, seeing it as an opportunity they couldn't miss. At that moment, Duyan Men forced a triumphant smile. Just as the blades were about to reach him, he suddenly vanished in an instant. The group looked around dumbfounded, not understanding what happened. He disappeared. Someone shouted in panic, look up there quick. Duyan Men hovered in midair, looking down at the confused crowd with a smug expression. Master Duong stammered as he stepped back, amazed inside. Impossible. He overcame the chaos caused by the Bai Nan pill, causing and performing martial arts. But I men silently thought, I'm not sure if this is poison or medicine, but thanks to the market eye, my field of vision of the flow has increased exponentially. He pulled out a bundle of golden needles, thinking to himself that now he could perform martial arts just by imagining it in his mind. Duyan Men flipped through the air, causing the crowd below to panic. What is this? Can he really move freely in midair? Following his movements, countless golden needles flew out from Men's side, concentrating his vital energy and controlling the oxhair needles in midair. Following the flow pointed out by the market eye, I will launch them like a tornado. The people below looked up, muttering, no way. Has he lost his mind? Duyan Men used the ultimate move, oxhair needle sandwheel, creating a sparkling rain of golden needles. The golden needles kept falling, stabbing everyone standing below. No one escaped the crowd. Eyes wide, they collapsed. Lord Duong panicked. What the hell is going on? It's like a deadly rain pouring down. Duyan men landed lightly on the ground. I came here to destroy you, but unexpectedly you've given me an opportunity. He panicked, thinking opportunity. You call that an opportunity? What the hell are you exactly? Duyan men smiled cruelly. Is it time to end this? This strange being unpill can bring the user into a world free of pain. But abusing it makes the senses overly sensitive, damaging the nervous system. No matter how good the medicine is, if you exceed the limit, it becomes poison. Fortunately, the Qingguang Jade has absorbed the excess of the Bing Nun pill, adjusting its effect to the maximum level that Duyan men can endure. As a result, he achieved a mental state clearer and stronger than ever, as if stimulated by a special substance. Old Duyan men silently thought, feeling a strange experience he had never had before. He even felt the strength from a past life rising up. He looked at him in panic, unable to believe his eyes. No one had ever overcome the side effects of the Bing Nun pill, yet he did. Duyan men clenched his fists, thinking, no one before, so what about now? Let's see. He focused his inner strength, his aura flaring up to the sky. I'm simply the first person to overcome the side effects. Lord Duyan panicked, biting a pill in anger. I can't die like this. Even without the leader's permission, there was no other way. He activated pressure points on his body, immediately surrounded by another power. The old man jumped up, charging toward Destiny, shouting angrily, I won't let you get away. Destiny stayed calm, sensing every movement around him. If he missed this moment, who knows when he'd get another chance. Power always manifests through the flow of the eyes. It's not an illusion, but the currents and trajectories that once existed in the world. He suddenly realized. In his past life, he swung his sword endlessly, until he reached the realm of the sword god known as the dragon. Gathering those trajectories and channeling true energy into that flow, Destiny's perception spread out in all directions. Following the trajectory of the strikes in the blink of an eye, the ancient sage sword move unleashed countless sword slashes, piercing through the head of the Yang family leader in an instant. The old man panicked and didn't even swing his sword before the sword strike appeared. His body was cut into hundreds of pieces. The proud stronghold of the Yang family suddenly collapsed. The sword traces shattered everything, the aftershocks kept echoing. Thick dust covered everything. Destiny stood tall amid the ruins. Spiritual awareness climbed onto his shoulder, impressed. Just one move and an entire sect wiped out. You really are someone who leaves people speechless. He squinted, looking around. Shouldn't you have left someone alive to extract information? Destiny calmly replied. There's no reason to leave any trouble behind, and I don't need to extract information. At that moment, a huge dark energy appeared in the sky. He turned toward it and said, across Tian Mountain I can sense a massive energy source. That must be where the demon cult leader is. At his stronghold, the mysterious mask rested his chin, thinking. It's already too late. The left and right envoys said they'd pursue without touching the Luan army, but it seems they were delayed. He frowned. I thought they'd arrive in time before the little poison demon was sealed in the formation. But could there have been reinforcements? Even so, Central Plains doesn't have many who can handle those two. Even so, Trung Nguyen doesn't have many people strong enough to deal with those two. The head of the Nam Kung family of Anhui also didn't show up. If anyone did, it would only be Tu Van and Tu Ti Lam too. Even if he personally came to Tan Kung, I wouldn't worry at all, because I have sealed away the demons and monsters, even inscribing the Buddhist mantra onto the sword of Husu. No matter how powerful the Buddhist sect's true energy is, it wouldn't be able to do anything to him. However, if they are delayed this much, Nguyen Dien seems to have sensed something. What on earth has happened? The demonic energy from the Ma Duk Dung family suddenly vanished completely. Hu Duyan rushed in panic. Sect leader, something's wrong with the big matter. Ma Duk Dung family? He reassured her, calm down. Manjik Bon Trua has also sensed it. You should retreat to a safe place. Nguyen Dien gripped the armrest so tightly it shattered. If Ma Duk Dung's appearance isn't the end, then surely they will come here next. Whoever it is, the demonic energy radiating from him is dense. Our sect will make him regret ever daring to step into this wild forest. Van Tuan slammed hard against the tree trunk, squinting and gritting his teeth in anger. How long has it been? I still can't get used to this violent demonic energy. He collapsed to the ground in pain. Even with the ability to reincarnate, I'm reaching my limit. He tried to keep his body from collapsing, but his spirit was slowly breaking down. If this keeps up, he'll become a fool. He was furious, determined not to let that happen. Van Tuan thought of the person he hated most, Deng Dien Meng. Before I personally kill him, there's no way I can fall. Van Tuan sat up, crossed his legs and silently told himself, no matter how much pain I endure, it doesn't matter. After all, I will reincarnate, so I might as well just let my body suffer. I have to use this uncontrollable demonic energy. Instead of letting it swallow me whole, I'll use the boiling energy to open the Ren and do meridians and break through the life and death gate. That's the only way out of this pain. Blood spilled from his mouth as he made up his mind. I will become an ultimate demon. To kill him, I at least have to reach that level. Embedding everything, his head exploded from the terrifying pressure of the demonic energy again and again. He reincarnated, then his head exploded again. This kept happening over and over. Just as he gained a little, it blew up again. The explosions continued until he calmed down and told himself it didn't hurt. On the contrary, his mind became clearer, and he even felt a sense of release. His body was still stained with blood, he thought to himself. Could it be that Van Tuan clenched his fists and harnessed the demonic aura through internal energy? I really have reached the ultimate demon realm. He looked around and called out, Feng Laka. The figure appeared in an instant. He bowed respectfully. You called for me? Van Tuan asked softly. How long have I been here? Feng Laka bowed and replied, Sir, it's been half a month. Hearing that, Van Tuan smiled faintly, long as satisfied. Just half a month and Eve reached the ultimate demon realm. Good, I will definitely keep getting stronger and take my revenge. He stood up, looked around and murmured, Could this be because of the poison inside me? This whole area is completely destroyed. My power before made the ground barren within a radius of 1 kilometer. Van Tuan talked to himself. First I should put something on and then go out to face the sect leader. Just then, dark clouds suddenly gathered in the sky. Lightning flashed violently inside the swirling clouds. He wondered, why did the thunderclouds suddenly appear? This is the first time Eve seen the weather change here. Feng Laka, what exactly is going on? Feng Laka whispered, Master, the 10,000 demons are arriving. Van Tuan asked in confusion, What? The sect leader is coming here in person. Feng Laka replied simply, The sect leader only commands the demonic path on this land, not the master of the 10,000 demons. He is called by many titles, but the only one that truly suits him is Heavenly Demon. From above, a solemn and strange figure slowly descended through the pitch-black sky. Van Tuan's voice echoed, Heavenly Demon? You mean someone besides the sect leader? There is another who holds supreme authority over the demonic path. He looked over at Feng Laka, who had knelt down respectfully. Van Tuan was stunned. Even Feng Laka, who had never knelt before the sect leader, ignored my question and knelt. Unbelievable, the heavenly demon slowly took form. Van Tuan panicked, a being on par with a deity. Why couldn't he take his eyes off that figure? The closer he got, the more overwhelming the pressure became, far beyond any demonic energy had ever sensed from the sect leader. The heavenly demon raised his hand. His cold voice rang out, Raise your head. Immediately, a large hole appeared in Van Tuan's body. He looked down in pain, thinking to himself, a demonic cultivator when facing a noble figure in the demonic path should bow in respect. The heavenly demon looked down at him sternly. Van Tuan lay flat on the ground, telling himself he didn't feel pain, probably because he had cultivated an immortal body. Only upon reaching the extreme demon level in this realm could I realize this. He looked up, filled with terror. This being doesn't actually exist. No matter if I died and came back 1,000 times, I wouldn't even leave a scratch on him. Van Tuan gritted his teeth, full of helplessness. Even as an extreme demon, am I still completely powerless? The heavenly demon turned to call Feng Laka. In the space formed by my mind, there's a worm that doesn't belong to the Duyan family's bloodline. Feng Laka respectfully replied. The heavenly demon slightly frowned, voice full of contempt. Disciple. Someone as lowly as you deserves to be called a disciple. Those beasts. He glanced at Vanchuan. His body had somewhat recovered, able to stand up on his own. The heavenly demon suddenly noticed a strange body. Surely the result of demonic cultivation by the other party. Vanchuan narrowed his eyes at the heavenly demon, his gaze full of discomfort and provocation, as if he wasn't afraid of losing his head because of his strange ability to reincarnate. Vanchuan knelt down, declaring himself a follower of the new sect Little Poison Demon Duong Vanchuan. He bowed respectfully. This lowly one pays respects to the Supreme Demon Lord Master of the 10,000 Demons. The heavenly demon snorted coldly. You don't understand the meaning but still dare to speak recklessly. Fine, I'll generously overlook your foolishness. He waved his hand. A wave of demonic energy enveloped and tightened around Vanchuan's body. Sure enough, his demonic cultivation focuses on body regeneration. The heavenly demon commented. He gently lifted Vanchuan, coldly stating. The heavenly demon narrowed his eyes at Vanchuan. However, a lowly creature like you has enough strength to pull me here. Your grudge, even without the Duyan family bloodline, is worth examining. He flew closer to Vanchuan. Then, let me see the source of the hatred you carry. He pointed his finger straight at Vanchuan's forehead. Don't be afraid, I just want to see inside your mind. The heavenly demon poked his finger into Vanchuan's forehead. In panic, he thought, did you swallow a deadly poison? Even your blood carries poison. Immortal body combined with a poisonous body. It's your endless desire that made you who you are today. The heavenly demon pondered. The Sichuan Tang family, turns out you're a descendant of that person. He was surprised, then smiled slyly. This is also fate's design. Originally, enlightenment belonged to the Duyan family bloodline. But since that person is not here, it's karma. You're truly lucky, the heavenly demon continued. With your talent you can't escape fate. So I will grant you a drop of my blood containing my spiritual essence. From now on, even if you're torn into 1,000 pieces through your grudge, you will not die. You will become a true immortal. Do your best. Van Tone was enveloped by light, screaming in pain. Phuong Luc closed his eyes, bowed his head. The city gate shattered in an instant. Van Tone lay in the dry desert, propping himself up, breathing heavily, his mind in chaos. What exactly did I just go through? He looked up. 2 powerful auras radiated from Tian Mountain. Could it be because of what just happened? My ability to sense auras has become sharper. One is the demonic energy of the sect leader, the other carries an indescribably familiar feeling. It can't be that the heavenly demon's divine sect is actually the Ming sect. The force once united under the Duyan family's ancestor, the one hailed as the greatest sorcerer under heaven. Unlike common belief, the Ming sect worships the righteous path and values the people. Especially among the followers of this sect, some have become emperors. The Ming sect's influence is growing stronger, as if trying to pierce the blue sky. If this continues, becoming the state religion of the 7th emperor is only a matter of time. The sect leader of the Ming sect, who once dreamed of great glory, ultimately had to face his own recklessness due to the betrayal of the emperor, who was once a follower under the great ancestor. Fearing the Ming sect's power would surpass the 7th emperor, the entire nation's force was mobilized to eradicate the Ming sect. The sect leader, filled with rage and hatred, was blinded by his desire for revenge. He himself unleashed forbidden arts that he had once strictly prohibited. That was the moment the first rebellious sorcerer appeared. That's also why they couldn't continue to exist in the Central Plains, and had to establish a base in the barren land of Xinjiang. People only knew that their ancestors settled in Xinjiang to find new methods to raise their level. It wasn't magic or forbidden arts related to demons and monsters, but a path beyond the limits of belief. Just becoming an object of human worship was enough to raise one's level. When the level accumulates to that point, one surpasses human boundaries and becomes a god ancestor. The one whose plan was ruined by the emperor, unaware of the current situation in the Central Plains, started recruiting followers in Xinjiang trying to establish a new faith. But the common people's faith there was still limited. They needed to expand into the vast Central Plains. Once they break through, nothing will be difficult anymore. They unleashed all the demons and monsters that had built up for so long to wreak havoc in the Central Plains, turning it into a chaotic cauldron, becoming the controller of the demon energy network. And the one people saw as their savior. At that time, he would be worshipped as a true god to create a stepping stone into the Central Plains. My son Zhangji established the Demon Light sect, gradually weakening the forces in the Central Plains. Hui and Dian thought silently that now it was enough to just eliminate the rivals without touching Ko Luan. The day the demon path rules the world is very close. What the heck is going on at this time? He faced Dianmin, who was full of mystery. You mean the honorable leader of the Trinthian sect shows up alone this early in the morning to destroy the demon path? Dianmin straightforwardly replied, On my way here I already saw enough reasons to destroy you. There's no reason to delay any further, he sneered. You'll also be sent to join your buddies in the afterlife. He doubted, are those two really taken down already? He annoyedly swung his sword. Each person only knew how to doubt. Fine then, try it yourself, he slashed with his sword. Watching his figure, he thought his opponent was the demon sect leader, and assumed he wouldn't be so easily defeated. He raised a talisman to protect his body. Yet he just stood there blocking the attacks, not even scratched. Thangjack warned, the demon energy escaping from that talisman definitely belongs to the rebellious sorcerer. Be careful, his fighting style is completely different from the martial masters we've faced before. Huin Dain pulled out another talisman. It was only a matter of time before we faced this in the Central Plains. Today just came a bit earlier. Thinking carefully, that's a good thing. He growled, channel demon energy into the talisman so I can show you how a sorcerer fights. Huin Dain held the talisman in front of him, summoning a three-headed one-foot eagle. Dinman's face was serious, a huge wing flapping above him. It raised its sharp claws proudly, showing its power. Thangjack looked at it with awe. A three-headed one-foot eagle. He dares to tame such a powerful demon as his subordinate. I'm afraid its strength is almost on par with mine right now. The one-foot eagle looked at Thangjack and asked, Is that person his master? Yes. He said he's leading demons, not Taoist priests, which is unusual. Like he can command spirits. He ordered the three-headed one-foot eagle to catch that snake. Thangjack grew bigger and reminded you to focus on that Taoist priest. As for that bird's head, it's charging at the eagle with its mouth wide open. Leave it to me, the two demons are evenly matched. You watch and think to yourself, Thangjack seems like he wants to test his strength. After leveling up, nothing will happen. Huin Dain spoke up. You're from the Tao sect, right? That must be Thangjack, the white snake. But I don't know why it's now a black snake. But the one leading demons like that can't be ordinary, so you have to give it your all. He burned a talisman. You got ready again with something else about to appear. But he stayed still. Nothing happened. The ground cracked and suddenly a hand shot up, grabbing Dain Men tightly. Its eyes stared straight at you, mouth open, as it declared decisively, Master, I won't let him touch you. It raised its hand and threw Dain Men hard against the corner of the wall. Thangjack panicked, extremely worried for Dain Men. The eagle immediately lunged forward, sharp claws pressing down heavily on it. In a cold voice, You're distracted. Pushed Thangjack's head hard onto the tiled floor, threatening, You'd better behave and stay still. Thangjack was annoyed, his voice full of fury. You dare from above? Huin Dain calmly said. Demon King, this is the strongest demon I possess. Also the guardian of the cult linked to the bloodline of the Duyan family. Consider it an honor for hundreds of years. You're the first to witness it. He ordered firmly, End this. The Demon King immediately obeyed. It swung a huge blade forcefully at the ground, shattering the floor. Thangjack once again panicked, calling out Dain Men's name. Dain Men calmly replied, Looks like you still have some leisure. Focus on your fight. Thangjack stood and launched an attack straight at the Demon King's leg. Huin Dain suddenly thought, he can withstand the Demon King's attack. Dain Men thought silently, facing him, I realize he's made from thousands of combined spells, an artificial being at a high magical level. To destroy it, breaking the gate is the best method. But the attack radius is too wide and could harm Thangjak. I must hold my breath, break the gate and limit damage as much as possible. A shockwave exploded, smashing the Demon King's body. A painful scream echoed. Huin Dain sweating. What's going on? He didn't use magic, so how could he hurt the Demon King's spirit? Where did someone like this come from? He glanced toward Thangjak's battle. The three-headed one-foot eagle, after confirming its master was safe, seemed to have regained its strength. Dain men kept attacking the Demon King's body, making Huin Dain panic. The Demon King, the strongest demon, isn't special after all. Is there nothing else he can bring out? Huin Dain thought silently. You defeating the Demon King is truly amazing. But provoking with petty words when you already have the advantage is childish. Suddenly he disappeared while you were fighting the Demon King. Did you think I was just standing by? You froze someone and in a blink he vanished. No magic at all, the feeling of him completely disappeared. You turned around looking for him. Where is he? Thangjak shouted in pain. You yelled, Thangjak, he's cursed you with a talisman. You were angry. Now I can't even sense any aura. Is it because of his magic? Just one talisman can control Thangjak. Not only did he fail to catch him, but he's also being dominated. It's humiliating. The three-headed one-foot eagle was confused. Master, please spare me. Huin Dain coldly. How disappointing. If you die, my position will suffer a serious loss. Come back, although it's a big loss. If you become my subordinate, it will be valuable. Thangjak, the white snake, growled. Don't talk like you know me. Huin Dain smugly. Of course I know. My ancestors helped your master capture the Earth Dragon without leaving a trace. You're the one who received favors from my cult. He shouted something from 1,000 years ago, still holding grudges across generations. What a family with nothing admirable. If you want to be a subordinate, watch out for the kid behind you. Dain men aimed straight at him from behind. He blocked your strike with another talisman. You were surprised you didn't feel like you hit him. Where did a coffin come from? Was my sword stopped by a coffin? You were stunned. It wasn't the coffin blocking you. Inside each coffin was you. You felt the power of a master who could react to your sword strike. Huin Dain smugly, you asked if I had any other cards, right? The Demon King is the strongest demon but not the best card. The coffin lid popped open. I actually didn't want to use this card now. But they are masters who have reached the transformed realm and ancient evil spirits. They all hold the title of number 1 of all time. The video ends here. If you enjoyed it, please hit like so I can make more hot series for you. Thank you all for watching and goodbye everyone.